Check mic. Check mic. Good morning, everybody, my lovely people. The beautiful people. What's up, guys? Alrighty, let's get into it. Guess what? I don't really have much of a watch list other than what we've been watching. I just feel like... I'm just kidding. I got a few. Welcome to the Ivy League live stream. Hit that like button, subscribe. Let me know how you're doing today. What's your goal today? What are you watching? If you have any questions, throw them in the chat. We don't bite. All right? I started this to get a group of traders to get together and be able to, you know, be able to hopefully be able to bring something forth where people actually are able to learn and benefit, and more importantly, make some money. Okay? So that's why I started this stream. I really don't know of anyone really that, there's a couple that trade online for free. You have a lot of futures traders and stuff, but outside of that, donations, contributions, if you want to work with me, if you have any questions for me, or you want to contact me, links in the description. Hit that like button, subscribe, share this with a friend. That'll help us get us trending and you know, allow others to find us. Follow me at Ivy League Trades on Twitter. You can message me there also. Schedule a one-on-one. Let's help get you on the road to success. All right. This world depends on you to be successful, to create opportunity for others. So if you're not going to do it for yourself, do it for others. All right. That's how we raise the living standards for everyone. See, a lot of people don't even understand that, and they don't even know that it happens. All right. So let's raise the living standards for everyone else around us and be successful and be great. Yesterday, GTLB, I said we were just sitting here consolidating over the 100-day moving average. I'm going to keep an eye on this again today. And I'm going to try to see if we can't get ourselves along here. I'm going to be patient with it. Again, the word of the week was patience. And I have been patient. I haven't really traded that much this week. And that is because, you know, I didn't really see anything to swing trade. Here, mind you guys, remember what I said yesterday. So, the initial jobless claims and the hurricane, this, that, and the third. What happened this morning? What'd I tell you? Guys, look at that jump. So, I guess the market understood, okay, well, we had a hurricane. I'm going to tell you guys right now, next week, if you get another jump, just like we had this morning, I'm not sure where it's at, right here. Initial jobless claims 243 versus an expected 230, 225. That's a big beat. So far this week, we haven't had anything really to say that number shouldn't be way above or way below. So we'll see. If we get that, I think you do get the markets to start pricing in. Because again, there was a lot of weather. Again, what you got to understand is like people that work outside in the weather, you know, if they get put out of work, you could see it in these numbers. So anyway, moving forward, I got to log in real quick, even though I already was logged in. So that was the numbers that we had today. They came in a little bit above. It was a pretty big beat, actually. So look for that next week. If it happens again, I think you see a different reaction. All right, so GTLB is on the list. Tonight we have Netflix and TSM. So we're going to get more semiconductors. Hold on. So Netflix, Intuitive Surgical, TSM. So you have some pretty big earnings happening tonight with some tech names. All right, let's go to the overall markets. GTLB, by the way, we're sitting here at the 100-day moving average. We're looking to push into 60. We held the 200-day. All right, that's a trade. I told you guys yesterday, you know, just because I don't do things doesn't mean you guys don't have to do it. I've mentioned to you guys banks, and banks. JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, okay? If you guys are looking to make money, I can't trade it for you. And just because I don't trade it doesn't mean that there's not a trade there. Watch the banks. This is easy money so far, okay? You want to obviously now look for a pullback. This was a huge breakout, flat top resistance here, and you broke out on what? Look at that massive volume there. So the banks, if anybody here is looking to make money, if you get some pullbacks, JP Morgan, I'll tell you right now, if you're able to get 210 again, which is what I'm looking for. I'm not sure if you'll get it. It might be a while before you see 210. 210 would be the level I'm looking for on JP Morgan. All right, these banks are strong. Gold, all right, even though I gave gold out a month ago, it feels like, at the bottom of this consolidation, you know, this is another one that's hot. This was a really nice rally. Let's see here, XOM, all right, has been pumping, but what's the trend? There is no trend right now at the moment. It is trying to break out. I agree. It's trying to break out. You could target XOM. Look for a target 120 pullbacks. Pullbacks into this flat top resistance. 116. One pullbacks into 116. If you hold 116 with a low volume pullback, bang. Look for the run back to 120. You could get some money flowing back into these names for dividend sake. All right, it's safe there. You know what I mean? There's a lot going on. So this, at the end of the day, in my opinion, is still keeping your money safe, if you know what I mean. All right. So understanding what's going on. Bitcoin's been ripping. Well, I wouldn't say ripping, but it has been doing its thing. Okay, let me go check to see where it's at today, because I've been thinking about taking this swing trade here. We have another setup, guys, and I don't want you guys to miss it. And just because I don't get in it, if I'm in something else, you know, I wish I could trade it for you. I wish I could. Let's see. If you get another pullback into 64,000 on Bitcoin, please keep an eye on it. Understand the volume and everything on this is still, you know, the sellers are still here hitting it. All right, this is about a 50% retracement of that pullback. I don't even need to draw the fib. I can see it. So, you know, if you guys want me to, I don't even know what the hell that is. Come on now. I'm trying to hurry up for you guys. Oh, what? Oh, that's why. Alright, I'm sure it's 50% retracement. It's a little bit above 50. Nah, it's right there. So you'd be reclaiming that 50, and once you start getting up here, you've retraced that pretty much whole move, which tells you what? If you're a long-time viewer here, you know how to use a Fibonacci. All right, so that's Bitcoin. So what am I going to do with that? Let me go back real quick. And look at that, guys. Look at that fucking hold. Oh my God, that's so sexy. Right at that prior support level. Yo, let me tell you. Look at this. Look at this level right here. And you're pulling right into it. Okay, so on this daily chart, you are showing a good amount of volume there. Look at that. Look at that level. What do you have there? 50-day moving average, guys. This is a beautiful setup. So what am I going to do? I think you already know. Look at this setup. What does this remind you of? What does that setup remind you of? Kind of looks the same, don't it? Nice long pullback wedge consolidation. You buy the bottoms, go long. Give yourself time. I was long KRE last week. I had a huge week last week, guys. So it's easy for me to be patient. Like, you know, I don't know how else to, you know what I mean? Again, it helped me take a break last week because I didn't have to fool with the stream, Twitter, promoting it, and trying to come up with ideas, this, that, and the third. I could just be relaxed, find my trades, hit them. So Coinbase, you have a little bit of resistance up here at 250. I'm going to keep my eye on this for pullbacks. If we can get another pullback, which we already got it yesterday and even Tuesday, I just really wasn't watching it. Maybe we look for this level here if we are lucky enough to get that 247.50. I would like to. I want to get long Coinbase. I would like to get long Coinbase, guys. I think you're going to start to see a really nice breakout here. I was wondering if we would get like this to be a lower high and then, like, you know, eat up some more time off the clock. But you could start to see a early pre-earnings run up as well, you know, and you have Bitcoin at your back. So the wind is at your back. It's helping push you forward along with earnings coming up. So let's look for that. Again, the target on this would have to be like 260, taking profits up there in front of 260, which is about $8 to $10 away. And ultimately, I would like to break out to new highs. You have this all-time high, previous resistance level up here at like 280. It's like 277, 280. Give me that one. Yeah, 280. Give me the 280, guys. All right, so let's look for a swing trade here, but understanding we have earnings coming up. All right, Coinbase has earnings, so this was a really nice Fibonacci retracement as well. You guys can see here, 38.2, 50% retracement, and now it's just reclaiming and just walking itself up higher. Okay, so pullbacks on Coinbase. Let me do this really quickly because we have 10 minutes. Gotta be kidding me. Okay, so GameStop DJT is still on the list. DJT, I want to see if I can get a short, or if it doesn't climb today, I want to look to see if I can get a short on DJT. All right, so you guys can see here, Coinbase is already trying to. This was kind of a consolidation. Let's see if we can start to break out a bit here. Watch that previous high at 255. I would like a pullback to 245. I would like 245 again, but I doubt we get it. We've been sitting on that level already, so it is what it is. I'm just going to have to, let's see, 250. Damn, 250 also looks, yeah, that's why we're sitting up there at resistance at 250. And we're finally breaking above it. So what I'm looking at is that 15-minute chart here. You guys can see bottom left. There's a gap there. There's a gap there and prior resistance. We just broke above it. And if you look here, bottom left of the screen, you see how this breaks above it? Pulls into where? 249, 250. Same difference. It's like the same thing. So it's like 249 was the level on that 15-minute chart. All right, let's see here. Yeah, you see how this level here? Yeah, so it's 248 is the level, and you can see it was a double topped right here. Let me show you guys real quick before the market opens up. It's actually pretty nice. Let me take. Oh, I don't want to do that. Do not want to do that. Oh, this one's not going to give me enough room. Shit. This one's not going to give me enough room. It will. You see this double top right here? See the support, resistance, support, resistance? All right there. And it closed right on it. It broke above it, and it closed right on it. Sorry. Anyway, I know you guys can't really see it. It's a little hard, I'm sure, but... So you can see how it breaks above it, but it pulls back on it, is what I'm saying. So this close from yesterday was really nice to see if we can start breaking out. I'm so used to going to time axis. Now it's trying to have me do it consistently. Alright. So I can get rid of all these lines later on. Tesla, NVIDIA. Tesla and NVIDIA. So again, pullback longs into like 250 if it can give it to us. I want 250 on Coinbase to try and take this thing long. Again, I'm going to get time with this. Just so you guys are understanding, I'm going to get time, and it might be a little bit out of the money, but I like Coinbase to the long side today. NVIDIA. Alright, so NVIDIA has a funky pattern going on here. Alright, we have 4 minutes. Alright, so you have some resistance up here at 122. 120 is what I'm looking for. Do we pull back? We pulled back earlier pre-market and we held it. Can we pull back into it off the bell? Dude, what is going on with my charts, bro? I want to pull back off of the bell, and I want to see if we can start to break above 124, and I want to target 125 would be my target. Sorry. 125 is the target. Gotta be fucking kidding me, Bran. This fucking thing's a piece of shit. So I'm looking to regain 120 as support, guys. You guys can see it there. I know you guys can't hardly see it, but that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a pullback in the 120, and I want to see if we can hold 120. Longs, get up, fill the gap. All right, the gap is up there at 124.85, 125, and the 20-day moving average as well. Okay, I got to get some stuff done. We are right at the 50-day moving average. Okay, pullbacks in front of the 120. If we cannot, or if we, when we pull back, if we break 120, then obviously look for 120 to turn into resistance, and then you look to really get down into that 50-day moving average. But you pulled back into the bottom end of the range here. Bottom right of my monitor. Look at this. Support down here. Support again, which is pretty much the 50-day, that red line there. So what I'm looking for as of today is to see if we can bounce back into the 20-day moving average and try to fill some of this gap. And we also have the Qs that are actually a little bit ahead of the overall, like the S&Ps. Okay? At least they were. I haven't checked. We can look now, because I got to go over here before this one. And Tesla. Tesla is also going to be on the list. All right, Tesla's also on the list. Tesla is also on the list. Let's see. I wonder if we could. Yeah, see, already we made that support. Let's see if we can break 122. See if we can break 122. Tesla. Trying to hurry up and give it to you while we have a minute. So it looks like we're trying to turn this level from last week, pivot high. Watch 252. 252. It's like 252.25, 252. Even 250. All right. So you have a bull flag here. I want to show you guys this. Look at the daily chart on Tesla. Look at this bull flag. Look at that bull flag there, guys. It does not get any better. So what are we going to do here? That is a beautiful bull flag. Technically, if we are to break out, which I'll just use a line to make it easier for some people, you know, and we'll look to see, does this take us to any point of reference if it were to break out? Let's see. Isn't that funny? 350. It's taking us right back through this 300, 350. I'm not saying it's going to do it right this second. You don't know, it could. But if that's a bull flag that's going to hold and break out, that's your next leg higher. Obviously, it's going to consolidate for some time. I mean, that's just a crazy bull flag. I haven't seen one of these in a while, guys. Like this. That clear. So, see if it's a failed break. Notice where the volume is, if the volume is on your side or not. Which, look at that heavy seller right there, guys. So, this may be a false breakdown consolidation, and this pattern may kind of like fade out a little bit and not really do much. Good luck today. I'll let you guys know what I do. Again, keep your eyes on keep your eyes on what's going on. Banks are going, Bitcoin's going. The Qs this morning were ahead of the SPY, right? Pivot high. Okay, we're pulling back just like we wanted. Let's just get busy. Let's get busy. Good luck today. If you guys have questions, throw them down in the chat. Say hello. Let us know what I can improve on as far as the stream. What you guys would like to see. What are some things that I can do. All that cool stuff. I want to thank you guys for joining us today. Let's look for this pullback. It's not going to pull back, is it? Look, it just regained that level. Damn it. Here, let me actually pull back. Fuck.
IDAAI, Trust stamp. That's India Delta Alpha India. Trust stamp announces letter of intent for a transformative.
All right, DJT, I want to look for bounces back into 38 and see if we can reject 38. There's not much volume. GameStop, 38.2 Fibonacci, 27 entry. I didn't get it at the end of the day yesterday. Unfortunately, it is what it is. All right, so the QQQ is bouncing and trying to reject there. Guys, the Qs still have room to the downside. I just, I don't know if it's going to give it to us. All right. I think we're a bit overdone, and I think you could see a bounce back. And look for a bounce back into like 490. All right. Keep an eye on the 20-day moving average as well. Again, I apologize. So here we go. Tesla's pulling back a little bit on light volume. And this could be a nice support level. Let's see if 249.90 holds. 250. 250. The volume is not really showing up here. All right, so what do we say? Pullbacks into 250, right? Yes. Oh shit, we rejected that. Yeah, 250. 250, 248. I have to do a little more work on that. Again, I used the 1 minute chart, guys, for some volume. Like to get an understanding on volume. Okay. Okay, so that's a pullback into prior day's close. We are so far above the 20-day and the 50-day and the 100-day. So, again, if this thing can start cranking, we could look for... Let's look for the top end of the range here. Volume's not coming in on it, unfortunately.
Victor Lima Charlie November announces as regained compliance with NASDAQ's listing rules. LCM. So you have a reason to say that this sell-off might run its course. I'm not going to say point, but
I think NVIDIA needs to pull back, you guys. It's just my opinion.
So typically what you have is a retest and then it goes, but there were no flaws in the TSM quarter. It was terrific. Tons of news and consumer products.
Oh, that's a pretty low volume there. 121.50. See if this level breaks or holds at 121.50. 121.50. 121.49.
Stardust Power, ticker SDST.
I think you can get a pullback, though. I think it needs it. As well, NVIDIA on the daily chart. You want to buy pullbacks if you want to be long. That 20-day moving average is up at the top of the gap. So if we get a pullback, I want to get long on the pullback to try to fill this gap and hit that 20-day moving average, guys. Right? We're pulling back into prior day's open. All right? Pulling back into prior day's open here on the daily. I'm really upset today that I wasn't able to get anything together. I tried getting some stuff together last night. There was news on Amazon. Again, I'm not sure how much you get because you have Netflix and TSM this afternoon. All right, that are reporting. So, Apple, GTLB. Apple's doing pretty good here too. Let's see. So the top end of the range on Apple is up there at like 233, 230, yeah, 233, 232, 50. And you have a huge gap fill too, guys. You have a huge gap there. That's an island reversal, technically. You could technically call this an island reversal, and Apple is prone to doing that. It puts in island reversals all the time. At least it has in the past. And you would know that if you owned Apple, you would know that for depending on how long you've traded too. I think I can recall 3 in the past 2 to 3 years. All right, so GTLB just pulled right back into the 100-day. I guess we're gonna have to wait for like 52.88. I guess, I don't know. This thing's not gonna get going. Microsoft pulling back. Why is my daily chart doing that? Okay, Apple's still way overdone. 20 days down there at 220. Let me put this up here. Again, if you guys have any ideas or any questions, anything I can help you guys with, don't be afraid. Throw them in the chat. Say what's up. And again, let me know some things that I can work on. If you could hit the like button, subscribe. If you haven't already done so, I'm doing a giveaway at 1,000 subscribers. Okay, so there we go. 252. Tesla 252. The volume is it's not bad. And again, donations, contributions. If you want to get a hold of me, a one-on-one. If you want to get a hold of me for anything, all that information is in the link in the description. Twitter, you can follow me at Ivy League Trades. Okay, so spies are so that divergence actually kind of. Okay, so guys, look, check this, right? You guys see how we put in the Q's put in a new pre-market high, and the SPY hasn't. That's showing you, in a sense, as of the right now, that there was a bit of divergence there. There was a bit of divergence from the SPY and the Q's, and the Q's actually had some strength. So that looks like it's. All right, Tesla's still rejecting up there. All right, the Dow climbing again. What do you look for? JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, right? INTC, Intel. Okay, so Rivian is trying to hold this level here at 1720. DJT is pulled right back into $36, $35.80, $35.90. I mean, I'm sorry, it wicked into the 35.80s. So DJT still with the ish, still with the shit. GameStop pulling back again. I told you guys yesterday and 2 days ago that I was not buying GameStop until it was at 27. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't do it. And it did it yesterday, but I think it needs to do it and do it in a manner in which people, like participants of the 9:30 to 4, can take advantage of that. Okay, so there goes NVIDIA pulling back. Tesla's still hanging on. Okay, Coinbase. Coinbase pulled right into prior day's close. I would like to see that thing start to go. I'm going to give it the room that it needs. Coinbase can be tricky. All right, don't get yourself hurt, because I'm going to tell you guys right now, if you haven't traded Coinbase before, just be careful. Be careful. I want you guys to just know what you're doing if you take that trade. Know how to manage your risk. Know what contracts to buy if you're trading options. SPY's volume isn't too bad comparable to yesterday, and yesterday I thought had some decent volume. All right, so here we go. And remember the playbook, right? A pullback, a down day, and we come in with the gap up. What do we do, guys? For the ones that have been here for the past year, what do we do? Let me know in the chat. I know you guys know. We have a prior down day. We come in with a gap up. What do we do? What do we do? I know you guys know.
We are waiting on those Netflix numbers after the bell tonight. A lot of people getting their numbers together because you do see movement there. But let's talk about the movement here. A couple of days ago, Jessica Reefer wrote a report sort of unbundling the answer was her question. All options
A down day. Come in the next day with a gap up. What do we do? Boom! That's a nice little bear flag there. Nice little bear flag there.
And that is what is going on here. Now, does that mean anything's going to happen? Of course not. Companies are always thinking about these things. And in the case of Warner Bros. Discovery, take a look what's happened to the stock price over the last couple of years. That doesn't even include the Archegos move higher. You can see an incredible...
That's why I don't like having the SPY up there, because there's so many hours with it.
Making sure your stock's not $7 anymore.
Alright, so NVIDIA's pulling back like we wanted. It's all good, guys. Don't get scared. We said, what did we say? 120? 122.50. 120. Yes, 120, guys. Right there. That's our level, but let me tell you right now, the volume is not looking good. Volume's not looking good. So we'll see if we can get a pullback. And what are we? We are... NVIDIA is still green as well.
Shares of CommScope slowly moving lower, still up 20%. That's COMM, Charlie Oscar, Michael. Earlier announced Amphenol to acquire CommScope's outdoor wellness networks and distributed antenna system business for $2.1 billion in cash. It's CommScope.
Sorry, guys. Bro, I'm sorry that I keep flipping the charts. I just feel like I need to get rid of all these lines and
NAS Technology, ticker NAAS, shares resume trade, going higher, up about 20%.
boom, Tesla really started to pull back there. Fucking mother flipper. DJT is dropping. Okay, did it break that level? Make sure it has the momentum and volume behind it. If you're going to take a look at that. I don't. Why is the trade? Alright, Tesla's really giving it up now. Guys, take a look at Rivian. If Tesla's too expensive, keep your eyes on Rivian. Watch if Rivian can break here. Rivian could have room, guys, all the way back down to 16. It could.
Charlie Tango Alpha Sierra, now up 5%.
I don't know what is going on with these charts today.
Estimates for FY25 above estimates.
Yep, there it is. All right. So there was some news with Ford as well. So it's a nice double top on Tesla.
Nancy Pelosi will do everything in her power to get Biden out of the presidential race.
What? That's hilarious. She's going to do whatever she can to get Biden out of the race. Biden is their best bet. It's so funny. That's just my opinion. That's funny. I told you guys, that's that Two-Face shit. Remember him calling, what's his name, a communist? And now look, he don't want to lead a race. It does have nice volume. Fuck, man, I'm missing fucking trades. It's still sitting at the level. It's still sitting there. That's not nice volume. Sorry about that. Like, I'm not being ignorant or anything. I'm just letting you know that volume is poop. That volume's poop.
Max and Solar Technology, penny stock, trading up about 8%.
Alright, let's see here.
Michael Alpha, X-Ray November.
I don't know why this is happening. Which is a good sign if you're long on DJT. If you're long, that's what you want to see.
NAS Technologies seeing a sharp move to the downside.
Alright, watch for 118 on NVIDIA. Well, you may not even get that. You may not get that.
It's the same level of panic that we saw. You have to let them be. You have to let them come in and bang these stocks. Don't be a hero.
While we're talking streamers, Netflix tonight, Jim, I think I counted 4 price increases in the last 2 days. Although there's also the expectation of the
shares of Onconetics, ticker ONCO, shares up 115% at 32 cents per share. That's Oscar November, Charlie Oscar.
Fuck, I got rid of that. Alright, look for resistance at 120 and see if you can pull this thing back. But here's the thing, guys. I really wanted NVIDIA to get a test of 125. You know what I'm saying? You have the 20-day moving average up there and all that fun stuff. And that trade like kind of made sense. This is fucking bullshit, man. I'm getting frustrated because it's the end of the week. And now I'm in a hustle and bustle trying to find something. You gotta be fucking kidding me. The fucking charts are pissing me off. I'm pissing me off. Pissing myself off. Sorry for the language.
Two first names. Yeah. Stay away. It's about with 2 last names.
That is one good, strong.
That's 2 great last
I had
names.
another chance, and even I might go with Bracken Darrell favor. I might just go right there.
I'd go with him.
That's an unstoppable.
No, Bracken Darrell's a quick man. Logitech, he turned around Logitech.
If you guys can hear CNBC, let me know and I can turn it down. I didn't even think about that. Alright. Alright, let's see here. Let me go back to the S&Ps. Alright, S&P's pulling back. I don't think you're gonna get much out of the overall markets. It's a nice level there for NVIDIA. And look, Tesla. And again, for those that don't know, down days, we come in with a gap up. We look for that pullback in the prior day's close and the low and prior day's low, and look for them to hold. And again, it's I'm not going to say yesterday was pretty severe, but it was a pretty big down day. Like that this is a little bit different than just a down day, right? We're at the top of the range. I'm just saying, just keep your eye out. Alright, so the Qs are actually, so now you're seeing tech is lagging. That's going to be tough for like names like Coinbase. Mara. Tesla. Alright, GameStop. Let's see, it closed. It hit yesterday's close. GameStop, DJT. So DJT is still sitting there. I would like to take a trade on GameStop right back up to 28.50. I would like that 245 long. Like, yeah, like you guys can see, even on Tesla, like the volume is just really slowing up. It's really slowing up. I want to look at just gonna go where if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of idea. Goldman Sachs got you got some really nice support here. Watch 500 on Goldman Sachs, 5 to 510. Citi, BAC. Okay, Bank of America is trying to. Let's see if Bank of America can break out, guys. Watch Bank of America. Wait for the pullback, though. It should start to pull back. It doesn't have to. When I say that, it doesn't have to. But it would be wise. Let me make sure I look at the daily chart. Okay, so we're looking for
Shares of Silo Pharma,
44.40,
ticker SILO,
46.
42%.
Let's go. Dude, Google's just getting murdered. Is it because of the buyout with them spending money into an uncertain environment? I'm really curious about that.
It just is a game changer because you feel confident through the highs and the lows.
Okay, so that's not doing anything. I thought about getting short gold yesterday, looking for a pullback, but it's going to put in a wedge here. Tesla. Again, you had this really nice bear flag there. It's actually a really nice cup and handle. Also, look at that cup and handle there. Inverse head and shoulders as well. If you can just get like a nice tight pullback into the 20 or like really the 200 day down into this area, a pullback into like 210, that'd be beautiful. Or just break out. I don't, it don't matter to me. Whatever Tesla wants to do. So right now, it pulled back into yesterday's low a day / yesterday's close, and now it's trying to head to the upside. So let's see here. Let's see if we can take a long on Tesla and just get a small little trade going. I may try it. We don't have any data, do we, that like comes out at 10 o'clock? I don't think we do. 10-year tip auction at 1. Fed Logan. Okay, no, we don't have really. Okay, 10 a.m. CB leading index, by the way, is coming out. So that's that. Fed's balance sheet 430, foreign bond investment 44444. Okay. All right. Let's see here. 3 minute. There's been a lot of stocks trending. Look at Intel going. It has like no volume though. QS. Dude, why are my charts doing this? Damn, that was a nice pullback on the IWM. You got some room on the IWM for a long.
September 10th, CNBC joins two-time NBA champion Kevin Durant and Gordon Roof for Game Plan. Industry leaders explore the intersection of sports.
Okay, there goes Tesla. Let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA might just consolidate, it looks like, today. Tesla. Oh shit, what happened to... Alright. Yeah, Tesla, in my opinion, looks like the best one. I gotta be honest. You gotta get above this this middleman here at like 252.
For June, negative 0.3% estimated.
Watch this level here. Watch this level that we're at right now. We gotta break above this, and if we can hold it, then we would look for a move back to like 260, 260.50. And there it goes. Hold on now. Is that lower volume? It is.
Google, ticker GOOG, says partnership with Team USA and NBC Universal to spotlight Google features in Olympic and Paralympic coverage across broadcast, online, and social. That's Comcast and Google, Golf, Oscar, Golf, and Charlie, Michael, Charlie, Sierra, Alpha.
And also because people feel that it's tied in with illegal immigration, which is something I don't even want to go there.
So there's that pullback on Bank of America. If you can get like a 43.80 on that. Dude, what in the heck is going on with my charts? Like, come on. Sorry to yell, guys. I do apologize. I don't mean to yell in the mic. Oh, that's why. That's why. Take that back. That's because the one candle was really, like, it broke out. So, do you guys have any ideas? Alright, DJT. Still holding up. No, like, look at this.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Dude.
There's a better way to get a fast small business.
I do not. I have no idea why they're doing this.
The same day. Your loan is on deck.
I'm Brian Gary, and today we're talking about the biggest misconception there is about replacement windows. I'm here with Ted.
Salo
Okay.
Pharma, shares moving
Gonna
higher,
keep
up
this here.
4%. That's
Time axis. Keep time zoomed in. Apply. Okay. The 15 minutes good. Alright, here we go. Come on, man. Give us something. The volume, I just don't like the volume on this. I gotta be honest with you. The volume is just garbage. Right now, at least. It's just garbage, in my opinion.
Well, besides being a full-service replacement window division of Anderson, we're the company people tend to call when they're particularly
It's just not very good.
Shares of Coleman,
Coinbase is doing pretty nice. That's a nice pullback right into the level.
Kilo, Oscar,
And let's see if we can try to extend higher.
Corporation.
fail. So we don't hire these jack-of-all-trades installers that do gutters and siding on the side. Our window installation teams do our windows year in, year out, and have done thousands of them.
Anytime a homeowner has to deal with
Oh, Apple, guys. Apple's really pulling back.
Yeah, with other companies, if there's an issue, the manufacturer blames the installer blames the manufacturer. With us, there's no finger pointing or blaming each other. We're both the installer and the manufacturer.
Ted, is it easy for a homeowner to get hired?
Very easy. We'll come out to your house, we'll assess your current patio door or windows, and then we'll give you an exact price that's good for an entire year.
Ted, that's great information. Thank you.
Before July 31st, buy one window.
Looks like you're going to look for 258 on Tesla.
40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum purchase of 4.
PPG, Board of Directors approved dividend increase to 16
No
cents per
money
share.
down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months. This offer ends July 31st. For a free appointment with Renewal
That's a mean double top, though, too.
918-0808.
Coming up in 1 minute, U.S. leading index month over month for June.
NordVPN. Guard yourself from data snoopers, encrypt your online traffic, and block malicious sites. Get the deal now.
4 years of hard work, 4 years of dedication. Everything comes down to this moment.
U.S. leading index for the month over month for the month of June comes at negative 0.2%.
I haven't. I heard that it was going higher. They said, I think they said it was going higher, right?
Positive 0.1%.
It's consolidating. Yeah, it's not doing anything. It's just, you know what I mean? It's just sitting here. It could pop. This could be a nice entry long here. Little double bottom. If this holds, just, I would, let's see here.
A third of 1% on the S&P 500. NASDAQ is higher. It's rebounding a little bit. Third of 1% after yesterday's big sell-off. It is still down for the week to the tune of almost 2% so far. Inside the S&P, you've got these cyclicals rallying again. Industrials at the top of the market, along with real estate.
So Tesla is really the only one that I see that has.
They're all up today. Consumer staples having a really strong day yesterday, seeing some follow through today as well. What's lagging? It's actually healthcare, and while technology and communication services are higher today, they are not at the top of the market. NVIDIA's back up, so is Meta.
CCJ pulling back.
Alphabet, all under a little pressure. Take a look at treasuries right now. It's been a story of lower yields. They're a little bit firmer, but still toward the bottom end of the range on the 10.
Salo Pharma shares moving higher, up about 78% now.
All right, so it looks like Nvidia. Man, I don't.
Three movers we're watching. Domino's Pizza, one of the biggest laggards on the S&P this morning, slumping after second.
You know what? Let me fix this. I'm gonna fix this once and for all. Fixing it once and for all.
On the move, beating on the top of
Solar Winds, ticker SWI, U.S. judge dismisses most of SEC lawsuit accusing Solar Winds of concealing cyber risks prior to hacking. The ticker SWI, Sierra Whiskey.
Let's see if that holds. See if that level right there holds on Nvidia.
Meantime, LAI is out on a busy day for macro. Let's get to Rick Santelli. Morning, Rick.
And again, we're looking for the gap. I'm not sure if it will hold. It probably needs a second here.
Look at the fixed income markets, yields moving a bit lower. What's going on?
Yields moving lower right now.
Economic indicators and leading. Where is it leading us? Minus 0.2% for June.
It just doesn't. You see how it just doesn't want to get off of it?
The best number this year was 0, and that was in February. Okay, outside of that, and that's not really a positive number. You have to go back almost 2.5 years, to February of 2022, to actually find a positive number. So, long and variable lags is a phrase often used to describe monetary policy. I think it's a good descriptor for leading economic indicators. I can see where they're leading us, but it certainly seems to be taking quite a bit of time. Yields virtually unchanged on many of the maturities. This really goes along with the notion that if you blur your eyes a little bit, 2-year note yields are hovering around the lowest.
I like that. I like where that's at.
10-year, the longer maturities since March. Definitely, Sarah is right. There's been a downside pressure we need to continue to monitor, because with 100% of a rate cut coming in September, how much of that is already priced in the yield curve? Sarah, back to you.
Leading economic indicators.
I gotta be honest, guys. I think Nvidia pulls back more. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, I think it pulls back. Let's see, though. I mean, things can change. Feels like one of those days where you're gonna have to, like, find it. You gotta be on it. Oh, Baba. I forgot about Baba. Let's see here. Here we go. That's what we need. That's exactly what we need. That's exactly what we need. All right, so okay, Alibaba just bounced right into the 50-day.
President Lagarde, like Fed Chair Powell, is not pre-committing to a particular rate path right now. They sound very similar.
I gotta get some money on it. I don't have to, because I had such a great week last week, but okay, so look at this flat top resistance here. See if we can take Baba back down to 76, but right now it feels like I don't know if there was any news. So I haven't done my homework on this, and I don't want to get caught lacking.
That's the predicament. The market still sees cuts for this year, but she's definitely not hinting one way or the other, and the euro is just slightly...
I mean, the volume is to the buy side for now.
Saying Apple is in talks to license more films from Hollywood. That's Apple. Ticker AAPL, Alpha Alpha Papa Lima.
Jobless claims did tick up in the week after last week, which was lower, but a lot of people attribute that to the holiday, although Texas was high, and maybe that had something to do with the storm, the hurricane that was there.
Okay, let's do this. Come on, baby, let's go.
People who are on jobless benefits.
Gotta watch that high a day.
Hiring enthusiasm out there, because those numbers are elevated, and actually with the tick up, David, this week, they're at the highest level since 2021. So when we talk about the labor market cooling, I think continuing claims is another chart you can look at to show evidence of that.
Right. And we did tick to 4% unemployment.
4.1.
First time in a while.
Salo Pharma now seeing its first movement to the downside.
I'm trying to figure out what is... Dude, it just went. It just went.
SILO Sierra India Lima Oscar is still up about 70.
All right, so here we go. Let's do this. All right, right now we have gapped up.
X to the NVDA shares moving just off the highs of the day. Ticker NVAX, November, Victor Alpha X-ray, Novavax.
All right, let's look for an entry, guys. Let's do this. Let's try and look for an entry. Again, I'm going for the gap fill. Okay, I'm going for the gap fill. Gonna try.
Districts, and always a good snapshot. The upshot of this one was, so basically half of the districts are still experiencing economic growth, and more
Fed Goolsby says we've had multiple months of better inflation data. The inflation fight is not done, but I feel a lot better. The labor market has been cooling to better balance.
Activity. Here's just some fun tidbits that I pull out of it because I always learn something. New York City.
Guys, I still don't trust this upside move. I'm sorry. I still do not trust the upside move. I mean, it could, you know, again, and I can be wrong. I'm not always going to be correct. I haven't really been watching NVIDIA. But
Although one sort of economic tidbit out of that one was that more New York City tourists are shopping at grocery stores and convenience stores to eat than eating out at restaurants because that is proving very expensive. And then on the sort of stress.
Different picture though from Cleveland, right?
Well, I pulled out, you know, they do a community notes section, just other community color from the different districts. And in Cleveland, it did stand out to me that especially the stress and the low income. Here's just an anecdote from Cleveland. To cope with the increased demand for their services, one
Applied DNA, U.S. Defense Logistics Agency experienced 1-year option period in Applied DNA counterfeit mitigation contract. Share saw pop to the upside now.
all right, so I'm watching 120.50. Figure out what we're going to do here, or what I'm going to do, I should say. 122.50. Yes, I've done a few scalps. Like I've traded the SPY. I think I traded GameStop or DJT. But it's been 2 or 3 small ones. I got into some calls yesterday on the SPY, which I think I can't remember, but that was like 25-30%. Just a nice little quick trade. It might have actually been like 35-40%. I'd have to go back and look. But I'm being patient. Like, and you guys got to understand, the week that I had last week made my month. Right? You know, let the market come to you. I think a lot of people, and listen, I'm not perfect. I need to work on it. It's easy for me to say that. I had such a good week last week that it's easy for me to be patient and to not be worried. You know, it's those days where you feel like you got to do something, and you have to understand, you have to let the market come to you. Like, again, remember, we have Netflix. We have Taiwan Semiconductor. Their earnings are this afternoon. Like, you're getting ready to get the first mega cap tech earnings. So the market is going to be a little quiet, along with the fact that we had a big move yesterday. So the market may just like cool down a little bit today. And again, listen, I can't trade for you guys. I wish I could. Banks have been an easy trade. And just because I don't trade it, like when I tell you guys, hey, this, if you want to make money, like gold, when gold was down where it was, and banks, you know, this consolidation down here, I know some of you guys weren't with us on that day, but literally that day, this day down here, I said, guys, it's time to go long gold, swing trade it. You know, your risk to reward is there. Even if it doesn't work out, it doesn't matter because you're not going to hardly lose anything. Like, this is where you do it. Stress-free trade. Go out a month or two. It did it not even in a month, you know, so, but which it'll come. So this is where we are understanding where we are in the markets. We have GameStop, DJT, that kind of went off. Like GLD just made this run, so gold will probably cool down a little bit. The overall markets, we're getting ready to get mega cap tech names. It's getting ready to relax a little bit to see if we're going to go higher, lower, in understanding these things. So if there's something I'm missing, like crypto right now. I'm telling you guys, pull back longs for crypto, but you got to buy it in the right place. Like we should have been buying it down here. So, you know, we'll wait on that. But right now we have crypto that's running, and we have banks that are going. Which, again, you have to be careful because that trade, I'm not necessarily saying it's done, but it should start to pull back for a day or two.
Shares of Tesla now at the highs of the day.
What else am I missing? Carvana's. Look at that. Hold on here. Hold up. Let's see here. Watch Carvana here. If you get a pullback on Carvana, it's got some. It doesn't really have that much volume, but you could look for a look at that gap fill up there at 144. That could be a little trade there. Rivian broke down. Okay, here we go. Once again, bounce backs in the 17. All right, so go out a few weeks if you're trading options. Here you go. You have room to 16, taking profits in front of 1647, 1650, and look for a move down to $16. Look for a move down to $16. Hold on one second. Hold on one second here. Yeah, I would look for 16. I mean, you do have a gap fill here. Yeah, you broke the gap, so I would look for a move back down lower. See if you get some volume to come in here on Rivian. That could be a nice trade here. That could be a nice trade. Here it goes. Be careful with Rivian. You want to get that bounce back. Tesla's going. Fucking knew it, man. Fuck. I don't think Tesla moves that much today, so be careful. I mean, listen, I don't know it all, but that's just my opinion. I don't think it moves that much because we're already at the top end of that range. You might get a little pullback up here at 254.69, 254.70, and then it bounces again. Like, you know, I would target the top end of the range at 260, which isn't a bad move, but dude, come on. Notice the candles and volume are getting lower there. NVDA. Let me go over here. Alright, so the SPY's pulling back into 559. Could look for along there. I didn't write it down, did I? I didn't. The Qs are still lacking. They're still just... Of course you pulled back NVIDIA, of course. Of course you would. Okay, so check this area out here on the SPY. Alright, you got room to 260. It's got room to 260. It's got to hold this level though. I wouldn't be in a hurry to trade. You know, because there's... Once again, because you have Netflix and Taiwan Semiconductors, you're going to get your first look into a mega... a large cap, like mainstream, mainstream, pretty big deal semiconductor company. You're going to get Netflix, the first mega cap tech name. So be careful out there. That's all. Just be careful and just understand what's going on. You know, just understand like these type of things that I tell you guys. It's just good for you guys to remember them, or like, you know, to get some insight on how to trade and like when you come into the day, understanding, all right, what's at hand, what's going up, what's going down. You know what I also didn't look at? XOM, guys.
They don't have the same kind of earnings
I didn't look at XOM. Let's go look at the heat map, see if we can see what's moving.
and they don't have the same kind
I
of
haven't looked at GameStop. Well, I did, but I didn't.
higher interest.
Alright, so industrials, CAT,
Is any of that changing?
some insurance, asset management,
When you look at the Russell 2000 example as half the tech weight of
building products, real estate, Tesla, healthcare is pulling back. Why is this like this? They've changed the... I don't like that.
what you get is a more economic sensitive picture.
So healthcare used to be up here, and they moved it over here. Bro, why did they do that? I don't like that at all. Healthcare used to be up here in this top right box. Oh, that's not cool, bro. But everything else has changed. So they changed consumer cyclical and consumer defensive. Pinterest. Look at Pinterest.
You go forward in terms of the trade talk and around tariffs. I think they're less exposed to tariffs. And so
Look at that pullback on Pinterest, guys. Pinterest. Pins. Oh, you had the 50-day right there. And that's previous resistance level. Support and double top. Damn, that daily chart does look like it has room, though. Wow. Okay, so you have a double top here at $42.89, $43. Support level.
Ford rises 2.3%. Plans to pivot from.
Oh, fuck, I forgot about this. This is a trade. This is a trade. If we were patient and if I remembered to bring it up to you guys, this is where we could have been. Right? These are the trades we want. We want these type of trades. Trades that have volume, a catalyst that are going to give us the momentum and follow through for an intraday trade. And I apologize that I forgot to bring this up. I do apologize. Shit. That probably paid a good 80 to 100%. I don't know. Don't quote me on it, but I wouldn't be surprised. See, some people don't understand that, like, some of these names, people don't know that they pay a lot, especially if you trade options. And they're pretty liquid. Bro, Ford is breaking out. Alright, so we have a gap fill. Okay, so look, pullbacks. What I would look for here on Ford, if we can get a nice pullback, I would look to take this to $15. Oh no, hold on. That's a big... That's a double top up there. Alright, I take that back. Never mind. Sorry. Alright, here's Tesla coming in with some volume. Yo, this volume is so mixed. So the 1 minute shows some oh, that's why, because there's that tail up there and I wasn't watching it.
When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair, done well. Emergency plumbing, done well. So the next time you have a project, join the millions of homeowners who use Angie to care for their home. Get started at Angie.com.
I feel like I am forgetting something. That might have been resistance. Okay, Baba's pulling back here. Alright, I might go for this. I may go for this.
Customized investing tools. Become a smarter investor and get pro now at cnbc.com/getpro.
76. Fuck! Come on, man! Don't do it! Not yet! 3,000. There's 9,000 up. Fuck!
Ardent Health, ticker ARDT, IPO for the day, indicating price of 50.
Alright, now I gotta figure out where I'm gonna enter this. Gotta figure out where I'm gonna enter this.
Romeo
So I'm looking at Alibaba right now. See if we can get a pop into like 77.87. See if we can get a bounce back into VWAP. Okay, there is a little support level here at 77.46. Man, this thing doesn't have hardly any volume. It's not going to give us the entry point. It's, like, I wanted to be short up there at that 50-day and $78.
Despite a beat on the top and bottom line for the second quarter earnings, the company also raised its full year guidance. Jim is back. He's got a special guest who is at.
Let's go look at United Airlines. I think had earnings, right? Yeah, it's above the 100-day. Let's see. Again, I think mega cap tech is yes, it has been breaking down, and I mentioned this morning, this is a good area in my opinion to buy Google. This is what I talk about with the Nancy Pelosi trades, right? If people are not buying leaps or whatever, what have you, because their opinion is, oh, the market's got to go lower, but then 2 weeks later they say, oh, they have insider trading, but didn't buy stocks or go long at discounted prices. Look at this flat top resistance. You have the 50-day moving average right in here. So in front of 180, you probably have some pretty nice orders there. All right, but the Qs are weak. Let's not, be too, it's not, things aren't safe right now. This is a nice rejection point off of yesterday's low. So you probably battle that. You got to ask yourself, is it worth it? You know what I'm saying? Somebody that's up here selling this trade up here, and they're selling it down here. That's where the real trade was. But again, I didn't go into the week. Last week I had a great week. I didn't go into this week thinking about swing trades because of earnings. But we did get some nice follow through downside. So now I would look for. See, I don't think that's going to happen, right? You know how many people are going to go short right now? And it's not going to reject here. It's going to reclaim it. Yesterday's low, right? Yesterday's low. You're bouncing into it. One would think, oh, let's get short. And look for the pullback into 180, 179. I don't think it's going to be that easy. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that happens. I would look to take Google probably back to the 20-day. I wouldn't even trade it. I'm just going to be honest. I wouldn't even trade it because it could trade sideways here. I do want to watch Alibaba, though. I do want to watch Alibaba. Because I think we could get some room on this. I think there's room here. Or could be, at least. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but this looks like a meaty trade. Right, getting a pullback into 76. Does not have the volume, but I think if we bounce back, if we can bounce higher, then that could bring it in for us. Shit, man, never mind. It's not. All right, I'll take that back. I guess I'm not going to watch Alibaba. So, like, when I go through and look at that technical analysis, it's like I'm seeing two sides of the trade. Maybe I'll give it a shot. If I can get a bounce back up into here, I'll give it a shot and see what happens. But I don't really trust it. I got to have trust in it. All right, let's look for Tesla downside. NVIDIA bouncing back. It also doesn't have the buy side volume to keep it going. Yes, I did bring up Intel. The Dow is going higher. Intel. There we go. All right. So here we go. So this, you guys, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I was looking at Intel.
British American Tobacco, ticker GTI.
Look for that
Bloomberg
200-day
estimates
moving
its
average.
nicotine
We're up
market will pay
4.5% right
percentage
now.
boost e-cigarettes, spike up about 1.2%.
You have a resistance point here.
Bravo, Tango
This
Lady.
thing is so overdone. Just watch your 200-day right there.
The decision to how to feed a premature baby in the NICU is really up to the neonatologist and the specialist, okay? How to use infant formula, when to bring infant formula in conjunction with human milk. That's all decisions that are made by the specialist. And we provide that specialist with all the information that they need to make the right decision and the right treatment decision. So this is a standard of care product.
So I was looking at this for a few reasons, right? The Dow started to outperform again. I was noticing NVIDIA, AMD, not necessarily AMD, but NVIDIA bouncing back. And I said, okay, Intel, it's a Dow name. If semis can bounce back, then we would look for that bounce back on NVIDIA. Like that like added up to be like a nice trade for NVIDIA, for Intel.
That they're aware of this situation and that they take action to ensure that there is a safe, continuous supply.
Senior report from Bloomberg, Dorsey's Block plans to shut his Cash App platform in the UK. That's ticker Square
Arm.
Block SQ.
So I think people are wondering if it's just 9 million, why don't you just pull it? And why is your situation?
See, nothing really wants to move, in my opinion. At least I haven't found something that's moving. Like, is there any news? Does anybody know of any news or anything that has, like, momentum? Like, okay, we found Intel. Intel is one. Intel is one. Fucking Baba, guys. Look, it's falling out of bed. Baba's falling out of bed. God damn it, man. Fuck. If you want to be long Chewy, I would look here to be a buyer at 27. Look for a long from 27.20 to 27.80, 28. It's like a 20-cent range there. Fucking Baba. Sorry for the language again. I do apologize, but look at that. It never gave me the bounce. Never gave us the bounce back to VWAP. Look at it. It's going down to low a day. Going to go try and make a new low.
Well, I thought about you when the President Trump, not President, yeah.
Shares of Silo Pharmaceuticals now up about 86%. That's SILO, Sierra, India, Lima, Oscar.
I'm still here. I just... Damn it, man. It's frustrating. I don't think this trade's over. I just... Like, you see how it's giving you the momentum here? I should have taken it up at the 50-day. So, today, if we would have taken this, let's go look, right? If we would have taken this trade, I'm going to show you guys something. At the 50-day there, we'll say 10.11. So if we go here,
United Health Group at the all-time highs at 580.41 per share. UNH Uniform November Hotel.
We were founded by an American doctor, headquartered here in the United States. So any administration
okay, 10.11. Oh, which was the low, 29 cents, so 30 cents. And you're at 45, 46. That's 50%. That's a 50% trade just right there.
before the TCGA was spent overseas. Once the TCGA in place, 65.
I don't know much about that one. That's got some nice volume to the downside though. It's got really nice volume. Alright, GameStop. Looks like GameStop.
I think it's nuanced. I don't think it's just a simple, one or the other. I think it's nuanced.
Looks like GameStop might try and give it up too. Dude, I really need to clean my charts up. desperately.
Large pharma companies are putting up that kind of number.
They're so bad.
Well, I could say within our peer group that we looked, Jim, on our size, $40 billion of revenue, growing 10%, and we've been doing it now for a couple of years, you know, excluding COVID.
Look at that beautiful double bottom on GameStop. That's a beautiful double bottom. So for anybody that's looking to trade GameStop or even just having it on their radar, keep an eye on 27 and watch if that continues to be support. And if you notice that it keeps it like won't break 27, then have you looked at Google today? BRO. Then you know, watch the volume, and if it continues to hold, you could see a run off of 27 on GameStop.
10B versus the 27B estimate.
Brown and Brown. Insurance. DJT. That's funny that that's a ticker. So DJT once again is still holding up. It's still holding this level like to a T. That's somebody's gonna give up. One of them's gonna give up. I missed Tesla short, didn't I? Maybe. All right, so let me go here. 31 hour. Yeah, see, like Tesla today, guys, be careful because you're at like this point where it may not move. Like you may just sit between 248 and 255. All right, NVIDIA. NVIDIA just can't do anything. Dude, if NVIDIA could get down to 105, that'd be something else. Is that 115?
AI says GPT-4o Mini is now available as a text and vision model in the Assistance API, Chat Completions API, and Batch API. That's MS-17, Microsoft, Michael, Sierra, Foxtrot.
Microsoft. Yes, that's exact. I think that's exactly it. Okay, look, the SPY just busted down. Hold on, something's going on here. So here we go. Something's going on here. Something's going on, guys. We got some action. We got some action here. Let me look. Okay, several top Democrats privately tell Axios the rising pressure of party congressional leaders, close friends, will pursue Biden to drop out of the presidential race. Look, beat them. So I don't know if that's the reason why the market pulled back like that, though. Microsoft pulling back. NVIDIA's notice semiconductors holding on here. So does this mean mega cap? Like, look at Meta. Is Meta going down? Apple. Why I'm looking at Apple, Microsoft, Meta is because you got to understand if the market would pull back off of, you know, tougher restrictions possibly on those companies. Snowflake's pulling back. I should have shorted this thing, man. I still probably could. This thing might have some room back down the... Fuck.
United Airlines CEO says appears domestic industry capacity growth will moderate by roughly 5 points by Q4 compared to Q2. That's coming from the conference call UAL. Uniform.
Dude, Microsoft is getting hammered.
S&P 500 futures still
hammered.
lower now at negative day, slightly down, still trading.
Dude, look at Microsoft the past few days. It's gotten slaughtered. All right. Thinking about Tesla to the downside here. There's so much indecision on this name.
Vulcan, ticker VLCN, now is at the highs of the day, up about 8%. That's VLCN. Victor Lima, Charlie November.
Do I know? Hold on one second. Oh, you're good, bro. You're good, man. I thought so. I figured that's what you were getting at. Look, those BABA puts, guys, are 100% for anybody that took them. There you go. And they were about 30 cents or so. Now they're up just under 100%. Look at that trade. I can't believe I fucking missed it, man. That's why being patient is important. That trade came to us. We were patient. Again, I was just trying to get this bounce back here to get us like maybe a bounce back to VWAP at 77.78, and then look for the lower day test. It never gave it to us. So those contracts, 30 cents, 35 cents, you're at just under 60. They were tighter. That's because it just moved and bounced, so the spreads widened up a little bit there. But I think this thing has room. I'm going to be totally honest with you. I think it has some room. That could be a little cup and handle, actually. Look at that. But that's not an increase on... You guys see this? That could be a cup and handle. What do you guys think? Look at that. What do you guys think? You guys think that's a cup and handle or what? It just does. It even has the little hook there, like it should. And a nice tight price action to the downside, low volume, and then you look for the rip higher. Bro. Uh-oh. I wonder if Baba's about to rip.
It's no accident, right? I mean, J.D. Vance is in touch with a group of conservative populist intellectuals who call themselves...
Who knows? Keep an eye on that. But again, if it isn't, then, you know, this area is going to have to hold. That area is going to have to hold. Down here at $77 flat, $77.04. If you see $77.04 hold, then watch out. Let's see.
Trump Media and Technology now positive on the session. Was trading lower earlier. Now about 0.7%.
Okay, 100-day moving average. 76. DJT again, holding up all right. Still just rigorously holding this level. Still just holding, double bottomed at 36. Let's see if it starts to break out today. It doesn't have that much volume at all today, but keep your eye on it. GameStop.
Cash App in the UK to close on September 15th.
Cash App is closing. Wait. So they're closing Cash App? Have you guys heard that before? Was this news? I mean, I heard it. I heard something about this earlier. So they're going to close Cash App? To shut down its Cash App platform in the UK. Oh, just in the UK. Yeah, that's cool. Nobody needs it anyway over there. They don't use that shit. No, I'm just playing. Just kidding. Just kidding. That sucks because that could, oh, fuck. That could mess with, and again, I do apologize for cussing. I do apologize for cussing. How's everybody's day going? NVIDIA, you're kidding me, you fucking jerk off. As I say, as I apologize for cursing. Look at NVIDIA, you're kidding me, bro. You're fucking kidding me. You fucking assholes. You fucking assholes.
There's no way to fake how Upwork can help your business. Upwork is half the cost of our old recruiter, and they have top-tier talent and everything from PR to project management. Because this is how we work now.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors.
Double, triple top up there.
You can use the free calculator at abacuspays.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate plan.
Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first.
See if this holds.
Get the real value from your life insurance.
I'm gonna miss Tesla too if I keep watching this. Keep bouncing back. Well, never mind, because Tesla doesn't really have anything. Bro, that's such bullshit, man.
Seeing another report from that same
Sorry,
report,
I'm not gonna catch them all.
saying privately acknowledges mounting pressure in bad bulls.
You got massive support down here.
Report on Axios that
Massive support down here.
dropping out as soon as this week.
117.50 is the first target. The second target's 115 on NVIDIA. The Qs are still yanked, just ripping to the downside. Alright, so
Seeing a report from Bloomberg suggesting Houthi leader vows escalation in the Indian Ocean, Mediterranean.
okay, that's what it's for. Watch 475. Watch 475. I mentioned this. So you guys remember me mentioning this yesterday? I said before you know it, the SPY and the Qs could be down 15, 20 bucks in just 2-3 days, and you're like, damn, where did the market go? All right. So they're applying the pressure. They are applying the pressure. Give me 1 second. Do you think DJT? I'm still sitting on DJT puts with expiry of next Thursday. Strikes 40 and 38. Only like 10% profit. Because I would be you're in the money, right? So just I would give it a minute. I mean, unless let me see. I necessarily can't tell you what to do. Gary Gensler would get mad at me for that, but I mean, I thought you already took some off. Yeah, I would lighten the load. You have to, because anything could happen, right? Just like the pop, it can pop. You know, anything can happen. It can rip to the upside, to the downside. I would personally just take a piece off and continue to hold it. I mean, you're in the money. I don't know. Oh, here's the thing. See, here's what people have to start understanding is, I don't know when you bought them, but you're $2 in the money, and you're only up 10%. So you paid 1, 2, 3, and you're up 10%. Damn, you paid like 3, 4 times. You paid probably 4 to 5 times what you should have. And that's why this is why being patient and like, you know, when like if somebody asks me, have I made a trade or anything, you know, I'll let you guys know. And I know it's not because you're like, you know, forcing me to trade or anything. It's just, this is why it's important to like be specific on when you take positions on options, because you are $2, $3 in the money. With a week to go and you're only up 10%, you should be, technically, you should be up at least 100%. But because I'm pretty sure when you bought them was probably up here or something when the IV was crazy. So what I would do is, like, this is good, right? You know what this consolidations do? This is why you guys, listen, you guys, I urge you guys, just please line up a one-on-one with me. line up a one-on-one with me. It's the volatility and the theta, or really it's the volatility. Like if on day one, like when this thing went a couple days ago, and somebody paid $10, right? Somebody paid $10, not $10, but like $1 for puts. Even $1, even if you paid $1, right? You should still be getting dollar for dollar. Right? So if I paid $1 at 40 cents, I get to 39. I break even. I get to 38. I should have $1 of extrinsic value, and if I paid $1 for it, that means I'm up 100%, and I'm getting dollar for dollar. But I know that's not how much you paid, and you have more time, and you have the time factor. So this consolidation would make it prime for an entry because it's going to calm the stock down, right? Which means the options price are not going to be pricing in a $5, $6, $7, $8 move. I'm just giving an example. Right now, it's going to be pricing in a $1, $2 move. So those option prices and the expected price, the future expected price for that premium is going to start coming down. And people here who bought on that day paid top implied volatility because this thing went from 30 to 48, and then it's like, oh shit, this thing just moved $10, $15. You know, we got to price in like a $10, $15 range from there. So then as days cool off, and it's like, okay, this thing isn't moving, it's not moving, not moving. That implied pressure, that implied volatility comes down. And now they're charging $2, $1 instead of 10, 15. And then here, right, you're only moving $1, so now they're charging 50 cents. This is when you want to eat them up, that's all. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So that's just a short story for anybody that is new. Like, that is the... It's not the best example I could give you, but it's an example, right? It's like it's explaining what's going on at hand, right? Underneath the surface. This stock goes $20. Those options are going to price in a $20 move, no matter where it ends up. If it goes from 30 to 50, it's still going to price in from $50, 20, if not $30 move. So, all right, Tesla, I did not short it at the double top, at that double top up here like I should have on that bounce back. This is where I wanted to short Tesla right there, guys. But here I am, you know, just... All right. Oh, well, Biden's not moving... this company, which basically fucking worthless. It's not worthless, though. Because you have to understand, there is a balance sheet there. Even if they bring in, you know, they brought in what, $700 million? Okay? At a valuation of 4, let's just say, I'm going to go with $1 billion. Let's just say I bring in $1 billion. Which really, at the end of the day, if you're bringing in 300 to 400 million every quarter, you're not too far off from just flat out being a $1 billion company. You have to think about the multiple that's on that. If I have a $1 billion company and I put a multiple of 5 on that, that would give me a 5 billion market cap. Right? With a multiple of 5, which is very low. The tech industry right now, the average could be 18 to 28 multiple. So that's 18 to 28. Let's just say 20 times earnings. If you're bringing in $500,000, you know what I mean, a year, even $1 billion a year, not $500,000, I meant 500 million. You know, you're still at a 15, 20 times multiple added up. If you have $1 billion market, if you have $1 billion in revenue and you're a technology company getting a 15 multiple, that's a $15 billion market cap. So really, just like GameStop, it's actually really not that bad. There still is a balance sheet there, and at which that balance sheet is expanding. At what rate? You know what I mean? Just to dumb it down.
Biden's campaign
Is it worthless? No, it's not worthless because it is a product at the end of the day. There are people that will use it, you know, whether we know people that use it or we don't. I don't know anybody, but I know that there are people that use it, so there are some you know, future earnings there. You know, whether it's a dump or not. It's really not that bad. If you want to see bad, go look at Canadian pot stocks. That's bad. There's not even a company there, right? Like Nikola, you know, that was bad. You know, DJT at least has a person behind it. They have money. They can always market with other people. So there is an opportunity there. And there is, you know, a balance sheet. Yes, they have debt, but there is a balance sheet there at the end of the day. Is it a good stock? Would I own it? No, I wouldn't. But right now, with this technology, with semiconductors, and the thing is too, is the sentiment on which, you know, the tech sector in and of itself is trading at a crazy multiple right now. All right, NVIDIA, what are you gonna do, bro? All right, what time is it? It's 11 o'clock. Let's see here. I gotta find an entry. I gotta find a trade here, guys. I don't have to get anything going. I don't want to give any money back, but I would like to, is what I'm saying. I would like to.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this week game? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this. Goal for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit. Featuring
Come on, hurry up. Okay, watch this level here on the Qs, guys. Watch 481 or 482. 481.90.
NAS Technology shows moving higher, up about 34% at $7 per share. That's NAAS November Alpha Sierra.
comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
Seeing a report from Reuters, Exxon confirms Juliet, Illinois refinery lost power during a tornado earlier this week. That's XOM, X-Ray, Oscar, Michael.
Alright, XOM. There was a little news there. And again, look at these energy names. So if you guys are looking for a swing trade, that pullback in the prior day's high was a pretty nice long there. You're already at 119. So you got another $1 or $2 to go on Exxon. What do we got? Do you know what DJT revenue is? It is lost more than $300 million in the first quarter, which that's not bad though. $300 million isn't. It sounds like a lot of money, but their revenue again was right around $700 million, just under $1 billion in revenue, right? Wasn't it? Yes, they have $300 million in debt, but if you're bringing in $700 million, that's a difference of, you know, whatever it is, 4. There's 400 there, positive growth. I mean, again, you got to remember all the people that will, you know, kind of do what he says. Listen, I'm voting for the guy, but I'm not going to sit there and just be, you know, I'm not the type of person that will just get, like, I drink the juice per se. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was 700. I thought it was 700 million in total revenue. I'm pretty sure it was 700 million from their last earnings. Again, I could be wrong. Well, that would be. Hold on. Damn it.
So analysts are forecasting 16.4% revenue growth, accelerating from last quarter, and they're also projecting 44% growth in earnings per share. Now, after last quarter, the company's 9 million subscribers.
Yeah, revenue. Oh yeah, that's bad.
4.8 million new subscribers.
Yep.
Though the company, which is stopping
Oh yeah.
subscriber numbers next partly on ads, and analysts are largely bullish. 60% of analysts have a buy
Yeah,
rating,
that is bad, buddy.
36% have a hold rating. Loop Capital reiterating its
Cintas Corporation executive says expect
Um,
margin pressure on fire protection business from SAP implementation in FY25. That's coming from their conference call on CT.
I think if they wanted to, they could. They could get this thing to do a lot better if they would go ahead and spend the money and really kind of do what like X is doing and be like an all-out like one platform where you have AI like image generation or like an image generator. You have a source of AI and you can collect a monthly revenue. And I know that they're probably thinking about that and maybe even trying to like live streams and like all kinds of stuff. So I think with the presidential debate, they probably aren't working on it again. Listen, they're business guys. It is what it is. It is capitalism because if they're able to bring in some income, what does that do for other people and other businesses? It helps provide them income, and that's actually what I started this stream out with. Was by doing that and starting something and doing something, you're gonna and a lot of people don't know this, but you're gonna help raise the living standard, right? By starting a business, creating revenue, and being able to do things where you are collecting money that also gives back to different businesses and where you spend your money and collectively helping bringing people's living standards up, right? Helping you guys be able to learn how to read these markets correctly. That's a beautiful reversal. Look at that. Regaining prior day's low, prior day's close. Let's go. That was a mean reversal there. Let's go, guys. Let's go. So this is why being patient is important. Patience, young guys. No, again, I keep saying that because that was my weekly goal this week, was to be patient. We still have that gap fill. I'm thinking about swing trade. I wonder if a swing trade would be worth it. Again, Netflix could send this thing higher. Could send it lower, but it could send it higher. Because you would think, I don't know. I think like Netflix does do kind of good in these type of times because it's a business that doesn't cost much. Like a person doesn't have to pay much, to do business with them. Tended to be a good business, but to be a way of circumventing campaign funding laws. See, it's really not though, because you got to understand that's what these guys do. They start companies. It has nothing like you see, people forget. All right, like he doesn't, like, he's almost 80 years old. He doesn't have to do this stuff anymore. All right, he doesn't have to do this anymore. And these guys get together because they have money. I'm going to tell you guys right now, it has nothing to do with campaign and funding. What it does have to do with is knowing you're a person that could help other people. How do they help other people? Think of all the guys and girls that are tech, that are engineers, that are in here on day after day, getting a paycheck and coding, having equity in it, and starting something with his name on it. It's like thinking that you're just gonna like funnel money through this, that, and the third. You don't have to do that. You don't have to create a business, uplist on the NASDAQ, because the fees from the SEC and the NASDAQ and all the things you have to do for that, to hire lawyers, hire accountants, it's not worth it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the idea that you're going to start a company to funnel money on the and have it uplist on the NASDAQ. I mean, you're talking lawyers that are expensive, that charge for every email, every phone call, right? Not even just hourly filling out forms. The SEC money, right? Because it costs money for these forms that you have to fill out. You make changes. You have to pay to file those changes. You have to pay the lawyer to make sure the paperwork's correct. You have to pay the accountant. You have to pay the people to build it. Like, so that type of idea just shows that, like, it's just like that people haven't really actually thought that full process out. Because if it was about funneling money, there's a completely cheaper route where the funneling part would actually make sense. You wouldn't even be able to funnel money. I just want you guys to understand that it is expensive. It is very expensive to have a company and be uplisted. Just in the part of filing and being lawyered up. That's all. I just want you guys to, like, you know what I mean, think about that aspect. Because it's going to cost you money. It's not going to save it. Like, that's just a fact. The capital markets are very expensive. This is an expensive field. Alright, so Tesla just broke out, guys. So here we go. That double top may not be intact. What did I target this morning? Fuck, I didn't write it down. We're going to look for, let's see here. I got to use the restroom real quick. Let's look for 260. Let's see if we can get a move back to 260 here on Tesla. I'm still a little hesitant on this. Still a little hesitant. And let me see here. Let me see. Tesla. Oh fuck. I'm upset about that Baba trade. I'm upset about that Baba trade. All right, guys. I have to use the restroom real quick. I'm looking at the 260 calls right now. Let's see here. I know I'm paying up for them. What are we up? 2.3%. The volume, guys. I just don't trust this volume. I got to be honest with you. I got to be honest. This could still be an inverse, somewhat of an inverse head and shoulders.
Right? So I think it's an accelerant to what's going on. I think there's no doubt about it. What I would be aware of is the possibility that the market gets a little bit too certain in the short term about any particular outcome. Not just with the election, but with the election, with the Fed, with the fact that the Fed's going to be doing optional cuts. You know, all of these things that we feels like we've just come to a place of a pretty widespread agreement on a handful of these elements, and it all feeds into one type of trend. Isn't our earnings going to decide whether this rotation moves on or not? I mean, the mix of upside and downside.
So, I was just thinking about something. Let me go here real quick. 3-minute Tesla. Boom, boom, boom. All right, so guys, I'm going to target 257.50. All right, I'm targeting 250 prior day's high. I'm going to target prior day's high with Tesla. Just the volume's falling apart here. Damn it. It's going to go. Let's see. I'm going to be patient. So let's do something here. I want to do something really quickly. All right, we're going to have some fun here. Let's see here. Sorry. Let me move this. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Man, I wish I bought that reversal.
DJT Technology just off the highs of the day, up 1.8%.
So let's do this real quick. Let's see. Just an idea. No, come on.
Shares of Castle Sciences, the upside slightly above the high of the day, at about 10%, 11% up. That's SABA, Sierra Alpha, Victor Alpha.
Although the index did close lower yesterday. What's behind the most recent rally, and what are the best names to buy in the space? Joining us this morning, BofA Securities Head of U.S. Small and Mid Cap Strategy, Jill Terry Hall. Jill, we are grateful to have you today.
So look there. So the entry fee just for a NASDAQ uplist is about 50 to 75,000, but
Technology now seeing a
SPAC is 80,000, which includes a 5,000 application. See, like, so there you go. These are your application fees. These are $5,000, and this is the same for the SEC. That was the NASDAQ. If you go file forms for the SEC, let's see, all other applicant members to NASDAQ will be assembled, non-refundable. So there's your application fee was $5,000 for the NASDAQ. There's $2,000 for the application fee for the SEC, and that's not including the lawyer to do it, the accountants to do it, to have the people that you need in place. They want you to have the board, like with HR, all this stuff. And then other forms that you guys have, that they have to fill out, the Q2s, the K9s, all that stuff. That shit costs 8, 10, 15, 20,000. You know, it can get expensive. It can get very, very expensive. So I just want people to really think about some of these things when they, you know, think that, like, you know, the reason why they do it is because they're businessmen. It's what they do. They start businesses because they know, you know, like I said, like, because I know them and I know how some of these guys are. I don't know Trump and them. Never met them. Never met any of them. But I do know some, been around at least, consistently, you know, some doers, right? Some pretty powerful people where, you know, the senator of Delaware, governor of Delaware is at the 4th of July parties, the Christmas parties and stuff. So, you know, I kind of like know how these guys operate. It's just what they do. They build businesses because it employs people. Like, and these people like attempt to make money together, you know? And it's like, it's like, would you rather give it to the government or, and you want to grow your wealth. At the end of the day, you want things in life. You have to, and to keep up with inflation, you have to continue to do things, whether it's building restaurants, you know, doing all kinds of things. So this is, I just see it. It's just what these guys do, right? And as far as Trump, he's been a real estate mogul his whole life. He's got some money that they're trying to take, obviously, and he is around the type of people that they want to generate revenue. They want to start businesses for themselves, for their families, and for their friends, and, you know, for the people that are around them. They employ a lot of people, and that's why I love the United States, and this is why we're one of the best countries. And when we have governments go after them and penalize them and demonize this idea of big corporations and greed, guys, they're not greedy. Like, the fact that Apple and the CEO make what they make will build a business around the world that generates X amount of dollars. Like, there's plenty enough to go around, you know, and I get it. You know, there are greedy people out there. I'm not saying that there isn't, but, you know, I don't know. But anyway, back to that, you know, that's just my take. Again, that's my take because I've seen it, and there's a pattern there with these type of people. It's what they do, right? They're businessmen. This is what they do. It's what they know, right? Because if they don't do it, who does it? And then where's that lawyer going to keep, you know, that lawyer and that accountant, and, you know, these people need jobs. So they're like, okay, let's put our money together. We'll try to start this business. We'll see if we can get it going. Because I don't like what's going on over here. Let's make a change. And they put the people together to do it, and they try to build it. DJT, that's right. I'm sorry, DJT. Let's see here. Okay, so that's a nice increase in volume here. I wonder if we can get... We never really filled that gap, guys. I mean, we did get up to $40. Let's see here. I wonder if we're going to get a nice pop. If we do, I will try to get short. I think we need a gap fill. That's what we need to be looking for on DJT. And the 50-day moving average. So, let's see. We might be able to take a long. If you are up, also applies to company executives and board members. Yeah. Says Trump can't sell or transfer. Yes. Yep. I know there's two different ways as far as like the lockups and stuff like that. Like there is like like when you uplist, you can do lockups or no lockups. Like I know there's two different kinds. There's like one with a lockup and there's one with no lockup. But that's like DraftKings. I got out before their lockup. Sold majority of the stuff that I had and bought back later on. So if you're up 10% or wherever you are, if I were you, I would take profit. Again, if I were you, because we are facing an opportunity that if this thing goes back to 40 and fills this gap up here, if we go test prior high, this gap fill, 50-day moving average, you don't want to be back. You know what I mean? You don't want to be up some money, and then there's nothing worse than a green position going red. You'll really kick yourself in the ass. At least I do. I kick myself in the ass, and I get really frustrated that I let myself, not take 15, 20, 10%, at least some of it off the table. Because at the end of the day, we have to manage risk. Because Russia could do something right now in Ukraine or Korea or something could happen and like out of nowhere you just see a limit order all across the board and you're like, oh shit, what the hell happened? In this case, it would help you. It would help you because you're short on DJT. But anything can happen. Anything can happen. I want to keep my eye on Tesla, guys. It just feels like it's moving so slow. GTLB. Alright, so GitLabs just doesn't seem to want to hold 100. I'm going to watch this previous area here. I'm trying to see if I can find a trade to take into tomorrow. Again, it's one of these weeks. I'm not worried about it. It is frustrating when we have slow weeks, but I knew once we're getting ready to come into earnings and having Netflix and TSM and stuff on board, I wasn't expecting much out of the markets. Let's go look at the Qs. Alright, so the Qs reversed again. Unbelievable. Alright, so this is the level I would look for on the Qs. This, like, drop, rip, drop, like, this is insane. Wow, so we never did hold above 482. I think you could see a flush here, guys. I'm looking for a move back down to 475 on the Qs. That's your next support level. So if you turn 480, 479 into resistance, I would look for a move back down to 475. I think they're giving it up. We're only down 0.6, so what I'm going to do is QQQ. Damn, they want so much for these, bro. And the volume is super light. I'm not going to be able to get it. I'm not getting it. Damn it. GameStop pulling back, they're saying. Okay, here we go. Big sellers on G. Okay, we broke 27. GameStop broke 27, guys. Let's take this. Let's hammer this thing down. Let's go. Let's hammer this thing down. That's some nice volume there. Let's hope it stays. Damn, that's so far below, though. Fuck. I hate that I'm missing these moves. Like I missed Baba. Alright, let's see if Tesla pulls back with the Qs. And the SPY. I can't see the chat if anybody's trying to type in the chat. You have to give me a second. Okay, so the support level for the SPY is at 554. And if you break 554, you look for a move back down to 552.
Seeing a report from
They
Biden's
explain life
campaign
insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
Joe Biden is his party's nominee. He's the president of the United States. He is running for re-election. Basis
You see how
from anonymous sources isn't a scoop. Tonight, a convicted felon will talk about how he'll make people's lives worse if he gains power. Let's focus here. That's Joe Biden's
a
campaign.
convicted felon? Bro, just saying that about somebody when you let your son run around and fucking snort crack or smoke crack and snort coke off prostitutes' tits and do all this other shit, but yet you want to point your finger. This is what I'm talking about Biden, guys. He shows himself. Remember all that shit he talked about, a dictator, this, that, and the third? A dictator doesn't leave office. Isn't that what he's doing? Like, this is the two-faced shit that I talk about. This is why I do not like him. I do not like him as a person. He does not have your interest or my interest at hand. He wants to strip us of our guns. He has this idea that it's the government's job to cradle you and I from birth to death. That's not the case. He's got to go. Not to mention, he's a little dirtbag. He's a dirtbag that really, has done a lot of shady shit. And that's, they're all, for the most part, guilty of it. But the whole reason our jobs got sent over there and semiconductors got sent to Taiwan is because of him and the people that were in office. It's just, we've been down this road. It's just, it hasn't worked. I mean, people think it's worked. Nothing's ever going to be perfect, but I'm not with it. I'm not with it. Because I know what it leads to. It leads to higher taxes, paying for stupid shit that doesn't even need to happen in the first place, and they want us to flip the bill for it. I'm not flipping the bill. The only thing I'm going to flip the bill for is if we're going to keep, if it's going to be not just for this country, but I'm not doing it. This idea that this guy makes personal decisions and knows that there's going to be consequences from it and does it anyway and thinks that we're going to pay for his mistakes? No, I'm good. I'm good. If you're going to give Ukraine a road to NATO, you better be coming up with a deal for Russia too. You're sticking your nose in there and saying you saw his demeanor versus Russia and Putin. When has Russia ever sent nukes or any bombs across Japan or endangered anyone else's lives? Let me ask you guys that. Whether they're corrupt or not isn't the question. They are. All right? They have a few guys that make all the money and keep everybody else poor. So what? That's not my problem. Just the fact that they say all these things about that country. The only country I see doing shit like that is China and North Korea. North Korea is sending missiles over Japan every other day. You guys see it. Just telling it for what it is. It's just like he doesn't even care to write down the pros and cons. And I'm going to say this right now. He had the easiest job ever of a presidency in the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. The easiest job. It was so easy. And what does he do? He fucks it up. Now raise taxes. Not only that, inflation's already high. On top of that, energy prices are going to be high. Now he's decreased the oil reserves that Trump was able to pick up negative, right? And now because he makes personal decisions to go right back to Ukraine, here we go. He sticks his nose into Ukraine. Russia gets involved again. And now here we are talking about raising taxes, funding a war, innocent people dying, Middle East getting money again, starting wars again. That's a fucking fact. That I don't care what anybody says. It's just a fact. It's just a fact. That's a politician for you. It's not just Biden. So don't get me wrong. It's Lindsey Graham. It's a politician that we do not need. Like, we shouldn't have to be flipping these bills for their personal gains and or decisions, and whether they gain something or don't. It's just these stupid fucking decisions that lead to stupid shit. You go to Ukraine and say, yeah, we're going to give you a path to NATO and not you. What do you think's going to happen? Like, come on, guys. What do you think would happen if Mexico or Canada left and went to China and started to go to Russia? What do you guys think would happen? We wouldn't be happy about that, would we? But guess what? You know, we just keep our nose out of the business, and the shit doesn't start from the beginning. You know, we don't go around choosing who we're going to be with and not be with. It's like, did you do something to not be with us? Okay, well, guess what? You just had Osama bin Laden fly 2 planes into our buildings. We still have an issue with you. All right? That's understandable. That is an unprovoked, you know, thing that happened. A provoking is having your son on the board of Burisma and going back to Ukraine, funneling money through Ukraine to you and your personal friends and family through the oil company. Not only that, the other businesses and all the other things you had going on that you were getting money off the top of through China. So when you do that, and then you're like, all right, we're going to put in a person that we think Ukraine should be good with, and we're against Russia because we're going to put this person in and we're going to try to give them a path. No, if you're going to give Ukraine a path, you got to talk about Russia and giving them a path. But no, he despises that and Putin. So guess what? In doing that, there's consequences for that. You got to play it fair. You got to call it for what it is. Put your personal decisions and personal emotions and feelings to a side, which Biden clearly cannot do. Okay? He clearly cannot do that. We have stated in law since the 80s, if Russia comes after you, we will help you. Good, great, grand, wonderful. That is fine. They gave up their nukes. We're gonna stick to our side of the rule. But when you go over there and say, all right, you know, we're going to take you with us, right, on the border of Ukraine, and we're going to start pushing NATO east, and we're going to say, Russia, you have no road or path to get in here, but we're going to gobble up everybody else around you. They're going to feel a little certain type of way. They're going to start feeling attacked. So I'm just saying, it is what it is. There's a reason they invaded with Biden, and there's a reason they invaded with Obama. No other presidency. Bill Clinton and George Bush both were starting to work with Putin. There were really no issues until Obama and Biden. So I want you guys to remember that this even goes back to the 80s and the early 90s and into 2000s when they helped fight terrorism with us. Remember that. When 9/11 happened, Russia was right there too. People seem to forget that, either because they're too young and didn't live in that time or know what that time was like. But there was this like breaking of the communism, like, let's figure out what we can do to work with each other. You can run your country how you want, you know, but, you know, this is what we want to see. This is what we want. What do you want? You know what I mean? That is coming to even grounds, and that is what? That creates peace. That creates not having to raise taxes, not having energy prices skyrocket, draining your oil reserves. God forbid China invades Taiwan. We couldn't pump enough oil fast enough, guys, because now you got to take care of Europe. You got to take care of us. Then you got to fuel the war that is Taiwan and China. Like, he's putting himself in a real pickle. That's a fact. That could be a real pickle. You're real weak right now. They still, from my opinion, or not my opinion, I'm sorry, but I don't know. They may have refilled some of it. I don't know. But you keep going like this. I mean, right now, I'm getting ready to push in my way $4 a gallon. So that tells me they're either trying to come up with the money to refill some of it, or they just haven't done it. And oil is going to remain high. You know why? Because Ukraine keeps taking out some of their oil plants. I mean, every day they're flying drones into them. So there's a scarcity there. China's trying to grow their economy. We're trying to pump for Europe. And again, God forbid, China starts to do something to Taiwan, or you get Japan to take care of as well. Like, shit could get real slippery real quick. And they've drained the oil reserve. So this is what I mean. This is all comes down back to the personal decision that he took upon him and himself to stick his nose back into that business. And he had the easiest fucking job of a president. He could have just went to office, literally did nothing. Said, House Democrats, y'all do what you want. We're just gonna keep things the way it is, and I'll just sign it, yay or nay. Guarantee you, he would have got elected again. Guarantee you. But nope. We got 2 wars. You're getting ready to get a 3rd one. They're already sending the kids from Taiwan that are graduating to the Army Marines. They have to at least serve a year. So, because they know China's they're getting their people ready for China. So, you know, he just fucked up. He could have had a 2nd term. We could have not even been, whether he was with it or not. He could have just let things stay where they were. There wouldn't have really been much to go after them for, is what I'm getting at. They just created a whole bunch of shit that didn't need to be started. Now there's fuel to the fire to get them out of there. You know what I mean? So, but he couldn't do that. He's got old ties with Ukraine. And, you know, there's money there. They were on a mission. So, okay, we'll see. Again, it's a politician. It ain't just Biden either. It's Lindsey Graham. It's a lot of them, guys. You know, so hopefully we get them, you know, hopefully they can go more sooner than later. Just because a lot of that stuff just continues to create hardship for us over here. And it doesn't need to even be happening. It doesn't. It doesn't. We get why NATO was born, but we also don't live in a Hitler era. And we don't have to, like, push this narrative, it's us versus you, and continue to push it west into, you know, the hands of people that when you piss them off, they're going to do something about it. You know, again, and it's more so Biden and Obama and them. Again, Bill Clinton and Bush all worked with them. They fought with us in the Middle East when 9/11 happened in Syria. We fought right next along with Russians. There's videos of it. You know, that's all. That's all I have to say about that. Is that it's just a typical politician doing things that didn't need to be done, and now there's consequences. And now he might lose his job. And the people that work with Biden, his staff, his board, or not board, I should say his cabinet, they're all going to lose their job. Granted, they have boards that they can go back to, and they're still going to be fine and rich, you know, other than like maybe the speaker, right? All of them will have jobs and be all right. But still, you could have had a 2nd term and maybe even waited to clamp down on things on your 2nd term. You guys see right now how he's really trying to do those things because he thinks he's going to lose his job. And he wants to hurry up and lock those things in. And I said this before, is that you really start to see the person on their 2nd term because they can't get elected again. That's when you really start to see them unroll and start to do things that they want to do. Again, I'm just a person where I don't put my personal feelings towards an idea. This is the government. We need to make it. And if I'm in charge, I'm working for the government in the United States and I'm working for the people. So what do? I'm going to make it easy for business. I'm not going to be telling people they can and cannot get married because they're gay. That's going to be up to the person who marries them. I'm not going to tell people that they can and cannot smoke weed. All right? So the fact that it would be illegal, nope, illegal no more. It's not legal or illegal. We will not tell you what you can and cannot do. And guess what? The state's not going to do it either, because if the state asks us for money and they say that you can and can't do something, well, we're not operating that way. If we're telling you that we're not telling you that you can or can't smoke weed or do some certain things, and we'll start having that money that comes in for weed and all these other things when we don't start wars, guess what? We can start funneling that money into places to get people for help for mental health and drug addiction and all the other things that help continuously spread diseases, AIDS, HIV, kids growing up around it. right? And it's just this vicious cycle. But it's going to be hard to do that when, you know, you have some wars going on and energy prices are skyrocketing, and you just create a fucking shit show. And he did it, but himself. He is responsible for what's going on right now, and it's okay. Hopefully he loses his job for it. So your job is to make life easier for people, businesses, small and large. Right? You're supposed to go there. If there's a problem that arises, you have the lawyers, you have people that help fix those things. You know? 5% rate caps. What? Come on. Okay, what happens if inflation spikes back up again and interest rates have to go to 8 to 10%? And the homeowner gets stuck with a building, an apartment, that they can't raise the rents, not including taxes and insurance. They have to raise it by, let's just say, they got a 5 cap. Interest rates are 10. They have to raise it by 5%. That's not including taxes and insurance. That's their break-even price. Now they don't have payroll to pay the people that work for the building and take care of it. So, like, that idea, that's what I'm getting at. The fact that they would go out of their way and tax people, a tax on a $600 payment is ridiculous. That right there shows you he is not for you or me, whether you're rich or poor. You should not have to pay the government, because I should not have to pay the government because I gave you $1,000. Like, it's ridiculous. It really is. So, and then to sit there and say you're going to ban assault weapons. Weapons don't assault people. People assault people. Assault isn't an item. It's not a materialistic thing. Assault is an action done by someone else. So it's an assault handgun, an assault bow, an assault knife. Like, no, assault is an action. And it's not his job to take away from law-abiding citizens. I don't care if you want to have a grenade launcher. If you're a responsible individual, you will have it locked up, and you will only use it in places that are designated to be able to use it. So, again, this is just my opinions. Your job is supposed to be to make it easier for people, and not just people, but innovation. All this stuff stifles innovation and growth. You know, as far as being able to have technological advancements. When you have more, when there's higher taxes and higher fuel costs, higher inflationary environment, that's more money that gets taken away from the research and development, is what I'm saying. And this overburden of saying that the government, you know, I can understand that the government oversees some of these company buyouts, but for the most part, for the government to say, no, you can't buy this company, Amazon cannot buy this robotic company because they're Amazon and they're big. Like, this whole big idea that they can't get too big, but the government can get big, that idea in and of itself is fucked. That shows that they're against you. At least the politicians I grew up with, right? The Bidens, the Lindsey Grahams, you know, the Nancy Pelosi's, right? The same ones that call the other person a communist, but yet is arguing right now his party wants him to leave and he won't do it. Like, isn't that an oxymoron? Anyway, I hope you guys are doing well. Let's keep going through the markets. I mean, I hope it's kind of just, at the end of the day, it comes in as common sense, in my opinion. You know, it comes in as common sense. You go back to Paris Climate Accord, you go back to NATO, you start putting your nose back in Ukraine, you start pushing it east and gobbling up all the countries around Russia, and then tell Russia you have no path, it's us versus you. Okay, that's a problem. That's going to start some shit. Okay? And guess what? You should lose your job for it. Because the only two presidencies in my lifetime have been Obama and Biden. That's it. Bush, Bill Clinton, Trump, they all work together. You know, they didn't go out of their way. They just had common sense. You know, it's 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats. And they didn't invade Ukraine in the late 80s either. So whoever was the president then, you know, Reagan. I thought it was George Bush's dad. I get a little mixed up there. I think it was George Bush's dad. Anyway. So I'm watching Tesla here. We'll see. This thing's just consolidating up above VWAP. I wonder if this could give us a end of the day breakout, guys. I kind of like if Tesla can sit here for a little bit. I kind of don't mind Tesla to the upside. I am a little, you know, here's the thing is on this I'm getting 2 different pictures being painted. I'm getting one that could be bullish and I'm getting another one that could be bearish. So therefore that should be a no trade. I shouldn't even be looking at it. If I don't have, you know, 4 or 5 reasons to be on the side of a trade and can only come up with like 1 or 2 reasons, you know, the direction is probably correct. And this probably has a bunch of indecision, which could mean it can consolidate and just stay right around where it's at. You know, they both will fight against one another. Let's see here. Let's keep going. The SPY just... You know, the SPY is... Guys, it's only down 0.5%. We could see another nearly 2% day. If the Dow starts to go red, guys, which it looks like we could get the banks short on the highs. They have relative strength with them, but IWM. Let's look at Bitcoin. It's just weird that Bitcoin isn't pulling back and the overall markets are. But here's the thing. Bitcoin already did pull back. Bitcoin already pulled back. You know, black man? What? Friends there, Lloyd Austin's name, and calls him the black man. Jesus Christ, you can't make this stuff up. Let's see here. Bitcoin. Alright, so Bitcoin's still hanging out here on the 50. Oh, it's breaking back below the 50-day. On low volume, though. That was a nice area. I wanted to see Bitcoin hold the 50-day. 64, 63,000. Oh, shit. Alright, let's look for Coinbase, guys, if Bitcoin starts selling off. Let's see if you get like a little bit of a sell-off here. And we'll look at Coinbase. Yep, look at Coinbase pulling back. Yep. Again, on these pullbacks, remember, this is a nice buy point. That's a nice pullback, 235 buy. Let's watch the overall markets. What's funny is the IWM's pulling back. So again, I think Bitcoin was a little ahead of the equity market, and the equity markets are doing what Bitcoin did a few weeks ago, about a month ago. Right there was a nice pullback, and it feels like this is the lag effect. Not necessarily lag effect, but like it's just so weird. You hardly ever see the dollar start to pull back, and the markets pull back. Like they usually don't do that together. Alright, so Coinbase. I wonder if I should get long down here, guys, on Coinbase and catch that reversal.
Well, that's why, Nathan, the City House view has been so interesting for so long. I wonder, you know, it's been a pretty busy week of
I mean, I don't want to get cute with this. The market's just selling off.
Electronic Arts shows move to the downside. Seeing Ubisoft report earnings not listed in the U.S. markets.
That's a great question. I've been debating that
Okay, energy's rising.
balance of risks facing the fat
Let's see here. I'm just going through.
ago, it was this just laser-like focus on inflation, and now we've got to worry about inflation and make sure inflation is doing what the Fed wants it to do. We've also got to think about the economy. And
So I missed Alibaba, guys. I really wanted to try to get short this thing. And it's over 100% now. Depending on where you would have got in. If you would have got in there at that like 30, 35 cents, 30-cent area, you're at, in 80. The last person that got filled was at 94 cents, unfortunately. But that would have been a nice downside move, and I fudged up, guys. I fudged up. Just sucks. It's all good. I tried to give that one out to you guys. Let's see, Coinbase. I need to go through here, guys, and just go through charts, because I haven't really had the time to do it. All right, Coinbase. You guys can see here. That's a nice little support level. It's a nice support level, but I think
very fair point, and broadly I agree that 25 or 50 basis points
that
Science shares
unlikely to be a significant determinant of where the
225. Yo, if this thing goes down, that's it. Right into the 100-day. This is why Coinbase is a tough thing, a tough stock to trade. It really is, in my opinion.
rates in a more convincing way with several cuts, that be propagated.
Like, I want to try to buy it here. I just don't think it's time. I think we should buy it at 225, 225.50.
Which would be more important for mortgage rates. I think that is a possibility. So the big question is.
And I feel like this is a low volume pullback. Like, see what I'm saying? Like, you see how I'm like, I am undecided on some of these trades. Like, I can see and come up with just about the same exact, like, I can come up with 3 or 4 reasons to be both long and short. I mean, obviously, outside of, prior resistance, I didn't get a shot to get short up there at 260, 250. So it's all good. We just got to be patient. Let the market set up. DJT and GameStop. Fuck. There's so much. There's so much out here. DJT still just hanging out. Still hanging out. Not going up, not going down. Just staying sideways. One of these are going to give up. One of these they're going to give it up. Like, shorts are either going to have to, like, start, like taking some profit. Like, there's going to be a change here. Oh, look at this. Look at $37, guys. See if we get some... See if we reject 37 again.
What is circle? Circle is what you hope for when life tosses lemons your way. Circle
GME.
is a treat with a sweet kick of confidence. Circle is the effortless energy that gets you in the zone. Circle, available at Walmart and DrinkCircle.com.
Stay tuned to learn more about this limited time offer from Renewal by Anderson.
We all have that list of home improvement projects we need to do. And if
Bless you.
homes, windows, and doors is on that
Bless
list,
you, boo-boo.
we want to know that it's going to be
Bless you, Bean. Hi. And my Kiki. And my yo mama girl. No, that's not good. No, no, no. It's not good, boo-boo. Come here. I know. Are you hungry? Do you want some more lunch or breakfast? Oh, shit. Let's go look at the, let's go through the scanner, see what we have today. DQ, T, Sava. Sava's up 10%.
Did it sometimes feel like you had to
Let's see. Sava's going up higher, guys. Sava's bouncing. Cassava Sciences. Let's see. You might have room. I mean, honestly, I would like to go to 12, but
Alaska Air CEO says expect DOJ to complete the review of Hawaiian Airlines acquisition deal by August 5th. He says we are now expect full year capacity growth to be less than 2.5%. That's ALK, Alpha Lima Kilo. That's a report from Alaska Air coming from their conference call. The CEO speaking at the conference call.
This offer ends July 31st. For a free appointment with Renewal by Anderson, call 1-800-918-0808. That's 1-800-918-0808.
Earnings season on CNBC takes you inside the numbers.
What do the earnings trajectory tell you, though, right now?
Smart analysis, crucial strategies.
How much does China matter?
what? That's tight.
And when the CEOs have a big announcement, they come here first.
What's your take on not just the quarter, but how things look from here?
Helping you make the right move.
Yeah, I don't have that. It's all good though. We'll get there one day. Get there one day. All right. Let's keep going. Let's go. You guys want to go through charts? You guys want to go through some charts here? Apple just grinding lower. I want to go look at this really quickly.
But the Bay Area is buzzing about one prominent tech CEO's pricey new buy that turns out is not all it's cracked up to be. Our Deirdre Bosa has the story on today's Tech Check. This sounds juicy, Deirdre. This is a juicy, it's a fun story too. That would be OpenAI founder and CEO Sam Altman.
All right, guys. So Apple just broke 224. I think you got to look for 220, man. I forget who it was, but they had a beautiful trade there on Apple to the downside. And it's so weird. Like, is TLT has been going higher, or was? So weird. Tesla is still green. I think Tesla's about to break out higher. It is, if you guys notice, it's not making new lows. It's making higher lows. And a slow, like a little bit of a higher high. Like, look at this. Are we going to fall now? Look at the volume, like, low as shit. Boom. 157. Let's see if we can do it. You guys want to try it? I'll try it. Let's see here. 157. We have the trade line coming up. Yeah, I'm doing it, guys. It's a little bit overdone. I don't know what to do.
Alaska Air executive says planning for nearly flat capacity in August and September compared with last year, adjusted to ALK.
This is going to be really interesting. What happens here? 260. What are the 260s are at? So the 260s are a lot cheaper. They're a lot cheaper now. All right, that volume has given up. SPY, make it another new low. I think, let's see, is Tesla going to give it up? It is. It's going to give it up. 245, 245, 245, 245 puts. Oh shit, now look at that. Shit. So I'm watching the 245 puts and the 260 calls on Tesla. Kind of thinking about the puts. Man, this thing's just got a mean reversal off of that. Off that double top high. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. What do you guys think? You think to the downside or to the upside? What do you guys think?
Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher investment difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213.
I think it should pull back a little bit.
Your dream retirement is on track. If your
At least I want it to.
$500,000 or more,
I selfishly want it to.
call 1-800-213-5317.
The future is not just going to happen. You have to make it.
Nauticus Robotics, ticker KITT, seeing a pop to the upside.
And now becomes
It went higher,
Stock
didn't
trading
it?
about 15 cents per share.
120. Okay, 120 for those.
minutes with the power of
There
AI.
you go.
You forever. I really want to get a snack, but I just don't.
I'm Marcus Lemonis, and I'm serious about business. The Overstock team works around the clock and across this country to find you the deals on top brands.
It's gonna break out.
We hunt for factories to work with, for closeouts, liquidations, in categories like furniture, home goods, clothing, outdoor collectibles, jewelry, and so much more. If you want it, we have it. When you buy it, it goes from the warehouse to your house. And let me be clear, we are Overstock, and we have the real deals.
This commercial was made using artificial intelligence and did not cost us a dime. Now we both get to save money.
My ambition is to exceed the expectations that I have for myself. When I decided that I wanted to be an Olympic medalist, I committed to that. When people
Alaska Airlines executive says in Q3 expect more pressure on unit cost than we saw in Q1 and Q2. Steve okay, I'll believe it.
Oh, that was a nice double bottom from yesterday. Did you guys see that? Boom. Boom.
NAS Technology seeing another pop to the upside, up about 45%. And
Like, I just want to be able to, like,
Alpha Sierra,
try to get this thing to break out and
70 per share.
run a test to, like, prior day's high. I hope you guys are having a good day today, unlike me. And really this week, it's not that I'm having a bad day or a bad week. I'm struggling to find, like, opportunity, I should say. Struggling to find that opportunity.
I just wonder, so much discussion lately about the industry kind of weathering this rate regime, the clouds beginning to lift, whether that's monetary policy or macro policy. Are you feeling that way?
Well, look, I think it's what we've talked about on previous quarters, where the investors are looking at this industry. They want to see some of the shadows, the dark shadows, the risk that they've seen be lifted. And it started with rates, to your point.
Like, even if I could just take this a few points higher, guys. Like, that would have been the entry to stick to the rules of engagement, right? Which is, there's certain places where you enter and exit trades off of things. This is where you enter. You literally put your orders right on that 9 or 8 EMA, whichever one you use. You extend away from it. You get a standard to 2 standard deviations away, or you what you feel is a good portion away in front of your level. Take some profit. Let it pull back into it. Because ultimately, that's what's happening, right? There's orders like your moving averages and VWAP is used to place orders for buy and sell orders. So that's why when you rally and then you pull back, it hits the 9 EMA. You take notice. Okay, what has it been? Like, what has the stock been doing? Like, obviously, we're sitting here consolidating, but what is it doing? I can tell you right now, Tesla today is holding VWAP. It's holding VWAP. VWAP is support. So what do I want to do? I want to use VWAP as my location to say, all right, we're holding VWAP. I'm putting my order right in this area, right, as a buy order. I'm putting a buy order, whether it's 100, 1,000, 10,000 shares, all in this area. So as it pulls into it, and then what do? I put my stop below the level and VWAP and says, okay, I'm going to give it, you know, this room for my stop loss because I have a double top here, resistance. I have VWAP lining up with it. I have VWAP acting as support. It held VWAP, tried to break it, bounced into it, tried to resist it, but it couldn't. It regained it. Support. Okay, let's take this 90 MA and go higher. We just need to get that volume on our side now. Alright? Just need that volume. Just need some volume. We have a gap fill, I think. Or that was a different stock. That must have been a different stock. Yeah, that was a different stock. So I'm going to go target prior day's high. 558 level.
There's always going to be competition. What's happened in the last several years with rates being higher, interest rates have become much more challenging as it relates to
Let's see here. See this
But what I would tell you is at the end of the day, most of our clients aren't choosing Synovus solely based on rate. We have to build
AOK Alaska Air Executive says advanced bookings are coming in above capacity growth with load factors for August and September. That's out from Lima Kilo.
The industry and for Synovus. Talk next time. Thanks.
Great being with you.
Sentiment is strong.
AOK.
Meanwhile, investors are getting ready for Netflix earnings after the bell today. Options action implying a move of about 8.7% post-earnings. Julia Borston here with what we can expect. Hi again, Julia.
Well, Sarah, Netflix has tended to be volatile after earnings, after its last earnings report.
So the downside target's obviously 248. Looking for a break of 251. And again, upside is going to be 257. We're still holding. Kinda. Let's see here. Yeah, we're still holding that. This was Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, so we're still holding Friday's high. Still holding Friday's high. It's not breaking out. You don't have the SPY and the Qs like trying to help you out. They're getting hammered. Hammered. That's the other part we could say. Okay, Tesla's still green. Tesla's not red. Tesla's green. But you know, again, it's going to be a little hard to break out to the upside if the overall markets aren't going to be at your back.
ALL, all state shares near the highs now for about 5% after getting an upgrade at BMO this morning.
Get ready to come into lunchtime here. Oh, it is lunchtime. All right. It is lunchtime. He's just seen the volume fall off.
$91 also. Announcing their catastrophe losses for Q2. That's ALL, Alpha Lima Lima, now at the highs of the day.
What did they say? They report. I thought he was talking. Like it sounded like he was talking about something else. Said something about reporting their body count or something. Like I'm like, what the hell? Is he talking about like Russia, Ukraine, like casualties or something? Alright, I gotta grab something to snack on real quick, guys. Microsoft, everything is just still heading lower. Google, I probably don't need to look, but Amazon down. Everything is just down. Down, 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 down. XOM to the upside. I should have ended up taking this trade myself when on that pullback. I gave this out 118 to 120 call out. Gave you guys that this morning. I know you guys want to see me take stuff. I get it. That's cool. I get it. No big deal. GLD. Really starting to pull back here. Let's see. Get a small little... God damn it. You fucking piece of... Like, isn't it funny how every single time I see something, it, like, really starts, like... You know what I mean? Like, going. Like, Baba never gave us the pullback. All right, GLD, look for pullbacks, right? Just even looking for like $1.50. Enough to get paid. Let me look at the scanners. Pull this up. GTLB. Okay, GTLB is back at the level that I wanted to look at to be a buyer. Just going to be hard to do that when the market's still in this. All right, guys, look at Shim.
I say Diane Shimmick getting a pop here.
Yeah, you were late, bro.
India Michael.
Not you guys. I was talking to the squawk. I was talking to Benzinga Bill. Just joking, by the way, too. I always think that he's in like this wood shop, like he's in the, like a shed, and they got like a bunch of wood. Cause you always hear like saws and like the weirdest shit in the background. And I'm like, my boy has got to be in like at this like I pictured this like farm. They're not like a farm, but they're inside a barn, and there's just like, you know, carpenters all at like their little stations, like cutting wood and shit. Or like, you know, or he's out, you know. I don't know. It's just funny because you always hear it, like literally, you always hear like some shit going on. It's funny. I'm like, dude, what is what is going on? I want to know. I want to know what's going on there. I want to see the picture of what's going on. Because it's like so weird. Like he's on like squawking to like millions of people, shouting out news and stuff, and he's like in the middle of like putting up a house. All right, so that's Shim pulling back. You're right into the 100-day moving average on Shim. So I personally wouldn't fool with this. Come on, Boo-Boo. You want to come eat? All right, guys. I'm going to grab a snack real quick. Uno momento. And I'll be right back. Let's turn on CNBC. I told MSNBC yesterday that CNBC was picking up their slack and they need to do something. Nobody watches their show. You get a couple goofballs that watch it, but other than that, if you're watching a show about politics, oh man. I mean, listen, yeah, I want people to live their life the way they want, but I get it. It's all rhetoric. It gets, you know, you're choosing to like be fulfilled with all the ideas and fantasies that you want, that you yourself think of or just want to hear who you're with and who you're against, and that's what they're for. They're there to give it to you. Whether it's the truth or not, whether it's within the realm of reality or not, they're going to give it to you. This is such a bad man. He's such a felon, and yet here we are. We got Biden's young boys, fucking 4th Street. I forget his name, but like what? He's a dictator. We gotta get him going. Didn't they try to get rid of you, and you said you weren't leaving? Like that's the oxymoron think is just hilarious. So anyway, so let's get a little wrap up on the markets today. So NVIDIA semiconductors are pulling back. I would actually keep an eye out to see. This isn't. I don't think this is going to do it, but you could get a bit of an inverse head and shoulders here on NVIDIA. I doubt it. I doubt you get it because it would look a little bit better than that. It would look cleaner. GameStop. GameStop broke 27, guys. That was a key level that you needed to hold. DJT isn't really moving. It's just, you know, it's sitting at 36.96 and it's bouncing back to 38 40-day or $40 50-day moving average. So that 40, 41 and the 50-day, that whole area is probably where I look want to look for a gap fill personally. The Qs selling off, but you still have some tech names still green. Fucking Snowflake, man. I've been eyeing Snowflake up the past few days. And every day out of the open, it's been rallying, sell off. Rally, get short, sell off. And today, same thing. Rally, sold off. It's unfortunate. Again, I'm going to go make some waffles. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Looking for is guidance across the street, but particularly for these tech names, really looking at the micro to corroborate the macro. Because right now you're getting so many mixed macro signals that you really have to rely not on past results.
Sounds like
but
dating.
On futures, 6, 9,
I'm getting mixed signals.
Just in terms of demand that you're hearing from these companies.
Did you guys see the recording where we're coming to you live from?
It's going to tie into, can this growth trade, which is really what the market's trading on now, is better than anticipated growth that, you know, from the beginning of 23 to now. Is that going to be maintained, albeit at a slower pace? Or are we going to start to see those demand considerations start to impact hiring, start to impact CapEx? That's really going to be what sort of upsets and tips, particularly potentially the consumer, from a limited story of pressure to a broader story of pressure.
Kevin, I know you said small caps aren't your thing, but are you seeing areas and other opportunity in other areas of the market right now as we see this rotation? Maybe they're possibly even better than small caps. I mean, the case for small caps is always we're going to get Fed rate cuts and the economy stays strong. It seems like a lot of other parts of the market will work well in that scenario as well.
Yeah, I mean, anything that's dependent upon capital markets is going to do well in a rate cutting environment, which was what helped fuel the small caps as much as it did. But we're seeing breadth in a lot of other areas. I mean, there are names that we own. I know we're going to get into them during the course of the show.
Shopify.
That have traded double digits in the month. I mean, when was the last time you've seen my portfolio have a stock pop like that? So I think that, to Shannon's point, the earnings are going to be super important. The forward guidance is going to be really important, but how lower rates are going to affect margins and what the companies are talking about from their, not just 3 to 6 months guidance, but really 2 to 3 years, I think, because that's how long we're talking about a rate cut cycle. It's not just one rate cut. We're talking about rate cuts that could extend into 2026. So I'm excited for this earnings season.
I want to add one thing here I think is really important. There's a tendency in the financial media and amongst traders and investors. People love turning points. And people love, oh, we have a new storyline, we have a new narrative. And of course, politically, you know, that's what's taken hold recently. But a lot of times when you see these bursts of activity and this like race to embrace a new narrative, a lot of times there's a letdown as we realize, oh, wait a minute, that was just counter trend. And the original trend is still the trend in force. And so I want to just point out, year to date,
Google
momentum is still up 34%. So if you have a momentum disposition in the composition
NVIDIA's bouncing back.
Holdings,
that could be an inverse head and shoulders, guys.
Growth is up 25%. Momentum and growth are not the same thing, by the way. Those are the #1 and #2 best performing factors on the year. The 2 worst performing factors, low volatility.
Part of me wants to go long NVIDIA.
The benchmark and
You guys hear me? Part of me wants to go long NVIDIA, and I didn't do it, man. We have a nice gap up here.
Where you want to completely reorient your portfolio to capitalize. Maybe this is it, but probabilistically, it probably isn't. And so I just think, yes, it's exciting. New stocks are going up, and the money is rotating out of Apple into the bottom 3,000 companies.
Look at that. Left shoulder, head, right side. I don't think it gets much cleaner than that, guys. I don't. It's pretty damn clean. And it's so like, how do I?
If we were able to move into more of an earnings-led market, then you would, potentially see the quality factor start to become more relevant. But most importantly, earnings-led markets.
All right, I'm gonna go make these waffles. I'll be right back. We'll see if this thing can gain any ground, but if it does, it's got. Look, everything is gonna start bouncing at lunch. DJT's starting to bounce now. We're starting to get a bounce here on DJT. DJT is up 2.5%. 2.5% with a nice lowering, nice tail on the daily chart. Sorry, I had something. Gotta grab some water. Throat's dry. So, okay, so Obama's going to throw him to the wolves. All right. I mean, it's politics.
To be in an environment where you have a 12 VIX for the entire year. So everything that we've seen so far is well within the range of expectations. And again, just to reiterate, that's taking place at a point in time where the S&P is the most extended above its longer-term moving average that it's been for quite some time. So you put those things into the pot, any catalyst would have done. So we happen to have had a catalyst, concerns about Taiwan under the next Trump administration. All right, whatever. It could have been anything, but that was long overdue to pull back a little bit. And that's what we're experiencing today.
All right, Kev, you mentioned we're going to talk about some of your moves later in the show. That time's right now.
There it
Let's talk
is.
about one of your moves.
Video.
Well, if we want to think about the trade that we did this week from a long standpoint, we bought more Caterpillar on Monday. Now, sometimes it's better to be lucky than smart, but Caterpillar is a position we've been accumulating for the past several months. We went into the stock again on Monday thinking $10 billion of free cash flow, $21 per share. They're just printing money, 17 PE, lots and lots of share buybacks. So it didn't hurt that we were in at 346 and it's up 5% since then. But we really like the stock long term. We're investors, we're not traders, but this is a name that I think if you're seeing pullbacks and you have opportunities, if you believe in infrastructure, you want to own Caterpillar in your portfolio.
This is a company that leases a lot of equipment, also self-finances. Do you think just the business gets better as we see these rate cuts and just a more favorable environment, or is there something else in the ag space that you're looking at?
Well, I think it helps John Deere also. We own both names, and I think they both benefit from lower rates for sure.
Kevin's not the only one making.
All right, 125.
Taking a new position in
Give
a
it to me.
regional bank ahead of its earnings next week. She now joins us on the phone.
Wait, it's still below VWAP.
Hey, Frank, how are you?
Good to see you. So what's the move?
Yeah, so the move is Truist Financial. This is a net interest income play. That's 70% of their total revenue. And if you listen to what most of the banks have said this quarter, listen to Bank of America, Synovus today, M&T Bank today, they are all saying that net interest income is at a trough, helped by the steeper yield curve. So Truist should benefit. In addition, I like what they have done with their securities portfolio restructuring with the sale of the insurance business. That will yield higher yields and replacing lost income. And then, of course, the other theme that we heard throughout the bank in earnings season is strong investment banking fees. They will benefit as well. And then finally, for the long term, they have a lot of growth initiatives in investment banking, growing electronic trading, wealth management, and payments. So that should help the long-term trajectory of earnings. So 1.1 times book, 5% dividend yield, trough in NII. I think it all sets up pretty well.
All right. You also made another move. You sold Fortinet. What led to this move? Because last time you were here, we actually talked about Fortinet. You were fairly confident in the business.
Yeah, look, I still like cybersecurity, the theme, very much. I think the total addressable market is just as big as AI. And I do expect a ton of consolidation and M&A in the space over the next 3 to 5 years. I think Fortinet will play in that as well. The problem here near term on fundamentals is I've done some channel checks, and we're seeing a lot softer networking revenues. That's 30% of their total revenues. And now the firewall refresh that I had...
Look at Tesla breaking out.
...this year has now, I think, been pushed.
Did anybody take that long there? Like that was...
This will be the third quarter in a row of product revenue missing. Fifth quarter in a row of them not gaining market share to Cisco, Juniper, and HP. And so as a result, I like it for the
I wonder if we're going to
long term,
start seeing a
but I think it's dead
shift
money.
here.
And so I just want to take that money and put it elsewhere.
I do want to ask you, we're seeing some consolidation in the cyberspace. Most recently, it was Alphabet buying Wiz. Are you also looking at that?
Damn, there's no buying.
Changing a bit, becoming just a little bit more ferocious with these mega cap.
I don't know. If these things run, guys,
getting into
if these things run, there's nothing I can do. I want to go grab something to eat. I got to feed my cat real quick. So, I would say just watch out, because you could get some of these names like Tesla. Like you get an extension higher here, and you get that 258 move. It's on. You know, it'd be a nice little trade for you. But this is where you needed to be a buyer at VWAP with a stop loss underneath. For just literally talk that trade out. I appreciate that, Ray. Appreciate that. I mean, it's true. Like, look, I did that risk to reward setup trade right there. Whether it goes higher or goes lower, it doesn't matter. I'm losing a little bit of money at worst case, and I'm making more if I'm right than when I'm wrong. I'm going to make more. If I do this consistently and stick to this, my winners will always be more than my losers as far as money. I take this trade up here. It breaks out. All right, I take profits. 256 from a 250, 250, 253 entry. That's $3 versus a 250, 250 to 251. That's a 1 to 3. That's a 3 to 1 risk to reward. I'm making $3 and risking $1. That's not even the level. The level's 58. So I'll be damned if motherfuckers don't get a one-on-one. Want a better life. Want a boat. They want a speedboat. They want all these things in life, but we got to go get it. Got to get educated.
Space, not the fifth best stock.
Redburn also cutting the price target from 380 down to 275. That might be a downgrade. I'm not really sure.
It sounds like one.
Yeah, it sounds like. By the way, when Josh uses this term next week, call me.
What's the name of this firm? Red Roof Inn? Who is this?
Redburn Atlantic. I think you've heard of it. Shannon, your view on the downgrade, also the cybersecurity sector overall?
Yeah, I mean, to Josh's point, I mean, this is, you know, from a individual name perspective, it's done much better. I mean, software struggled this year, right? There's been a lot of questions about where you want to sit in software. What does AI mean in terms of enterprise spending budgets? Is that just going to cannibalize any other sort of software that companies would be looking to add to their stack? But I think from a longer term perspective, you know, there are probably 3 sustainable trends that companies are going to be looking to continue to invest in. It's going to be cloud. It's, you know, going to be security, cybersecurity, and likely AI, you know, because there is likely long-term momentum there. And so I think right now it's just like which part of the pie are you able to capture, and, you know, what is that impact in terms of your ability to monetize that. And I think the other thing about cyber is that, you know, it's likely, unlike AI right now, where everyone's trying to put out a differentiated product, there is differentiation within cyber, but I think it's less clear right now to investors in terms of who's going to end up being the winner. And so I do think that you're going to continue to see some bifurcation amongst those different companies.
You know, Josh, back to you. CrowdStrike, I know you've been a long-term holder. The new SEC regulations mandating reporting, we've seen a number of big company hacks this year, AT&T the most recent one. Surprised cyber stocks just aren't doing a lot better. They kind of crashed on Palo Alto announcing their platformization strategy. But with so many big corporate hacks this year, surprised at all?
I mean, I think they've done really well. CrowdStrike is up 135% since this time last year.
No, I'm talking about the whole sector. CrowdStrike's done well, but the rest of the sector has been quite a bit under pressure.
Well, look, the magic number that everyone's looking for on ARR, the rule of 40, there's not a lot of companies that will be able to deliver this. CrowdStrike happens to be one of them. They'll, Palo Alto's a big winner in the space, obviously, historically. But you're not going to have 10 massive cybersecurity providers who are all trying to sell to the Fortune 500. It's just not the way that things are going to go. Ultimately, if you talk to CISOs and CTOs, what they're looking for are less vendors providing more services under the same roof. And so you want to focus on companies in the space that are not specialized into one killer app, but really can wrap their arms around the entire opportunity/risk set of a company, get in there and do it all. And so I think there's a couple of companies that are going to be able to say that they do that, and most of these things will just become forgotten ticker symbols.
All right, one more thing to talk about right now. Of course, we have big earnings coming up after the bell. Netflix reports its earnings. Kev, I'm going to come over to you. Your view on the stock, a lot of volatility in the stock. Implied move is 7.5%, either up or down. Yeah, we can't own Netflix because it's not a dividend-paying company in our portfolio. But anytime you head into an earnings situation with a name like this, what a great one. So if you're a Netflix shareholder, go ahead and write a call and take advantage of that vol. Shannon, what do you think about this stock? Obviously, consumer-facing stock. Consumer been under a bit of pressure, but who doesn't have money for your favorite shows?
Well, you don't have money for streaming across the entire landscape of all the streamers, but the Netflix subscription, I think it has surprised people over the last couple of years. They continue to play with pricing levels, and more importantly, they continue to deliver content that is relevant for a broad swath of viewers, right? And so I think, when you look at this and you think about the success that they've had, they clearly are not just, a loss leader. They're truly a leader and a profitable leader in this space. The consolidation of the rest of the streaming universe can take up a lot of people's bandwidth, but I think when you look at, is this something that consumers are going to hold on to, even if their discretionary income basket becomes a bit more constrained? It does appear, at least in this early going of the consumer being pressured, that is the case. All right, Josh, last word. Any thoughts about Netflix?
Yeah, I don't think that we need to talk about the streamers as though it's really a thing. Ultimately, most of the streaming platforms that have not yet gotten to 150 million, 200 million users never will, and they're going to become channels on Amazon Prime or on Netflix. And now is the time to start thinking about how masterfully this company was able to do things that the skeptics said they never could. Starting with 2 years ago, when they weren't even considering an ad-supported platform. Then it was like, well, password sharing, maybe they're going to lose people. Because not only did none of the negative externalities occur, but every step of the way, they've actually found ways to wring more profit out of areas where other quote-unquote streamers haven't even begun. So this is, to me, the avowed winner in the space. If there's a negative reaction in the stock, I'll probably be a buyer.
All right, shares of Netflix down about 0.75% right now ahead of earnings. Coming up next, big gains for the big banks. One top strategist thinks there's even more upside ahead. We'll see if the committee agrees. Plus, more moves from the committee. Kevin Simpson's he's got 2 more trades for you. Halftime's back in just 2 minutes.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
Patriots.com.
And welcome back to Halftime. We have a big call on the banks. Wells Fargo's Chris Harvey upgrading the sector to outperform, saying there's even more upside ahead. Keep in mind, Goldman, Bank of America, and JP Morgan, all of them touching fresh records this week.
Sorry. I get excited about the banks.
I can tell.
I have so much to say here.
Just for that, Kev, I'm going to start over with you. You own Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. Your view on the banks right now, again, several of them trading right now at highs.
Yeah, I read the report and I agree with a lot to these trades. I mean, what are they up 10, 11% just in the month alone?
Yeah.
So we're sticking with Goldman, we're sticking with JP Morgan, best of breed. If you look under the hood and you look at the investment banking, M&A, they were up huge. Now, granted, they're coming off of a zero base, but if that opens up and it continues to become a bigger part of 2024, 25, 26, which we think it will, these banks have a lot of upside potential. So add to them and pullbacks for sure.
Shannon, what do you think about the big banks? What do you think about the regional banks? We've seen the regional banks actually perform fairly well during the beginning of earnings season. Your view on the big banks trading at highs and also the regional sector?
Well, I'll start with the regionals. I mean, they've been on fire, really, and that's based on, I think, the political situation and expectations.
All right, looks like Tesla short is going to be the thing and an NVIDIA long.
The White House.
That's what I might go ahead and do.
I think what we look at from the regional perspective is that
give me
you
one
could see
second,
this little bit
guys.
of a bump,
Let me go let my cat.
The quote-unquote Trump trade,
And
but
let me go open the
earnings
window
really does need, you need
for
to have some
Abby.
earnings revisions. There haven't been a lot
And we'll
of
get right into it.
positive earnings revisions in regionals.
Come
on
here.
the big side,
Come on.
just think about steepening yield curve, improving capital market activity, and to be honest with you, there's this big question of provisions, and if commercial real estate, particularly office, doesn't turn out to be quite as bad, and if the delinquencies on credit cards, for instance, which are starting to stabilize, if those turn out to be not yielding an increase in defaults, then you get those provisions back in a year, and those go straight to the bottom line. And so there are some earnings drivers here, but I think some of this more recent activity is probably on this expectation of a diluted Basel III endgame and maybe a lighter regulatory environment.
It's definitely one of those areas where the election is influencing the trade.
Absolutely.
She does not want to look out the window.
You own JP Morgan. Any other sound effects?
All right, let's get back to where we were, guys.
Let's
do
Morgan
this.
has just been outrageous.
Back, stay
and,
focused.
It's one of these.
I have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I'm just going to eat this real quick, so I'm going to turn the mic off, and let's see if we can take something and take a trade into tomorrow. I still kind of like NVIDIA. Just got to watch that 122 level. Look, those calls already went from like 20-some cents to 35 cents, guys.
Environment. Now, I actually don't foresee there being a negative environment, and so I agree with what Kevin and Shannon had to say. The number one place you want to be, in my view, is anything that's touching Wall Street capital markets for the second half of this year and beyond. So the regionals are interesting. People got really excited about these names. They got caught up in this great rotation. They've had a 12% rolling weekly return. That's the highest rolling weekly return we've seen for these names since November of 2020. Very rare that they do that. The KRE is now back to the highest level since before Silicon Valley.
Which I was wrong. And I gave that trade out.
Capital markets trade, I think, is just getting warmed up. These stocks have been outperforming the XLF, but I think there's more room. Jefferies, and you want to be in names like S&P Global and companies that are touching the markets. If we get this resurgence in M&A and IPOs, you're going to see these stocks continue to do well. I want to show you one stock that I'm in. This is Carlyle, CG. This has not been a winner for me so far. I've been in it for a couple of years, but it looks really great right now. Technically, touching the year high as we speak, challenging those levels. I think this one's a breakout candidate. Look at KKR, look at Blackstone. Both of those have already broken through their old highs, and I think Carlyle could be the next one to go. What do these private equity names have to do with capital markets? Well, they have to sell their holdings to somebody. So you need IPOs for these companies to do well and make more money. And that's where I think we are in the cycle. So I think you want to focus on capital markets related stocks. If you want the shorthand, there's an ETF, the ticker is KCE, that owns all of them. or maybe that's a place where you can hunt some plays of your own.
All right, well, with the big bank earnings now in the books, what are the key takeaways for the broader economy? Our Leslie Picker is following the money for us. Leslie, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Frank. You guys were talking about some of the idiosyncratic plays in this market. Take a look at the KBE and KRE over the last week. Since this latest bout of bank earnings reports began, the larger banks and the regionals each outperforming the S&P by around 10 percentage points. And if you dig into the numbers, it's clear this sector is largely weathering the higher rate complex just fine. And in some ways, it's actually thriving. The average second quarter return on tangible equity among the largest cohort was the best quarterly performance in at least a year. And just a reminder, ROTE is a measure of profitability as well as efficiency. And the combined quarterly net income among the 6 largest banks was essentially unchanged year over year when excluding special one-time items. And the broader impacts of higher rates seem to be turning a corner. For example, a declining percentage of banks are tightening their lending standards, and refinancing activity created a huge boon in debt capital markets groups among the universal banks in 2Q. Even the charge-off rate on commercial real estate loans has been leveling off. Now, to be sure, Frank, there are a few cracks on the consumer side. Credit card delinquency rates are still trending higher, although they too appear to be stabilizing. So now the question is, are there still some lag effects of this higher for longer interest rate environment that have yet to play out? And if not, what happens if and when the Fed does cut, given just the overall strength in the banking sector, Frank?
All right, Leslie, thank you very much. Our Leslie Picker. Now it's time to get to the headlines with Contessa Brewer. Contessa, good afternoon. Good to see you.
Hi, Frank. Former President Barack Obama thinks President Biden needs to seriously consider the viability of his candidacy. That's according to the Washington Post, which cited multiple people briefed on the former president's thinking. Obama reportedly told allies that the president's path to victory has shrunk significantly, but that ultimately the choice rests with him. Obama's concerns come as more Democrats have called for Biden to step aside in favor of other candidates. A federal appeals court refused to lift a judge's order blocking a rule to expand protection for LGBTQ plus students in 6 states. The panel expedited a full hearing on this case for this fall. And the Biden administration will cancel $1.2 billion in student debt for 35,000 public service workers. In today's announcement, the administration says it's made improvements to the public service loan forgiveness program. The Department of Education says $69.2 billion in student debt have been cleared for nearly 1 million borrowers so far. That's the news, Frank. I'll send it back to you.
Contessa, thank you very much. Our Contessa Brewer back at CNBC HQ. Coming up next, we're taking the temperature of the healthcare trade. Kevin Simpson's making a move in the space as the sector comes off a fresh all-time high. Halftime, back in 2 minutes.
Anybody get that NVIDIA call?
CG call out group continues to pop you on that CG mention. That's CG.
Bro, that's insane. Well, we got sound. We finally did it. We're above VWAP. Let's see if we can hold VWAP here. I'm actually just going to do it anyway. Let's see, 34 cents. Oh no. Okay, good. Oh man, I can't believe that.
Please, not my Q3 sales forecast.
Put it in the bag. By the time people wake up to what's happening, well, that train has left the station. That is.
Okay, so right now, SPY, S&P, 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 S&P.
Don't get robbed by bad guy AI. Salesforce AI never steals or shares your customer data.
I love this moment. When the audience
I think I might just do it. It's not going to give me a cheaper price.
TSLA, Tesla, Tango, Sandy, Lima, Alpha. There is hopping to the
Fuck! Yo, did anybody take Tesla? Did anybody nut up and take Tesla to 156 or 258? Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Almost without a pulse for so long, seeing that 16 on the VIX gives us to at least consider writing some.
Welcome back to halftime. Kevin Simpson making more moves in his portfolio. This one. And
Bro, Tesla and NVIDIA are just going.
Well, first you guys were talking about the VIX.
Both of those
earlier,
trades are just going.
Because it's been almost without a pulse for so long. Seeing that 16 on the VIX gives us the opportunity to at least consider writing some covered calls. And that's what we did on half of our Merck position. Much like the financials, healthcare has been on fire this month. We're writing covered calls 7-8% out of the money, 3 to 4 weeks into the future. And the premiums that we're generating are between 8 to 10%.
Oh my
so we're not
God,
looking
it's
for the
just
stock
gonna
to
keep
get called
going
away.
and
It's not a
going
bet
and
against
going
it.
and
It's
going.
just trying to harvest volatility, take advantage of that, and improve some alpha, generate some cash flow in the portfolio.
All right, two of your other stocks, UNH and Amgen, hitting all-time highs today. Josh, I'm hearing that just yesterday you said Pfizer's ready to break out.
Well, it did break out. So now I think we'll see how she acts with a closing weekly. So I look at weekly closing prices. I don't do intraday, and I try to avoid day to day. So if it were to close right here, I think it would be the first golden cross for the stock with a higher 50-day above the 200-day that we've seen in, I don't know, years maybe. This stock has been in a downtrend so long, you have to go back very far to find the last time momentum.
I'm trying to get VWAP, guys. I'm trying to get a pullback to VWAP. I could have just got filled at 30 cents, 32 cents.
You look at RSI, 71.
And I put you fucking dickhead motherfucker.
Still think there's room here.
Sorry for the language.
This is a stock that it lost almost 2/3 of its market cap in the aftermath of the pandemic. So looking for, 35, 40 bucks, I think it's not out of the question.
There's an IPO today.
Applause for Josh's call.
I thought it was.
Something else is going on. Josh, giving a little salute.
Enjoy.
Shannon, coming over to you. How are you viewing healthcare, pharma compared to biotech? Obviously, if we do see a more friendly rate environment, that helps out those biotech stocks.
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, if you're looking at it from a perspective of quality, I think that pharma companies, unlike
it's just going to keep going,
decades,
guys.
There's a significant
It's just
amount of
gonna keep
innovation that's
going
going on in
and
pharma
going
companies.
and
So you don't
going
need
and
to
going and going and
to
going.
grab down on the biotech firms in order to get that innovation in
Bags. In
pipeline.
a minute
And you
I
also
fucking
have
buy it,
cash
it's going to
flow
sell
and
off.
accretive franchises that are already in place to help fund that development.
Fighting for
I think on
price
healthcare
here.
in general,
Fighting for
If
price.
you look at expected sales
Sorry
growth
for the
second half of
language.
year, healthcare is one of the top 3 sectors that's anticipated to experience sales growth. And there are a lot of parts of healthcare that have been left behind. And so there are some opportunities to pick up some value in a sector that's likely to experience sales growth in the second half of the year.
All right, coming up here on halftime, we got Mike Santoli. He's standing by with his midday word. Halftime reports back right after this break.
All right, guys, watch for pullback longs in the 254.50 on Tesla. I mean, honestly, you shouldn't even take this trade because one of the targets is going to be 258. And then obviously the top end of that 260. The reason I say that is because I just drew out risk to reward, the long for this trade. And if you didn't think that the risk to reward was worth it here, why would you take it here? You feel me? You see what I'm getting at? So whether the long works or doesn't work is neither here nor there. It's that, does the trade, if it loses, keep your account still growing on losses, right? That made no fucking sense, but
The Dow down more than 50 points.
it made sense in my eyes,
This
or in
kind
my
of
mind.
action and yesterday's action makes
Because
a lot
the
more
biggest
sense to me
problem
than
people have
last week's, like,
is being able to make more than they lose, right? Making more when they're right than when they lose when they're wrong. That's the biggest hurdle people have, and it's not the consistency part. They think they have to be consistent. Sure, it's a good tool to have, but if I told you that you only had to be right 4 or 5 times, or even 6, like, technically, you could be wrong 6, 7 times out of 10 and still be right. Or let me just say this. I'll just use 8. You could be wrong 8 times and still have one trade take out those 8 losses. And still be profitable. That's what you have on your side that you don't have with sports gambling and other things like that. It's 100 for 100 plus the tax, plus the VIG. I'm gonna make another sandwich real quick. Pullbacks on Tesla, maybe I take it, but I like NVIDIA better. I think it's a more sought after company. I think
overwhelming theme in a given day, except that
NVIDIA has a
rebalancing their bets to a large degree.
Really quick, NVIDIA up 2%, NASDAQ in the red. I mean, I don't think we've seen that in quite a while.
There's not a lot of that. No, you're right. The math is tough on that, but it can.
I think NVIDIA could have some
although
room here.
NVIDIA's kind of been, all over the place.
So,
What's it's off 15% from its high? I don't even know.
I think SMH done about 4.5% since the start of the third
yeah,
quarter.
so that's
Obviously,
where you want to
short
look
sample
in
size.
terms of potential real leadership shifts or breakdowns, but remains to be seen.
All right. Mike Santoli, his midday word. Straight ahead, we got our chart of the day. This media stock popping on reports is exploring a breakup. Josh owns this one. We're going to trade it. Coming up next.
Guess what, guys? 15 cents on 30-cent option is 50%. Fuck. That just pisses me off. You guys, for anybody that watches South Park, you would know. DJT, what are you doing? A possible GameStop short could be presenting itself too here at 27. You're bouncing back to 27. We'll see if that volume to the downside steps right back in there. Doesn't have to, but alright guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make another sandwich. Just a little hungry. Grab something to drink. Alright, so You know, this could all end at any second, this buy side stuff, but it's not. So we got a nice extension above VWAP. Let's see if we can pull back in there and hold this level. I want to see this thing hold. I'm done playing around. Alright? And I'm going to look to go long here. And these fucking contracts are still stupid expensive, guys. Like, seriously?
How much interest can your banker broker pay? Interactive Brokers' conservative and prudent risk management uniquely positions us to pay up to 4.83% on uninvested, instantly available cash in your brokerage account. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
I'll be right back. Watching video.
And we are back on halftime with our chart of the day. A pop for Warner Brothers Discovery on talks of a breakup. You can see shares are up over 6.5%. Julia Borston joins us from LA with the latest on this one. Julia, good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Well, Warner Brothers Discovery has discussed a plan to split off its digital streaming and studio business from its legacy TV networks, including CNN and HBO. This is according to a report in the Financial Times, report which says CEO David Zaslav is examining options to deal with the company's $39 billion debt load. Options include selling assets or spinning off the faster-growing assets into a new company that would be unburdened by the debt. Lightshed's Rich Greenfield shooting down this report, saying, quote, a breakup of WBD's linear TV assets from their studio and streaming assets is nonsensical, saying the linear cable networks generate virtually all of the cash flow of the combined company. Bernstein writing, quote, this won't fix Warner Brothers Discovery's core problems and won't generate incremental shareholder value, but at least management is finally acknowledging the terrible position they are in. So we're going to have to see if CEO David Zaslav weighs in on this when the company reports its earnings. That's coming up. But no comment from the company just yet, though in Sun Valley last week, Zaslav did call for a looser regulatory environment to enable deals. Frank?
Julia, thank you very much. Julia Borston, live from LA. Thank you. Josh, coming over to you. I didn't hear any sound effects. I didn't hear a during any of that.
I don't own enough of it to make that sound effect. Yeah. But I bought this thing in the 7s with the idea that probably nothing could get worse. But I agree with the analyst at Bernstein. They are in a terrible position, and they have been since this thing was concocted out of the height of AT&T. Basically spun out some assets, smashed some things together, tons of debt, still have tons of debt. They've been talking about debt reduction for the last 2 or 3 quarters being the priority, and they've actually not done a bad job at that. The other theme that they've been emphasizing is that they do have assets on the studio side that are under-earning. Harry Potter is not making as much money as it should be. Batman, DC, all that stuff. So they're fixing that too. But the problem is, as just stated, you need the linear and cable TV assets to be managed well, because it's the cash flows from those melting ice cubes, and that's what they are, that is paying down the debt. And it's just not strategically a great place. So is there like a silver bullet that Daddy Zaslav is going to pull off? I love the idea of him calling for less regulation, like the magician in Fantasia calling for the waves to rise. I don't think it works that way. But one problem they have is, what do you do with CNN? Trump hates it. Trump's going to be the new president. The reason why there's been so much trouble for this company in the prior administration, he didn't like the way CNN covered him. Now maybe they're tacking more to the center, and some sort of a deal will be approved. But this is going to take years to work itself out. So I have a tiny amount of stock. I'm happy today, but I don't think like this is the start of some massive rally or anything, at least not yet.
All right, WBD up just about 6.5% right now. All right, coming up next, another move from Kevin Simpson on a big retail stock that's hitting an all-time high today. Halftime back right after this.
Trying to wait and see if we get this pullback. If I can grab another long down there at VWAP in this neckline. You guys can see that neckline down here in VWAP. Little inverse head and shoulders here. Or you can consider it to be, we could call it, call it 119 or call it 119.50 VWAP. I'd probably go with this. This looks a lot better. Right here on the 3-minute.
Walmart Kevin Simpson on CNBC sells Walmart.
119.40.
Let's hit another committee.
It's going to
Kevin, you
reject.
just made a move in Walmart.
The volume, it just
I
fell
feel like
out
this is
of
a
bed.
drop the mic moment for me with all of these stocks going up and hitting new highs. Walmart's at a 52-week high today. We love the stock even if there's an economic slowdown because we know the consumer
15-minute as well.
At Walmart. But with the uptick in volatility, we were able to
Pulling
write a
back
covered call for a
to-
$75 strike. So think of it 1 month out, Frank.
Pulling back to
5-6%.
90
We brought
May.
in what turns out to be an 8% annualized premium. And if
Let's
the
see if we
stock
get
does
some
go
buyers
up
to
to
step in here.
75 and we sell half of it through the stock getting called away, nothing wrong with taking a profit up there. I doubt that'll happen. I think it'll be a nice premium in our pocket. We love the name. We're taking advantage of volatility.
Yeah, just by the way, Staples hit a record intraday high today. Walmart, the best performing stock in the sector this year. Shannon, your thoughts just on Walmart, the Staples right now? This week, I don't remember if it was yesterday or the day before, Staples actually the leading sector to finish out the day.
Well, it's interesting if you look at, for instance, the most recent non-farm payrolls report, you actually see hiring in supercenters and general merchandise stores, whereas more specialty retailers are actually shedding jobs. And I think that's because you're seeing this mix shift for focus on non-discretionary items and getting those items at value. And so from a traffic perspective, I wouldn't be surprised to continue to see traffic gravitate toward these areas where there is a perception of greater value in every product that you're buying, whether or not that's realized or just perceived.
Yeah, also a lot of trade down, higher end consumers coming to Walmart, huge grocery business as well. All right, stay with us. Final trades, they're coming up on halftime. everyone. We are back here on halftime. Time for final trades. Kevin, you're up first.
Caterpillar, we talked about it earlier. Profits, EBITDA, net margins, all at all-time highs.
Shannon.
REITs, we're looking at this in terms of not only are rates moving lower, but if you look at the bank earnings, you're hearing at least a little bit less concern around office. And more importantly, the REITs universe in the U.S. is much more than office if you look below the surface.
Josh Brown, last word.
Carlyle Group heading back to old highs. We'll see what happens.
All right. That's going to do it for us. Before we let you go, I want to take one last look at the markets. We mentioned all show long markets in the red across the board. The Dow down about 0.75%, down more than 300 points. The S&P down 0.5%. The Nasdaq down just over 0.5%. Keep in mind, that's with NVIDIA in the green. However, other chip stocks seem to be weighing on the Nasdaq today, talking about Micron. And the halftime report, the exchange, starts right now.
Thank you very much, Frank, and welcome to The Exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. Here's what's ahead on a very busy day. We've seen a massive and violent rotation into small caps and out of tech. The big question is whether it's a sign that stocks are finally broadening out or markets are breaking down. One of our guests says there's a key signal she's watching that suggests more gains are ahead. She'll tell us what it is and what she's buying. Plus, it's no doubt one of the most dramatic presidential elections we've seen. And strategist Dan Clifton says it's also one of the most investable he's seen in his entire career. He joins us live ahead. We'll talk about the latest developments. And Netflix on deck to report. The bar once again high. The stock up more than 30% this year, but our analyst sees 3 catalysts that could keep it going and growing. She'll make her case. Let's start with the markets first, though. Dom Chu with the numbers, and this market doesn't seem to fit any template, Dom.
No, and it's not. And maybe the pullback continues, maybe not surprisingly. So we are not that far away from record highs, remember. So to put all of that in context, we did start with decent gains to start the day, and now the Dow Industrials are down about 0.75%, 282 points to 40,916 the last trade. The S&P 500 moving even more below that 5,600 mark. 55.62 is the last trade. They're off about 0.5%, or 25 points to the downside. We're hovering, again, just off of the session lows right now. And the Nasdaq Composite, the tech-heavier side of things, down about 0.5% as well. That's good for almost 100 points to the downside. 17,898 is the last trade there. Kelly had mentioned this broadening out trade and the small cap dynamic we're seeing versus large caps. Well, we are still seeing outperformance on a relative basis, even in today's trade, for that Russell 2000 small cap index. And just to kind of put things in context, again, over the last week or so, that small cap ETF, the Russell 2000, ticker IWM, is still up about 5% versus a 1/3% decline for the Spider S&P 500 SPY and the NASDAQ 100 QQQ down about 2.5%. So that gap is something that we're still paying attention to see whether or not there is that broadening out effect to other parts of the market as well. And I just want to point out something, because we made a big deal of this yesterday. The computer chip stocks were the epicenter, arguably, of the tech-led sell-off in yesterday's session. We have been seeing at least a little bit of stability today. Taiwan Semiconductor reported earnings overnight in the Asia session. It's down about 0.75% right now. It was positive earlier on today. ASML Holdings in the news yesterday because of possible reported export restrictions more in place. ASML is still down about 0.75%. Meanwhile, NVIDIA, Broadcom, and the broader tech semiconductor ETF are seeing some gains. So maybe that stability is something that folks can hang their hat on, but we'll see what happens right now, because that chip stock, remember, Kelly, has been seen as a leading indicator for the rest of tech and, by extension, the rest of the market. I'll send things back over to you.
Absolutely. Dom, thank you very much, Dom Chu. Meantime, J.D. Vance taking the stage at the Republican National Convention last night as former President Trump gets ready to take the stage tonight. And President Biden, well, he's taking a step back due to having COVID, and maybe a bigger step back, depending on how you read the latest reports. Eamon Javers is at the RNC with the very latest. Eamon, they're going to throw predict it at you, but Biden's predicted chances have fallen quite considerably throughout the day.
Yeah, that seems to be kind of square on the nose, right? I mean, everything we're seeing, you see a tiered set of leaks on the Democratic side, right? It's first that there were meetings between Democratic leaders and President Biden, then that the content of those meetings was leaked. Now you're seeing even more details about donors holding back funds from President Biden. All of that seems to suggest that it's just a very, very difficult path now for President Biden. The question is, it's really only up to him. So it's, sort of a Biden emotional decision, emotional response, political, his family, his personal career, everything he's built in his life, all come down to this moment. So the question is, how does that all work itself out? It's a very personal thing playing out on a very, very public stage. Meanwhile, here in Wisconsin, Kelly, J.D. Vance began the day at a prayer breakfast here in Wisconsin after taking the national stage for the first time last night as the vice presidential nominee for the Republican Party. A strikingly populist tone from J.D. Vance last night, signaling a break between corporate America and the Republican Party. Here's what he said last night about big business.
We need a leader who's not in the pocket of big business, but answers to the working man, union and non-union alike. A leader who won't sell out to multinational corporations, but will stand up for American companies and American industry.
Kelly, I had a few minutes earlier today with Eric Trump, the former president's son, and I asked him about that populist tone that we saw at the speech last night and whether or not Wall Street should be concerned about what it saw. You saw J.D. Vance very, very critical of Wall Street last night as well. Eric Trump said no. He said, look, go back to the first Trump term. Interest rates were low. Inflation was low. Those are things that Wall Street cares about. He talked about commercial paper as a real estate developer himself. The price there was much more favorable for developers and business. So he said, if you look at the first Trump term, that's what they're going for in a second Trump term if they get there. So don't be scared away, Wall Street executives, by this populist turn in rhetoric that we saw last night from J.D. Vance. Kelly.
And again, Eamon, as we were just a moment ago discussing what might happen on the Democratic front, there's been some chatter or speculation that if Biden were to step aside, could he even try to do it tonight and upstage a president? Doesn't feel to me that's really in keeping with President Biden, or that something like that could happen quite so quickly. But there is a moment maybe to be seized if they really wanted to do so.
Well, look, I mean, stepping down is not in keeping with President Biden. He's been campaigning for the presidency since he was a young senator, right? I mean, this is a multi-decade effort by Joe Biden to become president of the United States. He finally achieved it. He feels he's done a great job. He feels that the legislation they've passed, what he's done in terms of ending COVID, bringing the U.S. economy back, infrastructure spending, he feels all those things are tremendous successes. And you can tell that this call to step aside grates on him. And that's as much about human mortality and ambition and sort of fear of irrelevance at the end of your life and career. All of those deeply personal things are wrapped up in there. But the timing really is up to him. I mean, it doesn't take anything other than an announcement, right? He could simply put out a press release. He could simply go to a camera. He could issue a tweet or an X if he wanted to. So it's not a complicated thing to do. The complicated thing is deciding to do it.
Yeah, and I guess the final question on that front, Eamon, would be, policy or machination-wise, what would be those steps? Is it sort of saying, my delegates are free to be, to go with someone else, to go with my successor? Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't get into that.
That's the question. That's the question. Does he endorse Kamala Harris? Or does he say we need an open convention and my delegates are now free to vote their conscience for any candidate that they want who should materialize in the field? I mean, there's two schools of thought on that. One school of thought is if you, as Joe Biden, if you endorse Kamala Harris, that's sort of an orderly succession. She's the vice president now. It's sort of a natural fit that she would step up and be the nominee for the party. On the other hand, there are a lot of people in the Democratic Party who look at Kamala Harris and say she's not a strong candidate nationally. Her presidential campaign was not effective when she ran on her own, and therefore we need to open this up to a broader group of Democrats, particularly governors around the country, who might be much more stronger potential chief executives, and the drama around that would monopolize the conversation, silence the conversation that we've heard here all week about Donald Trump, and really attract attention back to the Democratic side, Democratic issues, and their arguments for why they need to beat Donald Trump. They could monopolize the political oxygen between now and August if they had an open convention. The downside of that, of course, the Democratic Party could tear itself apart over issues like Gaza, for example, and support for Israel and where they stand on that. So it's risk all the way around for Democrats. They are in a very, very bad position right now politically.
Oh, well, I can't wait to hear what my next guest says about that. Eamon, thank you so much. We appreciate it, Eamon Javers.
You bet.
My next guest just rewrote his latest note because of what has transpired in the past 24 hours and says this is the most investable election of his professional career. Joining us is Dan Clifton, head of policy research at Strategas, a Baird company. Dan, where do you want to pick up?
Well, great. I would just start off by saying, the odds of a Republican win have gone up here. And if they replace Biden with Kamala Harris, Trump will still be the favorite. He'll have slightly lower odds until you can see how that begins to play itself out. But now, because of all this news flow, with the assassination attempt, with Biden's debate, you're now starting to see investors really start to plug in and try and understand the investable impacts of this election. And for us, it's less about the broader indexes, and it's about trying to identify companies that are going to get a significant earnings benefit if one candidate wins over another, or one candidate or one party has control of a complete sweep in Congress. And you're starting to see those play out. And what I would argue, Kelly, is that there's four major areas right now that investors need to be focused on. You saw it last night with JD Vance, but the tariff trade is probably the largest impact. And what we like to say is that this is a referendum on the speed at which the U.S. will deglobalize, with Trump deglobalizing us faster than, say, Biden will. The second is deregulation. The third is just generally what can happen if you get a Republican or Democratic sweep. Those are our Biden-Trump portfolios. And then fourth is what happens on a sector basis. But what is so fascinating about this election is that up until this point, this election has impacted non-U.S. stock markets like China, India, and Mexico more than it has impacted U.S. Stock market. Now you're going to see that broaden itself out as we start to think about what can happen over the next 4 or 5 months.
That's a really interesting point. I like how you tell us all to watch FedEx, that stock has been a good proxy for globalization. The way it trades relative to the S&P is one of the most correlated to the election probabilities. Big picture, I mean, do you think the market's selling off today because somehow Trump's odds are now lessened and maybe Harris would be a better contender, and who knows who her vice presidential pick could be? I mean, should we read into that, do you think?
Well, I just think that there's less certainty about what could happen. I wouldn't read into the broader market decline because of what's happening in the election itself. You obviously had a big news event yesterday morning where Biden is talking about regulating the semi-space. We know that Trump is going to regulate the semi-space, and Trump then said that he was thinking about, that Taiwan needs to defend itself. So there's a lot of uncertainty in an area that was getting a bit frothy in the market, and I think that there's some rotation that's going to be associated with that. You're also getting really powerful disinflationary data that's starting to come through, and it looks like more likely that the Fed is going to be cutting rates. And then over the last couple of days,
I gotta get this off if I can get out of this.
And that liquidity drain tends to tighten financial conditions. We tend to
might
think
try
that's
and hold this
temporary
until tomorrow.
itself. And again, I would focus on the sectors that
so I'm in an
matter,
NVIDIA
what we
long
saw.
right now.
And what we've
Tesla.
really seen since June 27th, and again over the last week or so, is that the stocks
Listen
that
to
are
this
levered up to
goofball.
Trump or would be hurt by Trump, they have really significantly moved. And the one that I would point out are the stocks that benefit from deregulation, immigration, for-profit education.
Come on.
Those stocks are up 14% the last 3 weeks.
Dude, I got the
S&P by
worst,
contrast is up
absolute worst
1.5%.
fill.
So
I
you're
really did. I got the
starting to see
absolute
investors
worst
begin
fill.
to pick their spots for the election. And I think that's the right angle to take rather than
Abby, okay, just hold on, please.
That education is one area where deregulation could really give them those stocks to fill. We talked yesterday about Adtalem. It's a name we've had on the show before. It does nursing, education, and so forth. A couple of others, you say financials remain the greatest beneficiary of a Republican win. Industrials could struggle. Defense as
sorry
well
about that, guys.
could be viewed as less positive under Trump.
Let me know in chat. What do you guys think I should do? Look, I can't even fucking get out where I got in at. I bought this way wrong. Way wrong. So my thought was to try and hold this until tomorrow. Hey, come here. Come on. But I think you're going to get this pullback here, and it's really going to fucking destroy me if it does pull back. You know, I'm not too positive on what to do here. Let's see. I paid too much for this. I feel like I know that, but I feel like we could still just get an extension. You could get the markets to start going. We have bond. Oh, we had. Or it's already past 1 o'clock. Holy shit! All right. I guess I'm just gonna hold on to this. We're struggling up here. We are struggling. I was trying to see if we could take this to like a new high a day and actually get up through this 123 level.
You're saying that's obvious. I would have almost thought maybe he'd go the other way and try to kind of appeal to the broad U.S. space.
I don't know what to do. If I should just get out of it up here at 122, if I get 122 while it gives it to me, or what? Because it could just sit here and consolidate here. I'm trying to get up to this gap up here, but like I'm going to be like 125 is the option, and 125 is going to be like, unless we can get up there today. I don't think we are, though. That's the problem. That's the problem with that. But I'll be back. I'll let you guys know what I do. Take your profits. I see somebody in chat grabbed it. Good shit, man. Good shit. Good shit. That was a nice reversal. Both Tesla and NVIDIA. My cat's acting up right now, so you guys will have to excuse me. She's throwing a fit for whatever reason. But I'll be right back. You know what? I'm just gonna... You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. Can we just fucking break through fucking 121? Just fucking go. Break it. And just rip to the high of day so I can get out of this thing. Sorry. Like, I'm really not mad, I swear. I'm just talking to it. I'm coming, Abby. I'm coming, Abby. Look. I know. You're just throwing a fit. I know. You're mad. I know. Why? Who the fuck is this retard ass motherfucker talking? He is really with the rhetoric.
Change, and you have to start really doing your due diligence on what a Trump administration looks like. And it's not your father's country club Republican Party anymore. This is a worker populist party. Trade is going to be impactful.
So he didn't explain how it he's just following Biden. You know who said that, right? You know who he got that from, right? The same fucking loser that... I don't know. He just sounds like a fuck. I can just look at him and just, like, look at this guy. You can look at the... Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'll be back. Let me go figure out what the hell she... Let me go see what my cat wants. She's throwing a fit. I'm coming, Abby. So that's NVIDIA. I'm trying to just get out of it where I got in, but it apparently isn't going to let me. So, and there's the volume. Volume finally coming in above. I don't know if you guys can hear her scratching or not, but come on, NVIDIA, just fucking break above this level. Just break. Just fucking break above it. It's not going to. It's not going to fucking break. Alright, let it pull back on a 15-minute chart. We'll see where it's at in 15-20 minutes. I'll be back. I'm going to get my ass handed to me on this trade. I know I am. It's alright. I'm not going to get my ass handed to me because I had a really good week last week, but...
Now, I don't think it necessarily means recession is upon us.
I'm just going to try and hold on to this one. Tesla's pulling back now.
I think the skew is leaning in that direction.
There are some out-of-consensus voices, though, on the bullish side, like Larry Lindsay, who says, look, the Fed has to be careful here. Real wages have helped retail sales do better in the last couple of months. Better retail sales could mean better economy and jobs in the months to come. And if the Fed cuts in September and they're wrong about slowing economy and maybe even about inflation, that could end up looking politically compromised, for instance. Do you think a September rate cut is really a sure thing?
I mean, I think that it is. I mean, if you look at the market right now, the market is basically 100% priced for a September cut. So I think, and I'm sympathetic to some of that thesis. But what I would say is policy was calibrated for inflation that was meaningfully higher than it is right now. I think the inflation story from our perspective, I don't think it's something that the Fed needs to worry about anymore. They're going to say the right things about that, obviously, and that, they want to make sure it's still moving in the right direction. But I think we're already there. So I think in the context of where you were calibrated for, say a year ago with inflation, you're now almost sort of back to target. If you just strip out shelter from say like headline prices or from core prices, you're there. You're at 2%. And so I think that's what this is. I mean, and again, I think it's a really important idea. This is about calibrating policy for the fact that labor has slowed down a bit, per my comment earlier. That inflation is now has rolled over from the highs, and so this is a march toward neutral. I don't think this is a march toward the Fed putting a sort of an aggressive policy easing stance in place.
We haven't seen a cycle like that since what, 1996? When was the last time that they? Well, no, I guess you could argue that what we saw maybe in the late 2010s was kind of efforts to move rates here and there, move a little bit higher, but then they had to reverse course and so on and so forth. We're used to these kind of clear cycles. There's a hiking cycle, there's a cutting cycle. This time, is a little bit less like that.
Yeah, I mean, the sort of, I think the classic example that we've been using is sort of the 94, 95 window where the Fed was just sort of calibrating policy in real time. I mean, we could sort of see a dynamic like that. But again, I would stress, most people, I think, people hear, the Fed is going to cut. That conjures these images of, the Fed funds getting down to 1% or even 0, right, over the last couple of easing cycles. But classically, that's an atypical outcome. I mean, the Fed reserves that for dramatic events, the GFC, the pandemic. So I think from that perspective, it's probably smart to recalibrate the thought process. I mean, the higher for longer thing, I mean, depending how you want to define higher for longer, I would say it's normal for longer. I mean, I don't think that 10-year yields have to move meaningfully from here in the context of what we're thinking about the Fed.
All right, and there they are at 418. For now, Tom, thanks very much. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Kelly.
Tom Porcelli. Coming up, Alaska Airlines plunging after missing revenue estimates and giving weak third quarter and full year earnings guidance. After this break, we'll speak with CEO Ben Minicucci, with the shares having their worst day of the year, down 6.5%. Plus, Netflix results are on deck, and those shares are expected to have a post-earnings move of 7% in either direction as well. What will investors be watching for, and how should they position ahead
Let's
of the
go,
print?
guys. Take your profits on those.
Upside from here. As we head to break, here's a glance at the markets with all the major indexes in the red, making it easy for us today. The Nasdaq, coming off its worst day since December of 2022, is now 5% off its all-time high, and again 0.5% lower today. We're back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
fiber.
Welcome back. 7% after posting a second quarter revenue miss. The airline fell short on third quarter profit forecasts as well as they grapple with higher operating costs and a pricey new flight attendant contract. Still, Alaska soared past EPS expectations and said it's looking to further expand high-end offerings as demand there continues to grow. For more, we're joined by Alaska Airlines CEO Ben Minicucci. Ben, it's great to have you back. Welcome.
Thanks, Kelly. Great to be here with you.
We have a record high number of travelers, and they might not agree when they hear it, but we also have really low airfares that have been kind of plaguing the industry's performance. Who started all this, and how do you bring it to an end?
Well, listen, I think on Q2, a lot of capacity was put into Q2, and I know everyone out there feels like airfares that keep going up, but the fact is from this year, this quarter, second quarter of 2024 compared to 2023, fares were lower. In terms of our performance in Q2, even with all this increased capacity, we had a fantastic second quarter. We had record revenues. We had a pre-tax margin of 15.8%, which will be the best of any carrier out there. We feel like we're in a really good place, especially with how we configured a business model. And like you mentioned, with premium, I think we're in a fantastic place with premium. And I just want to take a moment to thank the fantastic employees of Alaska for the performance.
Yeah, I'm looking at the shares, which are trading around $37 today. The post-pandemic high was around 70, but even in the years pre-pandemic, the late 2010s, when the airline seemed more investable again, you were in the 70s, you were in the 80s. The time of the Virgin Air acquisition, I think you were trading around $80, but then that brand name was sunsetted. Do you ever look back and think, I don't know, maybe you should bring it back or do something to reignite excitement around it? Or is it not about the brand and not about anything like that? And is it more just about capacity issues and some of the expenses that we have mentioned as well, flight attendant contracts and so forth?
Kelly, you're asking a great question. I think it's about all of that. I think brand is very important, and we've worked hard on our Alaska brand. It's extremely strong here in the Pacific Northwest. We have an amazing loyalty here, but I think brand makes a big difference. But what you said is the business model is even more important. And I think this is why in the last few years, since the Virgin acquisition, we began thinking about this premium space. And you don't get here overnight. And I think as Alaska, as a domestic carrier, and when we compare ourselves to our other domestic peers, our entry into premium, and where 25% of our seats are premium, it is the reason why we are going to be profitable. We'll be one of the top 3 margin producers in the industry this year. It's why we're differentiated from all our domestic-focused peers. So I think business model matters. I think brand matters. And I think as we go forward, I think we're extremely well-positioned, even despite what I believe is an overreaction on our stock.
I'm going to talk to one of the great value investors on the airlines in a couple of minutes here. But before I ask her, I want to ask you, how long do you think this period of difficult earnings and pressure, downward pressure on fares is going to last? I mean, are we kind of, do we have months more to go, years more to go?
You know, Kelly, it's kind of like your previous guest. You know, I think there's a lot to do with the economy and how the economy is going to evolve over the next few months. You know, rate cuts, no rate cuts, how people are feeling with inflation, if inflation comes down. I think those things are all interrelated. I think a lot of people since the pandemic now are flying, and we don't really see demand backing off a little bit. Demand is still strong. We're still filling our airplanes, and if you ask anybody on the street, they'll say, God, planes are full, airports are full.
Sure.
And that's true. I think it's, and I think as we go forward, I think it's having the right brand, business model, loyalty platform, having relevance and having loyalty are 2 big things that really drive profit at the end of the day. Do
you watch the election events like the rest of us, just kind of somewhat bemused? Are there any implications that really at stake for your company? Depends on who wins in November.
For us, we've been in business 90 years, and we've worked through many administrations. And I think our focus, whatever administration is in power, is really to focus on aviation industry infrastructure. We want to make sure that infrastructure, which the government plays a huge role in terms of air traffic controllers and in terms of airspace and how it's managed with the FAA, that's at the highest possible levels of efficiency and reliability. So that's where our focus is at, and I'm sure that's where all the other airlines are going to be at as well.
Maybe it could be bipartisan. This could bring people together. Maybe is better airline infrastructure. You know, it seems one area that everyone thinks we could do better. Yeah, Ben, thanks very much. Good to check in with you. Thanks for your time today after earnings. We really appreciate it. Alaska Air CEO Ben Minicucci. Coming up, we've got another executive exchange, this time the CEO of Novartis on the heels of their second quarter results. The state of their pipeline and patents next, with the shares down 4% on pace for their worst day in more than 3 years. We're back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Get your slip-ins.
Welcome back to The Exchange. I'm Contessa Brewer with your CNBC News update. Israel's parliament today voted overwhelmingly against the establishment of a Palestinian state. The vote reflects the deepening decline in support for a two-state solution as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu prepares to address Congress next week and meet with President Biden, a vocal supporter of the two-state solution. Hyundai is recalling almost 67,000 vehicles due to two significant issues. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the first recall affects more than 56,000 vehicles over a loss of drive power from a fuel pump failure. The second recall applies to more than 12,000 Santa Fe SUVs for a software error in the transmission control unit. And the newest recipients of the Kennedy Center honors were announced today. Among the honorees, director Francis Ford Coppola and the Grateful Dead. And in a rare move, the legendary Apollo Theater in Harlem will also be honored for launching generations of black artists over its 9-decade run. That's the news, Kelly. I'll send it back to you.
We'll see you soon, Contessa. Thank you very much, Contessa Brewer. Meantime, Novartis having its worst day in more than 3 years, despite raising its full-year earnings guidance for a second time since April. The Swiss drug maker seeing sales of its prostate cancer drug climb 44% in the U.S. and Europe, although that was slightly below analyst estimates. Shares are down 4.5%. For more, we're joined by Novartis CEO Vas Narasimhan, along with Angelica Peebles. Angelica.
Hey, Kelly. Thanks so much for the intro. And Vas, thanks so much for joining us today. So I want to start because, like Kelly said, you had a good quarter. You're raising your adjusted earnings outlook for the year, but your stock is down almost 5% today. So where's the disconnect here?
Thanks for having us online, Angelica. It's great to be here. Look, when you look at our performance, it's been outstanding. And we've had a tremendous first half of the year. It really builds on a great 2023 as well, raising our guidance twice. Actually, our shares are at a record high. All that's really happened today is we've given back some of the gains we've had over the past few weeks. And that could be for any number of reasons. What I'd rather focus on is the strong performance we had and how that builds confidence in our longer-term growth outlook. When you look at our operating performance on our key growth drivers, all performing very well. Strong innovation performance coming out of 10 positive phase 3 studies in 2023. And we're well on track to meet our 5% plus sales growth guidance out to 2028 and our core margin guidance of 40% in 2027. We're already at 39.6 in this quarter. So I think what's going to happen is we're going to continue to have strong momentum in the second half of the year. We're going to get our approval for our cancer drug Kisqali, as well as continuing to advance our pipeline. And I'm sure the shares will continue to reflect our strong performance.
Well, there was some analyst notes that I was reading about how even though you did have a strong performance this quarter, you are not raising your guidance for the sales outlook for the rest of the year. You're maintaining it. So why is that? And I also want to talk about Pluvicto and that prostate cancer drug and why we're seeing some weakness with that drug.
Yeah, absolutely. So first on the sales guidance, we're already at a guidance of high single digit to low double digit. When we look out into the second half of the year, we see really strong continued growth dynamics in that low double digit range. But one of the things that's going to happen is we have tougher comps because of one-timers that we had in Q3 of last year. So when you factor in those comps, we just think it's prudent to maintain the sales guidance and see how Q3 evolves. Now, when you think about Pluvicto, which I'm sure you also want to discuss, I'd love to get into a little bit more of the details. But overall, I think most importantly, we're confident in the long-run trajectory of this medicine. I think we're just going through a transition period right now as we move Pluvicto out of large academic medical centers into the community and get broader use of the medicine.
And how will you do that? Because for viewers that might not know, this is a radioactive material that actually goes and kills cancer cells, which is really unique, but it makes it hard and limits its access. So how will you actually get out into the community with this drug?
We've already made great progress. When you think about it, we already have over 450 centers across the United States that are able to give this incredible medicine. As you know, this is truly pioneering work. I mean, this is developed by some of the top nuclear minds in the world. It's able to direct microdoses of radiation. And so these are really small doses of radiation directly to cancer cells and kill them. We have 2 medicines approved, Lutathera for neuroendocrine tumors, Pluvicto for prostate cancer, a large pipeline behind that. And what we're finding is it's just taking time to get centers up and running, understanding how to bring patients in, provide the therapy, and then, of course, enable to monitor them over the 4 to 6 courses of the therapy they need to take. So I feel confident it's going to happen. You often see this when you have high technology therapies getting rolled out. But actually, it's quite simple in the end once you get the certifications done, once you get the clinics appropriately set up. And then I think oncologists in the community are going to be very excited to make these medicines available for patients because you see, most importantly, incredible clinical results and also patients really appreciating the quality of life benefits you get with radioligand therapy.
Before you go, you made some really interesting comments on obesity on the earnings call this morning. And I know we talked about that last time you were with us, but today you said that you don't want to be on the market. You don't want to enter the market with a fast follow to what's already there, but you are interested in next generation therapies. So how much of that work is happening inside Novartis versus how much is happening outside, and might you go out and buy something in this space?
All right.
We may have a possible rinse and repeat here. That was a nice trade. Really nice trade. That was a nice trade. Let's see though. Let's be patient. Again, I think I don't think you can trust it again. You have to remember Taiwan Semiconductor's earnings are tonight. Netflix, mega cap tech. So I would honestly remain patient if you weren't able to be a part of that. And I mean, honestly, wait until you get, you know, some. Let's see here. Why would but to answer? Let's see. So yeah. Let me see. Hold up. Is there anybody even here? Let me see. Do we even have anyone here at the Uno Momento? All right. Great job. I'm looking for a rinse and repeat. All right. I'm looking for a rinse and repeat. We have. Let's go see what stocks are trending. We know IWM, basic, you know, NVIDIA, AMD, Wiz, IWM, UNH. I don't know why UNH is trending. I really don't. I don't care if that thing goes up. ASML, Financial Quotes, Rivian, Trump, JP Morgan. So JP Morgan's trending a little bit right now. See here. Alright guys, again, give me just a second here. I would like, guys, I want to see if we can get well, shit, it's happening right now. Let's see, bounces, consolidates.
Biden's doctor said he's still experiencing mild COVID symptoms.
Okay, who cares? Like, seriously, who gives a shit? That's no excuse. Seriously, no excuse. It really isn't. Again, you have to remember NVIDIA is in this area of consolidation. You could just be stuck right here between 123.27 and 118. The trend is to the downside, so you know we got a nice reversal today. Volume's okay as well, but this down move still had a ton of volume. The upside had hardly any, and look, it's trying to break now. So I am curious if we can get a pullback. I gotta be honest with you, I'm still curious if we can catch. So look at this 4-hour chart here. That 4-hour chart had a sick tail, a really long tail. But you know what? That 4-hour 9 EMA. Look at the, let's see here, right here. If we go to a 4-hour, oh nice. Look, the volume's actually pulled back a little bit on that. That's actually a good sign. That's actually a really good sign. Oh heck yeah. Tough level though. Man, I really want to get back to this level here, guys. I do. I want to take this thing back here. 120, 125. This is, so that is 4%, and we're down just under 2%, or we're up just under 2%. And if we come in, depending on where we close, let's see, you came in, we tested yesterday's close, and how much was this move? Let's see. So it was about 4% too. Alright, so this thing likes to move in 4% moves, and that would take us right to 125. So for anybody that's looking to trade this, I wouldn't get 125 calls because you could pay, you're going to be paying up. You know, again, you still have TSM earnings, Netflix earnings. If they come in bad, the queues go down. I'm sure Netflix could, or not Netflix, but NVIDIA gets sold off here. But it was a trade. That was a really nice reversal candle. 4-hour chart, daily chart, nice tail. Really nice wick there. I want to close this gap and or the 20-day moving average. What's wrong? What's wrong? What is it? What's wrong? What's wrong, baby? Are you okay? I hope my little girl's okay. She's acting so weird. All right, so this 9 EMA here. Look at this. Look at the 4-hour trade line. That yellow. This yellow line. You see how you have this huge gap between where it's at, and what's it do? It always reverts to the mean. What happened down here? Same thing. Got way away from it, expanded right back to it. Funny thing is that it didn't close down there, but so now it looks like we're holding. So we're still holding this level. That was just a shake and bake. That 120 to 116.17 or 116.115. That was a shake and bake, honestly. I think if we do end up breaking it, I don't think we do break it. I think the only thing is to go long. I really do. Just got to get the timing down. Just got to get your timing down. Just got to get the timing down. Let's go look at the short-term time frames to get our timing down. Let's see, like the 30 minutes. Let's see. Yes, it's already starting to yank back up. 15, 5. All right, guys. It might. Nope. We need a little bit more. Give us a little more of a pull. It could remain oversold though. That's the thing here. It's going. Shit. 1 minute's got room up higher. 3 minute. I want to wait, guys. I do. I want to wait. And there's Fed Logan.
As all eligible banks should be prepared for a discount window. Fed emergency lending programs have been effective.
We know. Oh, we know. Oh, we know. They've been effective. Yes. Alright, guys. So, I'm just going to be a little patient. I do really like this break and retest right here. Do really like this trade idea right here. It's just, again, NVIDIA is in a spot where it does not have to pull back. So we had a nice test there of support. Where could the next area be? Support. 119, 119, 119, 120, 120, 120. Now we got to get through 122. Shit. I wanted 20-some cents, man, in the low 30s there. But once again, I was just a little too slow getting in. Are you okay, boo-boo? Alright guys, I'm going to go make some coffee. So keep an eye out for NVIDIA. Keep an eye on this. This could be a nice trade setting up in the next couple for the next couple days. Again, you have to be careful too because of earnings. But that is a beautiful break, retest. You got to break these higher days though. That's where it's going to really matter, is up here at 122. But even if you get this long here and run this to 122, you can take profits off in front of 122 and you're paying a cheaper price. You know, if you go up here, you're going to be paying over 100% for those options. Like, that's what I don't understand by, like... So, man, there's nobody even here. For me to even say this is like... Or to, like, you know, do this little, like... You know, to go through this lesson, it kind of like brings something up. It would be a waste for me to do it. Let me say, do we have anybody here that can benefit from it? I'm just going to keep it to myself. Okay, 3 people. So, alright. Now's not the time. I'll just keep it to myself. So if you guys always remember, or try to keep in mind, like I'm not telling you guys to buy at resistance zones and sell at support zones. But I do want you to understand that you're going to be paying a cheaper price for your contracts. Like, that's how you need to think about things. Like, understanding when a stock pulls in the morning, like NVIDIA just did here, and it sold off throughout the remainder of the day, and you're like, okay. And you start looking, and you're like, man, you know, this is a pretty heavy level. And just understanding that, okay, look, we broke down through yesterday's low, broke down through to yesterday's lows, and we stuffed it. And how do I know we stuffed it? Because we ended up reclaiming yesterday's like close and support level. This level right here, which is like 117.50, is this daily support zone. It's the 50-day. Bang, 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 bang. Every time we get there, dip buys, dip buys, dip buys. So they're holding strong there. And this was your first sign right there that they were holding this market up for those people at 118 on the top right. You pulled into it, and what happened? It was a low volume pullback. Buyers came in. You not only went up to VWAP, you finally broke VWAP for the first time. So everything from here over has been shifted. The shift has started. We couldn't hold VWAP yesterday or today. We couldn't make it support. It's been resistance. Opening price, resistance. We get up to it. Alright, it thinks about it. What do I want to do? It tries to reclaim it. It quickly what? Breaks it. Bounces back into it. Reject. Bounces. Rejects. Okay, now we're at yesterday's low. Are we going to break it? Let's try. Damn, there's a lot of buyers down here. I can't seem to break yesterday's low. Shit. Damn, but as they're talking, the buyers just done stepped up and over the sellers. And they're like, shit, we're back above 117, 118. Alright, so they're running a test. Not running a test, but buyers are in control now. Alright, well, we're in front of VWAP, so I'm going to start getting short again in front of VWAP. Yesterday, this morning, has been a rejection point. They start to win. The sellers are starting to win now because they're trying to get short and sell in front of VWAP and at it. So on it and around it, it pulls back, and then what? It stuffs 117, yesterday's low, and then boom, increase in volume. It rips back to it. That's when they're like, oh shit. And again, everything changed from here on out. So now the shift from being resistance was seller, or things turn, these things turning into resistance are now turning into support. You're reclaiming this thing. You also have a few other factors at hand, so now you just have to get down your entry. Sellers are still pretty heavy here today, but I will say things have changed. So maybe we could get like a final run back up. We're in the low 30s now. I've already been long NVIDIA. I already took this long, guys. We've already taken this long. We're going to time this to see if the level up here is 122. 122 is that dude. So let's see. So if you guys can see here on the top left, which I'm going to make a cup of coffee, by the way. Let's see if we can grab this dip buy, start turning these levels now back into support, because they were what? Resistance. Tried to hold it. It broke. We reclaimed it. Now we're pulling into it. Once again, turning it probably into support now. And let's look for a run back up to 122. 122 to 123. It's that whole area. Alright. It's a nice move there. Let's get a nice $2 from where we are right now on it. The SPY's starting to pull back. So are the Qs. So just be patient. Just wait a second. I wish, this is why I wish people, I really want you guys, if you have not, go to the link in the description, grab yourself a one-on-one, so I can physically give you some things that are going to help you time the markets. It's pretty easy to do what I just did right there. You have to know when to do. There's a little bit more to it than just that, but can you rely on just that and put some serious money on the line, understanding your risk is always, for the most part, remaining roughly about the same, and understanding that you're going to pay a cheaper price instead of waiting for it to break through resistance, and then it holds resistance, or it turns that resistance into support. Now you're paying 100, 150, 200 times, 200% more than the other people bought, for them contracts. Because if NVIDIA breaks 123 and you wait until, you break and retest 122, 123, dude, you're going to be paying $1 for those. We're going to be selling them to you. We're buying them for 25, 30 cents here. You know what I'm saying? So, if you buy correctly, you'll not only lose less because you're buying it cheaper, but it has less room to move. There's less margin for error. But again, I want to more so focus on timing, right? Because the timing is important, especially for options traders that really want to use options to grow their account. It's going to break. I don't know. I guess we're just going to run a test here to VWAP at 119.51, 119.52. But this is going to break. So let me go grab a cup of coffee and let's get busy for the rest of the afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. Let's see. Are we going to close at the low of day? It's quite possible we could. That is still in the cards. I hope you guys know that. There's been a few spots where the buyers have kind of said, we are here, but remember what's happening tonight. It ain't safe. We're here today. We might be gone tomorrow. All right, so let's look for this circle / VWAP. Let's look for that area right there to potentially rinse and repeat this NVIDIA trade. If you want to go short, go short. It's up to you. Just want you guys to learn how to trade. If you don't know, if you think you know what you're doing, good luck to you. If you want to come learn what to do, please go to the link in the description and get in contact with me. I'm still keeping an eye on DJT also, just to keep everybody on tap. I'm still watching DJT. Still watching DJT. Kind of frustrated I was not able to catch Alibaba. All right, Tesla broke back down. There you go, 257. 257 level. Tesla broke 255. That's an intraday double top. Turn that double top into support. It tried to. See, things are going to start getting real funny right now. So be careful out there. Keep your head on the swivel. You don't want to get that top peeled back, do you? You don't want to get your top peeled back. Look at that trend line on DJT, guys. Look at this trend line there. Oh, it didn't do it. Come on. DJT. I want to hurry up and get a coffee, but I feel like everything is happening right now. This is happening right now.
With the Fundrise Innovation Fund, you can invest in some of the world's top tech companies, including those leading the AI revolution before they go public. The future is now open for investment.
Watch DJT, guys. I told you guys, get that timing down and the market pulls back. That's all it is. Appreciate that. Let's go, man. We can do it. We're on our way. We're on our way. We are on our way. Let's go. Let's go. Sorry, I know I gotta stop. It's not about stopping, but I get it. But we can do it, man. Let's get a couple subscribers today. I know we can do it, guys. Hit the like button for me. Share the stream with a friend. You know, if you know anybody else that is in the markets and would like to learn and possibly may want to be here with us. And if you have any questions, throw them in the chat. Donation contributions, that link is in the description. You know, I think it's pretty fair, right? Pretty reasonable. I help you, you help me, and we work together as a team. Donation contribution links in the description. If you want to follow me on Twitter at Ivy League Trades, I put in a few ideas from time to time on Twitter when I see it. You know, just 2 days ago or yesterday, two nights ago, Tuesday night, right when the market closed, I posted the SPY and said that, you know, I would be careful if you're going into the bell long and you're in options. All right, and then what happened? We come in with a huge gap down. Like, I tried to get short. I didn't try to get short. Let me rephrase that. I tried to grab just a couple puts, nothing crazy, just to have some exposure. And I just wasn't quick enough. Because I did not see what I saw until it was like, you know, a little bit too late. So, but feel free to post any questions, tickers, that you guys would like to cover and look at. Watch DJT. It could be in for some more downside. Tesla, NVIDIA really starting to, you know, puke it up. Palantir this morning I had saw was trending to the upside, and now it's also giving everything back. Be careful, guys. Don't fight the trend. Just if they're going to sell this market off, sell it off with them. Okay? I'll be right back. remember, 30 to 40, 30 to 45 is 50%, guys. 15 cents a 30 is 50%.
Slowdown, Jack. That seems to be, it's obvious to say, but it is unusual to see the unemployment rate rise by 0.7 of a point and kind of say, well, no, that's it. It's just an adjustment and everything's still going to be fine.
Yeah, so we're looking at really the two metrics we're tracking. Obviously, CPI. CPI is not only trending lower, but it's also lower than expectations now for the last 3 months in a row. The other thing we are looking at employment and employment growth. And while year-over-year employment growth is slowing, still certainly positive, we're seeing two elements that support employment going forward. One is NFIB. This is the small business survey of users, of small business owners looking to hire over the next 6 months. That's starting to tick up. The other is among mega caps, CEO sentiment, which has also been a pretty good indicator of the direction of hiring. That's also rising. So that's a question mark. I think that we could see an environment if the Fed does start to reduce, as the Fed funds futures expect in September, and then perhaps in December, we could get an environment where inflation is trending lower and the jobs market is still hanging in there.
Makes sense. Jack, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Joining us on the markets. Coming up, the keynote moment of the RNC. Donald Trump set to speak and conclude the convention tonight. What can we expect to hear from the former president, especially with speculation swirling around President Biden staying in the race? Power Lunch will be right back.
Hers.com.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Former President Trump is set to formally accept the Republican nomination for president at the RNC tonight as pressure for President Biden to drop out of the race intensifies. His speech tonight will also follow a big speech last night from his running mate, J.D. Vance, as well. Here to talk more about the impact for investors, Andy Blocker is Global Head of Public Policy at Invesco. And Andy, it's widely described as the end of the old Republican Party and the start of the new.
Absolutely. The picking of J.D. Vance is doubling down on the populism that has made Trump so popular. And I think if you're looking at his policies, there's a lot of things there that are going to be of interest to all of our investors.
And what do you think that, so kind of just starting with this, and then we can kind of get into whether this will be the actual winning ticket in November. What does this ticket represent to you? And in what areas is it most different from the current administration?
Well, I think on the trade side, it's different, but it's not. So it's different in the sense of they're going to escalate what they've been doing with respect to the tariffs with China. Notice that Biden did not remove any of the tariffs on China, and he's actually increased some of them. But I think, broadly speaking, when you talk about if you go globally with the proposed 10% with everyone, which is really not, it's serious, but it's more of a negotiating open bid. But some of those countries will receive 10%. Tariffs. So it's much more robust in its tariffs. So from that perspective, I think the other thing is, in an interesting way, I think that if Trump follows J.D. Vance's lead with respect to the populist bent.
Keep an eye on this. All right, here's what Tesla did. You guys will see here. You have this bull flag, right? Like, I'm not talking about the daily chart bull flag that I showed you. But look at this. You have all these tails here, which is nice, right here. Right? Right here, from today. You have a nice, those boxes were your risk management, okay? Nice little bull flag there. You break out, false breakout. Now, what do we look for? We should look for a move, something like this. Right, something like this where it bounces back, or you get a tail, and then we look for the possible break into the end of the day, back down at 248. We want to get a bounce back to this resistance area, and then we want to look to get short going down into 248. That's what I'm going to be watching for. Let me see, 1 second. Shit. So GameStop is already starting to sell off again. That one got away from me. Like, this thing just fell $1 just out of nowhere. DJT, I'm thinking about possibly getting into that. Oh no, that's Palantir. That's a double top. Breakdown. Let me go. You know, you can just see that stocks are struggling right now. They're kind of struggling right now. DJT. So yeah, DJT. Same thing. It's back up at that resistance area. And it looks like it's getting ready to pull back. They may not give you the full just sell off, break that level, but I mean, you got a good shot with breaking that trend line. You broke the uptrend, the trend line that was taking you to the upside, and come on. Sorry that the mouse is right next to the mic. I do apologize. So you guys can see here that trend line. We broke it. You're looking for that, which it looks like already did, but you pop into it, pops into whatever, and then, you know, yeah. Let's see if it could still do it, right? See if it can give you another bounce and you get up there at like 37.50, 37.60, and then you look for that, like, you know, huge, quick, forcible downside that really pays you. That's what I'm going to look for. That's what I'm going to look for. You have some tails here. Also, here's another thing I see. Flat top resistance. See if that ends up breaking. Which was pre-market high. It wasn't pre-market highs, but I'm just going to say that support resistance area, that area right there at $37. See if it ends up breaking that. That could be another, you know, setup to go after. what's going on here? Come on. You got volume on your side as well, which is always what we want to look for. Okay, so that's Tesla, and there you go. Tesla is breaking that level there. I may try to go for this. Watch NVIDIA. NVIDIA's holding up well. I was actually, for a minute, thought that I took the wrong long and should have taken Tesla instead of NVIDIA, but it turned out to be correct. It turned out to be the best. It turned out to be the better, turned out to be worth it, I guess you could say. Fuck, I wish I was long up there. Man, the volume does not make any sense. It really doesn't. We need a bounce back, guys. I think we need to bounce back to VWAP. VWAP will support all day long. I don't know why that looks so high.
Spending a record $14.2 billion offline during Prime Day, but complaints growing online over the quality of the deals, with more and more claiming that price changes are nearly non-existent on most of the so-called deals.
Let us know down below in the chat. What are you guys watching? How was your day? You know, have you been sticking to your weekly goal? Do you even have a weekly goal for yourself? Did you even brush your teeth this morning? If not, you dirty dog, why didn't you? But other than that, I don't know. It'd be cool if you guys could give me some feedback too on the live streams. If like, you know, if there's other things you guys I could be doing, like going through some of this news, going through more charts. You guys let me know. If you just want me to bring a couple baddies on here, turn the camera on, just let me know. PayPal downgraded. I knew PayPal was... Somebody had mentioned PayPal. It was like going into last week. I think it was Tasty Trade. Somebody brought up PayPal. And it was on the daily chart. And I thought about trading it last week, which I was going to bring it up to you guys. And I had actually mentioned PayPal when I brought up into it, when I was giving you guys that ETF for like IGV, for CrowdStrike, Adobe, Oracle, CRM, and Intuit, how they were all having the same kind of like sentiment, which was not good, and it was probably going to be a short. Wait, is IGV a small cap? No, it's this. It's the software. It's the software sector is what it is. STW. Why wouldn't you put it like SFTW, like software? SFT, soft, and then W as in where. That's weird, right? STW? Should have put an F in front of the W. Or in... Yeah, you should have put an S in between the T and S. Software. I don't know. Anyway, not important, I guess. So this ended up breaking down. This trade idea worked out. I wasn't sure if it was going to or not. It was looking real bullish there for a minute, but you put in that double top. You tried to hold up here at that flat top resistance. So the only thing I could say now is on the daily chart, look for like tomorrow, maybe with earnings or something, look for the bounce back to get short, and then you could look for that short up there at 86 and look for a pullback down into the 50-day, which would be at like $84. That could be another nice, you know, little trade there. Keep your eyes on Adobe, CRM, Oracle, Intuit, You know, Intuit's laying off. Adobe has lawsuit coming. Microsoft, like there's a lot. So you're seeing it play out. There was a lot of options activity for the month of August in this sector too for puts. So it was kind of all pointing to some downside, and I'm like, man, how do we get downside? Like I seen that it was just like a little bit overdone, but I'm like, bro, this chart pattern looked so bullish. You guys remember me giving it to you? I talked about this Sunday night. I talked about shorting this Sunday night, and I'm like, I didn't tell you guys, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, dude, this thing is actually kind of strong. It's got volume. It's trying to hold up, and then what do you know? The market starts selling off just to sell off, going in front of earnings, which is okay. It's okay. Got a little support level here. Let's go do a check on the overall markets. Let's do a check. Let's go do a check. Let's do a check. Silver. Let's go look at silver. AG, SLV. Damn, selling off big time. And it's trying to hold this. Nah, it's turning it into resistance now, it looks like. So, AG, which is First Majestic. What is that? $6.20. I was taught, wow, this thing's all the way back down here. Holy shit. So, I was looking at First Majestic when we were, where were we? It might have been after. Excuse me, it might have been after the breakout. So this thing is still down on the year. Oh, hold on. No, it's up on the year. Sorry, I have hiccups. Shit, so it could not hold that area? 650? Alright, 650 is a key area. 650 was a key area there. If you get any bounce backs in the 650, you could look for a short. You have the 100-day also right there. SLV. Oh, his symptoms are mild. If they're so mild, then why are you even reporting it? They really think you triggers is stupid. They really do. They think people are so stupid. It's crazy. Like, and they don't stop. They just continue with the lies because they don't care. Like their actions speak so much. They speak so much in volume. Like for real, it really does. They're like, I'm lying to you. I know you know. And I still don't give up. And I'm going to continue to lie to you. Exactly what I've been portraying to you guys all along. The real two-headed monster. Nobody ever said you had to admit guilt in the Trump incident, but like, come on. You really can't. They're going to tell you that because there was too much of a slant on the roof. Yo, there was no pitch on that roof at all whatsoever. The fucking gunman was laying down practically flat. I don't even want to hear that shit. You got caught lacking. You screwed up. Because you're too worried about women instead of being worried about safety, which is number one, which is in and of itself crazy. You're already going against the objective. The objective is to keep people safe, but you're not worried about that. You're worried about women and diversity instead of safety and just getting the person who is best for the job. Boy, girl, brown, black, purple, blue. Gay, straight, married, not married, young, old, it don't matter. It's just crazy. It's an innocent bystander, an innocent civilian had to get hit and go out in front of his children. Brain matter all over the place. Like, I'm telling you guys, it's ridiculous. It really is. Stellantis, there's news on Stellantis. STLS, I think. Stellantis. St. Lawrence. STL. Alright. I gotta see I gotta figure out what's going on with my cat. I'm not gonna say my cat, my little girl. Alright, Rivian broke, ended up reclaiming. Like, this thing does the weirdest stuff. I mean, I know that this level wasn't really tested yesterday. It was support. I guess now they turned it into resistance. Alright, Tesla downside. That whole time. That whole fucking time. Did anybody take that? Did anybody get it? I fully explained this out to you guys. Nice bull flag. You know, nice pennant here. That's a failed breakout. Look for the bounce back. You didn't really... It bounced back a little bit, but not as much as you'd like it to bounce back. That'd be a nice little trade there. Once again, base hits. I mean, even these base hits are 30, 50, 60, 80% at times. You know, anything from like 20 to 50% is still a nice trade. Especially if you are able to pack on some size and not really lose anything. You know, and do it correctly. Can't ask for much more. Okay, so what I'm going to do is... I'm going to continue to eye up some charts and look to see if we can take something here into the bell. I do want to get short Tesla. I want to keep my eyes on NVIDIA. Not A, but NVIDIA, NVDA. So that we've already been long NVIDIA twice already. We got long pretty early down here. I took mine off up here. That was like right, yeah, it was on that breakout. So damn, I did pretty much get the top of that. I bought late, guys. I bought late on that, and I sold out for just like, it was pretty much like break even, but it was like a few cents a contract. So it was a few dollars a contract that I got on it. Wasn't anything crazy. So I do want to see here if you get another attempt and if you can get like a rejection or a bounce back to 122. I want to look for a bounce to 122 and then maybe even take that long off. I don't know yet, but that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a move to 122. I just want to see how and if we can even get there, which will dictate and tell me what I want to do after that once we get there. How do we get there? Do we even get there? Those are the questions that I'm wondering right now. Do we get to 122 and how do we do it? So if you guys have questions, you guys have anything, you guys can throw it in the chat or just, you know, do me a solid, hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed yet, think about subscribing because I am doing a giveaway once we get to that number.
I think we're just
if you want to do a one-on-one, that link is in the description. You know, I got a few spots left right now that, you know, it's not much at all. It really isn't. It just gives us it pays for pretty much Zoom and some of the stuff that's needed to be able to give you guys some of the information that I use and see where you guys are at, what you know, what you don't know. And again, I challenge you to challenge me. You know, because I'm telling you guys, man, anything you guys want out of life, it's just right beyond that door. And you can really help not only yourself, but help others raise their living standards. And I was really honing in on that today because it's important to really understand that. Most people don't even know about it, right? What being a citizen and a productive member of society and doing things for other people and how you can help others raise their standard of living. And even thinking about it, just knowing it and how that whole, how that implies to each and every one of us from, when our parents and our grandparents and people before us, there's a reason why we are living differently now than, at least on the, the bottom tier of living would be like a, how do we say, would be a vacation, if not more, than how they used to live in the older days. That's because we've raised our standard of living. And how do you do that? With work.
I think the fundamentals have yet to bottom. And I hate to say that things are baked in because I don't think we're there yet.
Work and
we don't
education.
know what's coming yet on that.
I'm sorry, work and education.
Deeper discount. So I don't think it's fully baked in yet. I don't think fundamentals have bottomed. I think it's still too early to own any of these QSRs except for Domino's, which is our top pick for this year.
I thought you didn't want to say baked in because you didn't want to make a dad joke about restaurants.
Sorry, but they're not even talking about anything. But what just came to my mind is, do you know that there's people out here that trade that don't even have a number that they would like to get to? Like, if I ask somebody, I'm like, so what number are you trying to get to? Like, do you even have a number in mind? Most people don't. Most people don't even have a number. Like, they don't even know what they're doing it for. They just want to do it because they think they can make money, but they don't even know what they need to make in what period of time, how to even do it in that period of time. Like, there's a lot. I'm telling you guys, there's a lot. And it's what the reason most people fail. It's not because they can't just make more when they're right than when they're wrong, versus how much they lose. But it's being able to attack and understand the math that goes into it to really stretch and grow, grow your account and get your equity curve up. There's a word for it, and I forget the word. I know some of you guys may know it. There is a word. It's not Kager. I don't know why I'm thinking of Kager. But what it does is it measures the volatility of your portfolio, which is it's not really what I'm getting at, but understanding whether you're older, you're younger, how much time do you have, what is the number you want to get, how do you get there, coming up with a plan on how to get there in roughly that amount of time. Let's see here. Let's see what we have going on. NVIDIA came in with some nice selling volume this morning, so I'm still watching it. I have both sides of this trade that I wouldn't be surprised with. I wouldn't be surprised if you get a rally going into the end of the day. I also wouldn't be surprised if it did just kind of sell off here. All right, I am looking to see if this thing can pop into the bell. You just have to be careful. Again, remember, Taiwan Semiconductor, TSM's earnings are tonight, and Netflix as well. Your first mega cap tech name. So you actually have, believe it or not, both of those earnings are going to affect NVIDIA for two different reasons. One, mega cap tech, FANG name. Two, the actual semiconductor maker, TSM, which is in its field. Right, so you have the market cap aspect and the growth of a market cap from Netflix to NVIDIA. Obviously, NVIDIA is bigger, but they're both within the, they're both, the big boys. And then you have TSM, who is, wouldn't say a competitor, but is a competitor to NVIDIA. Could potentially be a competitor one day. Let me go to trade real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. If you guys have any tickers or any questions, again, I urge you, throw them in the chat. Hit the like button, subscribe. And by subscribing and liking, when we get to that number, when we get there to the subscribers, I'm doing a giveaway to you guys for nothing. You know, not necessarily for nothing, but for subscribing and, you know, liking the videos and stuff. Think about this, right? I could not believe this when I heard it. Now listen. Met Kevin, meet Kevin. Kevin, he himself. YouTube Kevin. Alright, I love him. I don't love him, but you guys know I have no problem with him. Is he a goofball? Sure. Does he do some goofy shit? He dyes his hair pink sometimes. Okay, whoop-de-doo. You know, I'm one who lets people... I don't let. It's just, you know, I want people to live their life how they want. But anyway, who am I to judge? I'm not judging. So, if you're a financial... If you have any background in the markets, and you have any licenses in the markets, and you're going to go on YouTube and try to help other people, and the minute you tell me you're going to sell everything and go into emerging markets and in a higher interest rate, in a raised interest rate environment, you lost me there. You lost me there. I said, listen guys, I said there is no way in hell that this kid just said that. He's going to sell everything. He's going into EEM. He's going into emerging markets. I'm like, did they not teach him anything about dollar denominated debt? Anything? Did he not? Does he not understand what's about to take place? The environment we are in is kind of weird, but I was just like, because what it was is that, you know, it wasn't just us that was doing it. Not was doing it. I'm sorry. That was like the most awful English I could come up with that I could have said. But it was that everyone, for the most part, did stimulus. A lot of the major countries, pretty much all major countries had shut down, did stimulus. So this was like not just, you know, we were all in it together. There was no like separation other than China and what everyone else was doing. China was the only one that stayed closed for a year and a half, 2 years. Really, it was like a year and a half after everybody didn't want, you know, the medication that we, you know, the men and women had helped make. And I was just like, but still, I was just taken back by that. And I'm like, you can't be serious right now. You can't be serious. So, anyway. So, DJT is still hanging out up here at Highs. I just would have wanted an explanation on why he thought that was a good idea, backing up the fact that he is a licensed professional, and I would have asked him to really explain that thesis on why he would do that. All right, let's go. Let's just go back to trading, because it didn't work out. You would have been just as bad in that sector down. You know, that's why you just, at the end of the day, your long-term portfolio is supposed to be, you're supposed to hold it and either have it for an emergency or hold it as, you know, for throughout the remainder of your life, because the times when you have these like economic times where you get these pullbacks, you want to be buying it. And again, because at the end of the day, if it's that bad, you know, money is not going to be of your concern. You're going to be worried about whether you're going to be alive or if you have cans of food. Okay, you're going to have bigger problems. It's just, where's my equity portfolio? So, all right, DJT, $37. See if this ends up breaking down. It's got a little, the volume is lightening up here at this level. So let's see. See if it's going to hold it or if it's just going to break and continue just to consolidate. Tesla is still pulling back. I can't believe I missed this trade. I didn't miss it. I just didn't really think I had an opportunity to get into it. I never got the bounce back I was looking for. Maybe I did. Look, it was right there. So look, guys, the bottom left of my screen, Look at this bull flag here, right there. Right there, okay? Or the top, it don't matter, whichever one you want to use. And then look, it breaks out on that candle right here, right where I told you guys we were buying at. Breaks out right there. And then it pops. It breaks out, pulls back, boom. Then it fails. Then it just fails. But I got the pullback right there. It just sucks I didn't take it. I didn't really see it, honestly. And you got a second opportunity right there. Right there. That was your second pullback. Why? Look at that pullback support level right there. That level matches right up, right there. Resistance. Failed breakout. Bang. You hit that pop back into it. That's your entry, along with some other things you should know. But that's a really nice setup, or a really nice setup. You know, you're reading the chart. It's showing you, hey, what was support is now, you know, where there were buyers are now sellers. They have flipped. And why did they flip? Because if you bought here, right, and you see it break that level, you're down money. And what happens is when it pops back in, you have an opportunity to have a break even, right, price, and those buyers then turn into sellers. Why did they turn into buyers from the first place? Because they watched the stock go higher. And when it pulled back, they said, damn, you know, the stock's going higher. Let me buy here, and I'm going to ride it higher. It comes back down. They're like, shit, you know, I'm down money now. It's back where I bought it. You know, I'll sell it, you know, when I get a bounce back into where I bought it for a break even. And that's exactly that. That is like the shift. You seeing algorithms and people at work right there. We go long. We take profits. You get sellers into that. Comes down. You still get the buyers that are here. You still have some orders that are. That's why you see that pop there. Then it breaks, bounces into it, and then those guys turn into sellers. So now you have double the selling pressure. Not necessarily double, but you guys get what I'm saying. I don't know. So, yeah, that's that. All right. Anyway, let me get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. And let's get rid of that box. So this was our long entry, guys, too, on Tesla. For anybody that wasn't here, I literally drew out every reason why you should be long and why you would be long in those two little boxes right there. That explains, dude, what is going on? No. Oh my gosh. I don't know if my mouse is messed up or what. Alright, so what I'm going to do is look for a bounce back to 251.80, 252, and I'm going to look for a short on Tesla. I'm letting it be known right now. We'll see how this works out for me. I want to bounce back right up into there. Let's go. Come on. And Tesla is still green, by the way. Tesla is still green.
It's a leader in 3 out of the 5 markets. It builds in these very tempered climb markets, so it really can operate.
Everything is red. That's a bear market, man. FSLR is up. Like when you see gold, energy, like real bull market or bear markets,
right?
take
it's
everything out.
Performing essentially on all cylinders. It's a leader in 3 out of the 5 markets. It builds in these very tempered climb markets, so it really can operate almost 10, 11, 12 months out of the year. And it's just operating very well as far as manufacturing efficiency, processes, all the things that are good, I think, as it gets bigger and bigger. The other thing that I think I really like about DHI is 70% of its housing production is 400,000 and under, which is the space where I think there's the greatest amount of demand, and they're going to be able to fill that very well. As you can see, their numbers, they beat the numbers, and I think going forward, it's all going to be roses for them as far as just the housing demand. The only bad thing about the company is valuation. People are concerned that it's a little bit run ahead of itself, and it's true. But all great stocks essentially always trade much more expensive than they should because markets are anticipating good things out of them. So I don't have a problem chasing it at this point. I think 3 to 5 years from now, it's going to be a great stock.
All right, you've got 3 buys today. Horton's just one of them. Next is JP Morgan. Why do you like this one? They recently just hit an all-time high. They're the worst performer in the Dow today, but all of that aside.
Yeah, and I think any downdraft in JPM is an excellent opportunity to get long the stock. It is the preeminent stock in the banking sector, and it is one of those incredibly unique companies that is just colossal in scale, yet extremely good on one-to-one customer service, right? I mean, it's a testament to Jamie Dimon and how well that company is run. And if the only thing we've learned about digital economy is that to the winner go the spoils. The market leaders tend to just increase their lead over time, especially if they're executing very well as they're doing with JPM. Their interest income is $91 billion. They probably may have a little bit of a slowdown as far as underwriting goes, but they will make it up on capital markets as far as they come back. I will say the rumors about JP Dimon becoming Treasury Secretary would actually be a negative for the stock, maybe actually a negative for the stock, because he's such an extraordinary operator that anybody who fills his shoes might not be able to fill it as well. So to me, that's kind of an interesting red flag on that. But otherwise, great stock.
Well, finally, let's talk about an asset that you will find in bars. I'm talking about gold. Price is settling above $24.50 today, but some investors are already looking ahead to gold 3K. Boris, do you buy it?
Yes. I've been very much of a bull on gold. I think gold, the story here is lower interest rates, of course, help it. Weaker dollar if Donald Trump becomes president helps it. And sovereign debt issues. The fact that we keep growing our deficit continuously, it creates an underlying bid in gold. So you got to be a bull on gold as you go forward. As it breaks 2,500, 3,000 is very much in sight.
All right, shiny. Thank you, Boris Schlossberg, BK Asset Management, getting us through those 3 stocks.
All right, Dow now down more than 500 points. By the way, still to come, deal or no deal. Online shoppers claiming Amazon's Prime Day discounts. Well, they're fake or they're nominal at best. We will dig into that when we return. Welcome back. Let's get a quick check on your markets. The Dow is briefly down more than 500 points on a sell-off that's really picked up steam in the last hour or so. And it is broad-based. It's not just the blue chips John has discussed. We've seen it across the NASDAQ, the S&P, even the small cap Russells.
And Amazon is down as well as it's wrapping up its 2-day Prime Day event. And for every social media post showing off a new blender, there's also one complaining about the prices and questioning whether Prime Day deals are actually deals at all. Annie Palmer covers Amazon for CNBC.com. Today she's writing about the record sales the company saw. Let's start there. How big of an event was this for Amazon, not just including all the Kindles and Echoes that they sell?
Yeah, so once again, Amazon is really touting, the record sales that they saw during Prime Day, and they don't typically release, total sales from the event, but we can look at third-party estimates like those released by Adobe that show that sales across the U.S. online topped $14.2 billion this year, which is topping their estimates.
So Amazon has said again and again that consumers these days are looking for a deal, and we've seen that across multiple retail earnings as well. And it seems like a lot of these companies, every time they have some special event, they're talking about, yes, we did record sales. It seems like it would be a really bad sign if they didn't. How do we really get a sense of, A, whether this is an impressive showing for Amazon overall, and B, whether some of this social media chatter is something investors should be concerned about?
Yeah, so I think it's absolutely true that, year after year, Prime Day is, a gangbusters sale event for Amazon. But I think what you're talking about is just some of the speculation, I guess, among consumers around whether these deal events actually have real discounts. And I think we're seeing more and more analysts or experts in the space really say, make sure to do your research before you go ahead and buy that Prime Day deal. And a lot of folks will point to some online tools that are available out there that can basically show you sort of the historical price breakdown for a certain item so that you can actually see, okay, this item is actually being sold for less than it was being sold for a month ago. So I think it's really an education issue. But at the same time, I think consumers are becoming, smarter to the fact that, maybe these deals really aren't the best ones out there.
Yeah, it's going to be, I guess it's too late. Do they do the October Prime Days? Because they're going to have to be pretty careful now that people don't get screenshots of things whose list price suddenly jumped to get a deal from now on.
Yeah, so we don't know that they're going to have an October event again this year, but I do think that, like you said, consumers are really educating themselves around whether, they can actually save money from an item or deal.
TikTok is like the new Consumer Reports. Annie, thanks. Annie Palmer.
Except probably half the people on there, if not more, are on the take. Thanks for watching Powerline.
Closing bell starts right now.
Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Mike Santoli in for Scott Wapner. This make or break hour begins with continued pressure on big tech and backsliding in those recently surging small caps, all keeping the indexes in choppy pullback mode just as the big bellwether earnings reports begin to roll. Downside in the index is accelerating into the final hour after a tentative midday rebound attempt. Here's your scorecard with 60 minutes to go in regulation. S&P 500 near the morning lows, actually traded positive for a bit, but there you see it down 0.8%, under 55.50. The Dow, after yesterday's big gain, down more than 1%. NASDAQ down not quite as much, 0.9%, yet is in basically a 5% setback from the NASDAQ's all-time peak. Small cap, Russell 2000, cooling off in a big way after that blistering 5-day rip. It's down 1.9%, down about 3.5% from its highs just a couple days ago. That takes us to our talk of the tape. So is this just a midsummer squall to wash away some excesses, refresh the bull market, or is a more threatening change in the market weather underway? Here to weigh the evidence are Joe Terranova of Virtus Investment Partners, a CNBC contributor, as well as BMO strategist Brian Belsky and Alicia Levine, BNY Wealth Head of Investment Strategy. Welcome to you all. And Joe, extended periods of calm markets, often followed by a little bit of action, a little bit of turbulence. We have that here. What's the message you read in what we've been dealing with?
Well, listen, you've done a great job all year talking about how Q3 could be a little bit bumpy.
And it seems as though as we move into the earnings season, that's exactly what we're going to be getting right now. For the viewers, for investors out there, long-term investors, this is a tough environment right now because you have so many conflicting signals on a daily basis. It looks like we're getting this rotation within the market. Early this morning, it appeared as though that would continue. NASDAQ came under pressure. We had small caps lifting, but we've reversed that now intraday. And now for the first time, really in the last couple of weeks, you have a universal sell-off, a broad-based sell-off. You have small caps down. You have the NASDAQ down. You have the momentum factor down. A lot of the leaders that I've talked about on halftime, I own some of them. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, they're down significantly. Eli Lilly down as well. So
yeah, Chipotle's down like 5%
I think
again.
The picture that tells it all, if we could pull it up, is the VIX. Because you've got the VIX spiking up to 16. I know that doesn't sound high, but it's certainly a lot higher than it's been over the last 3 months. It's its highest level since April. We were above 21
Notice
in April.
everything
and
is
we probably
going
have
right,
the blossoming
guys.
of a much-needed correction.
That's true.
You know, Alicia, it's maybe just a little bit of a reminder to investors that a broad...
That is true bear market status.
Huge stocks is not necessarily in the near term a more stable one or a more predictable one, but how do you think investors should be reacting to it, if at all?
So I see this as the healthy correction in a broader uptrend. I mean, as you said, we're coming into seasonal weakness. August and September sort of never failed to disappoint on the index level, and we're heading right into it after an epic climb the first half of the year. So that makes sense to us. What looked like rotation into small caps, it can continue, but ultimately, I think if you go forward structurally, the large caps are going to take over here, simply because there's not enough market cap in the small caps to absorb the total rotation out of the large caps. If you just look at the top 10 stocks of the S&P, they're 5.5 times the market cap of the Russell, and the S&P itself is 15 times the market cap of the Russell. So it's a little bit like putting an elephant through a needle, which is what we saw. We saw 3 and 4% moves in a short period of time. That has to be digested.
What do you guys see
it's
here?
Very healthy. An average year.
Anybody here? Let me know in chat. What do you guys see if I show you this chart of the Qs? All right, if I show you that chart, and I show you this chart, what do you guys see? Can you guys let me know in chat real quick, please? Let me know what you guys see between the two top right charts. Just give me an idea on how you guys would look at that. I'd appreciate it if you could. Yeah, just let me know here, and let me know what is, give me like, I don't know, give me an example of like relating to, like, what do you see when you see these two charts, the SPY and the Qs?
Secular bull market, which we've been talking about since 2009, is 9.4%. As Alicia said, we only had 5.5%. That's not enough. And obviously, on a near-term basis, we were overheated. Now, I do believe that it's very normal to get broader participation. We are entering a golden age of stock picking, where you're going to need to own a lot of everything. Our theme for 2024 was everybody love everybody, meaning you got to own a little bit of everything, and now it's starting to come into fruition. So value was massively oversold on a technical basis, so a small mid-cap. But it's not about just technicals and price, Mike. This is about fundamentals. Now, starting with small mid-cap, we're talking about earnings discernment, cash flow, balance sheet, strength, the strongest in my 35-year career. You have a scarcity proposal in small mid-cap, too, especially given the fact there's no banking deals and nobody's buying small mid-cap over the last few years. And then lastly, on value, more of a GARPy value we think makes more sense, but we do think everybody's going to come together
when I said this morning.
It's happening right.
Look at JP Morgan. I told you guys if we can get it back down at 210, I'd go after that.
The average recovery is 15.5%.
That is
the result of that, we've kind of blown up a little bit too much to the upside. So let's go back to the second year of a bull market. So the average correction since 1949 is 9.4%. The average recovery is 15.5%. So we do think that 5,600 still looks pretty good. It probably could be higher. We're not going to adjust our price target until we kind of see how this correction unfolds, but we're very comfortable seeing higher prices from here by year end.
Joe, the earnings are going to start to really flow here.
Yes.
It's interesting how all of the market implied expectations got reset, right? A majority of stocks ramped for a week, and the big stocks, which are going to have the most predictable earnings beats, probably have pulled back. You know, I bet you a month ago, if you said, I'm going to get 15% discount in Meta, you know, the NASDAQ 100 is going to be 5% off its high, you would have said, sign me up, I'll be a buyer on that dip. And then, of course, it happens, and we find reasons why it might not be an opportunity.
Well, and that's where I think it's important to always understand what sentiment and positioning is in markets and how full is sentiment and positioning relative to a particular sector or an industry. And I think we could obviously define the technology sector, the mega caps, and areas in communication services as having an extreme bullishness. So I think you came into this quarter knowing that you're going to have to exceed expectations in those areas of the markets for earnings, from my perspective, for us to see continued price appreciation here in the near term. I think we've now kind of had this inflection point where, looking at the market, the mentality has become over the last week more about selling rallies than buying dips. And once you get that shift, you need something to act as a very strong catalyst. We're going to have to see a significant earnings beat in the technology and communication sector for that to happen.
Well, let's talk about one subgroup of technology that is really at the center of all that's going on. Chip stocks trying to stage a comeback after posting their worst day since March of 2020. Seema Modi is tracking that sector for us. Hey, Seema.
Well, Michael, it's sort of a reversal here. Chip stocks started the day strong following Taiwan Semiconductor's better than expected second quarter earnings report, fueled by demand for AI chips. It's 3 nanometers specifically. The chip maker didn't address former President Donald Trump's Taiwan comments head on, but did say there are no changes to its U.S. expansion plans and that $40 billion Arizona plant. The stock, though, turned negative just about 2 hours ago. It comes as Intel doubles down on its U.S. expansion plans. Those shares quietly outperforming, up 14% this month compared to NVIDIA's 11% slide. Tonight, investors will be parsing through Trump's speech at the Republican National Convention and any comments on China and Taiwan. Bank of America analyst Vivek Arya out with a note today saying the volatility we're seeing in chips could stay enhanced through earnings season and the U.S. election, and that seasonality is also at play with semiconductors and those stocks often underperforming in the third quarter. But reassuring news is that, at least for the bulls, these stocks tend to bounce back. Mike.
You know, Alicia, in addition to this group, obviously the seasonal issues, the fact they were up so much, it's also at the center of, I believe, AI as a theme, and whether it's already been priced in, and whether this massive CapEx fruit, or is just going to be, you know, kind of the table
crux of the entire market.
Yeah.
Right, because it's not just the chips, it's not just the hyperscalers, but it's the you know, it's the power companies, it's the utilities, and it's kind of broadened out. So we are believers that this is real. It's a real story. Having said that, the charts on these stocks have gotten parabolic, and investing charts for timing. And so it's time to get some froth out of this. I think this is a great setup for earnings because we're just coming down so quickly, so hard. You know, we'd like to see it settle at the 50-day moving average and not the 200-day moving average. But ultimately, this is the right story. But make no mistake, it has to be the entire market because it has been, and that's been the excitement for the last 18 months.
Well, exactly. It has been. I mean, unless something, you know, something might come along to partially replace it. Brian, where would send the types of stock trajectory that will or won't work in your understanding?
Well, I think Alicia's spot on. I think many people, quite frankly, have forgotten that semiconductors are the most cyclical area in technology. And they've also forgotten that the second, third quarter earning is typically their toughest quarter in technology stocks in general. So I think, Mike, that you have to take a look at what we like to call the Super 6 technology companies and use those as your core holdings. And then we think, quite frankly, you want to trade down. Like, who would have ever thought the trade down to a $500 to $800 billion company was a trade down? But we think Oracle, AMD, Qualcomm are going to be clear winners from this. Doesn't mean that the big tech is not going to outperform. It just means that I think some more money is going on. And I think this move into small cap is absolutely positively real. It's built some credibility that you actually can buy something and it goes up. Markets are going to move down together. Everything's going to go down together, and I think that's why you've seen more weakness here. So again, money into small cap, and I think that's really what's going to work the second half of the year.
Joe, NVIDIA is actually up a little bit today, but it's in a 15% drawdown. You know, we had about a 2-month period earlier this year where it just went sideways and digested, kind of consolidated the huge gains. It's been in one of those for whatever, since the beginning of June, I guess, right now, so a month and a half. Where would that leave you on it? Because as much as people say, oh, it's not as expensive as it was a year ago, that's because the earnings estimates back then were like radically too low.
Well, I think you're talking about a stock that you could place in that safety basket. And the safety basket, if we see further declines in the market, is exactly what you're going to see investors and money managers reach towards. And that's where you can get that quality. You could find the reliability in earnings, and it's going to take you right back to the mega cap. So I've said this all along. I don't think you want to move away from mega caps and place yourself in a binary position where you say, I'm going to pick one or the other, small caps or mega caps. Mega caps are going to help you if we see a deeper correction, and you could clearly define NVIDIA as having those characteristics.
Alicia, does that make sense? I mean, the market has treated that category of stocks as defensive. So it was defensive, it was quality, it was also growth. I mean, it was like everything working. And I guess that could happen again, or is there other areas of the market that seem like the risk reward has set up better?
So large cap tech has been both offense and defense, right? So it functions as both because of the cash flow and the earnings and the need not to borrow, right? So that they work as defense. So historically, when the Fed has cut into a stable economy, i.e. not because we're going into a recession, but simply because real rates are too high, historically financials have taken off. So the mid-80s, the mid-90s, financials took off when the Fed cut into a soft landing. So you would want to expand here, not just large cap tech, both offense and defense. But if you believe in the soft landing, then financials do well, certain value does well. I think energy is an interesting story depending on who's in the White House, because historically, energy has been part of the reflation trade. But what we've seen is when Republicans are in office, actually oil prices are lower, and the energy stocks actually don't do that well.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing, Brian. I mean, in terms of trying to handicap not just over the next 3 months how the election probabilities evolve, then what will be the policy priorities, then how will they actually be enacted and when, then whether the market has already kind of figured that out before it's time. It's many things you have to get right in a row, I think, to have a view based on what the policy is going to be in a year. So I also wonder what the starting place here is a little different than it was, let's say, the last time before President Trump was elected, after this period of like disinflationary sluggish growth, and all of a sudden, hey, big nominal GDP policies look like it was exactly the thing we wanted. It's unclear if that's the case.
Yeah, I think that's right, Mike. And we always say we don't like to give politics any kind of credit. But at the end of the day, if you go back from a fundamental perspective, look at 2017, 2018. The 2018 correction was really about Powell and Trump sparring about tariffs, and then we had the pivot in 2019, which was very similar to the pivot in 1995, which brought in Goldilocks. So I think the fundamental condition of stocks, quite frankly, is actually in better shape right now than it was in 2016. Remember, 2016, we had a lot of volatility with Brexit. And there's a lot of things going on at the end of the year. People forget about all this. So I think from a fundamental perspective, the barbell really makes sense in how we're looking at U.S. large cap and being overweight tech and overweight financial, which we have been. You got to play themes. You got to play stock picks. And again, buy some of these things that have been out of favor with good, strong fundamentals, like some of the value stocks, like some of the small mid-cap stocks, and spread the money around a little bit. But don't give politicians too much credit. You're way, way, way too early to try to be building investment strategies around a political stance, which could change week by week.
Yeah, although, Joe, the market will trade it.
Well, the market is trading
whatever the way, however the needle moves.
Well, I think the needle
Remember
moved
them
this
saying
week
this right now. Remember them saying this. It's the same people, same person. My guy who just said, yeah, will say, well, I think, inflation, Trump going in, inflation going higher, plan to trade accordingly.
Needle has changed, but Brian's right. He's spot on. I mean, we're sitting here, we're in the middle of July. There's a long way to go. We've had a couple of quote-unquote black swans already surrounding this election, and let's hope we don't have any more. But I think there's a lot to play out in this story.
Yeah, I mean, even if you think that what the market believes right now is the likeliest outcome, over the next 3.5 months, there's going to be scares. Polls are going to tighten. Something's going to happen.
Algorithms are going to do really well.
Yep, absolutely. Hey, did you see Virtu's results?
Yeah,
there you go.
There you go, up
Speaking of
20% today.
All right. Alicia, Brian, thanks very much. Joe, you're going to stick around, talk to you again in a bit. Let's send it over to Steve Kovac for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. Hey, Steve.
Hey there, Mike. Let's look at D.R. Horton shares. They're surging about 10% as the home builder topped Wall Street expectations for its third quarter. The firm citing limited supply of new homes, keeping home buyer demand high as home builder stocks climb on a drop in mortgage rates in response to the June CPI numbers. Cint is also jumping on earnings, leading the S&P 500 as the business services firm topped analysts' expectations for the current quarter, beating earnings estimates for the fourth quarter in a row. Mike, I'll send it back over to you.
All right, Steve, thanks so much. All right, we are just getting started here as the market backs up, S&P down a full percent. We're going to have a moment of truth for Netflix. Second quarter earnings.
All right, guys, I'm going to go long now.
NAAS. Street expectations and numerous price target hikes. We have a pair of shareholders standing by, plus big technologies, Alex Kantrowitz, to break down the setup. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
I think NASS has to pull back to like 750, 740 and retest that 50-day. Let me see here. Damn, 735. Let's see. Let's see what we get here. She could start just going like, and then kind of extend towards the after hours. So I want you guys to think about if we do get long this
Hero.
that I may be taking some after
Shares of
hours.
Netflix down slightly today ahead of the company's Q2 results after the bell. Investors paying close attention to any progress made by the streamer on its ad-supported tier, as well as any guidance as consumers perhaps cut back on spending. Joining me now to discuss is Vertus's Joe Terranova, Odyssey's Jason Snipe, and Big Technology's Alex Kantrowitz. All three CNBC contributors, and Joe and Jason are Netflix shareholders. Alex, it seems like the conversation is, it's going to be good. Just how good? How rich have expectations got? What do you think the themes will be?
Yeah, expectations are high, and they should be, because this quarter is setting up to be a quarter that Netflix should crush. And I'm talking about the fact that advertising subscribers are now at 40 million, right? We were at 23 million in January. It's a massive jump. All these, the past that we've had, talked about how Netflix can't grow or how it's contracting subscribers. That seems like it's in the rearview mirror. And, people are saying, okay, now we're now at a year of password sharing crackdown. However, this thing doesn't happen at once. They don't just turn it on to 100%. Yes, it started a year ago, but this goes gradually. So we should still see benefit there. So I think that Netflix should beat on revenue, it should beat on subscribers, and it should beat on profit. And if it doesn't, that's when we start asking questions. But it looks like it's set up in its favor.
Yeah, and Jason, this whole expectations game is always quite funny when it comes to a name like Netflix, when you have the sell side trying to figure out what the buy side is actually expecting relative to sell side expectations, and you get this wide range. I thought it was amusing. Wells Fargo's trading desk today said, well, if the official estimate for sub growth is 5 million-ish, they're getting some high responses between 7 and 9 million. And the funny point was they said, well, the 9 million are the bears, because they want to feel like the expectations are so high they can't be met. I mean, it's a funny game to play, but how are you thinking about the stock positioned here?
Yeah, I agree with Alex here. I think the expectations are high. I think, they're expecting 16% revenue growth. It's, to your point, Mike, about 5 million new sub ads. They did 9.3 million last quarter, and this is a seasonally weaker quarter. So I think anywhere +5 will be very solid. I think they'll beat on earnings as well. I think we want to look for a continued progress on the ad-supported tier. Again, last quarter it grew 65% quarter over quarter. And the quarter prior to that, it was 70%. So I could expect continued acceleration there. And again, I just think they're hitting on all levers. The ad-supported tier, password sharing, and then their foray into live sports. So I think that's going to be important going forward. So I like the stock and continue to own it.
Joe, I mean, it remains the only real grower in media, if you want to call it media. It's got a NASDAQ 100-ish valuation, right? 30-plus forward earnings, but it's smaller. It's not like the multi-trillion-dollar market cap. So what's the ceiling here in terms of how far this can go, how far this story can play out and compound?
Well, it's the one streamer that you could define as being growth, right? I think ultimately Netflix, from a price perspective, takes out the November of 2021 high at 700. Yep. And I think you're talking about a stock that's 750 to 800 easily thereafter. I think the challenge going into tonight is, as Jason and Alex have said, we've got really high expectations. We know how fundamentally strong this company is. We know the success that they've had looking at ad tier subscription and password sharing. Now they're pivoting into live sports. We've got some NFL games coming on Christmas Day. We're all going to be watching that. Myself, I know we did a price hike in 2023. I'd like to hear about another price hike. I think ultimately that's coming. So the setup is really, we know it's going to be good, and the analyst community has raised the price targets already in the last 6 weeks. The 650s are now 730s, the 700s is 750 to 780. But here's your problem. Over the last 10 days, and I own it personally, I'm not getting out. Options say 7% move either way. I will not get out if it goes down 10%. But the ETF strategy, which is rules-based and looks at quality and momentum, the momentum factor is weakening significantly in the last 10 days. You're below the 50-day moving average. It looks like you're targeting the 100-day moving average, and you just have to understand it because that's a critical dynamic, especially when you know sentiment and position is extremely bullish.
Yeah, and Alex, I mean, if we get the price increase, I mean, it's been a big part of the story just on a multi-year basis. To what degree do you think Netflix is agnostic about ad subscribers versus premium at this point? Because they obviously needed to build scale and ad supported, because that's the only way it's any good for advertisers, is to actually have a pretty broad pool. But are they as profitable? Are they going to be as good a customer in terms of churn?
I mean, I think there's more potential in the ad tier than there is in the premium tier. And I'll tell you why. You get the $6.99 a month, that might go up, right? So that's coming in no matter what happens. And now you have Madison Avenue looking at this very attractive audience and saying, they're watching. By the way, it's very difficult to skip those Netflix ads. You really got to sit and watch them.
Right.
And so they're saying, listen, if we can get more data than we can get on linear television, we can reach how many, 40 million people already? That's a sizable audience. I think Netflix right now is under-monetizing that. In fact, we're probably not going to see meaningful revenue there until 2025. So if they can figure out the strategy to grow that audience and then to find out a way to make money off of them, then I think that's the way they want to go. And that's why they've been posting about it.
40 million kind of splintered. So I guess they have to really figure out the ad serving story better, and obviously say the data analytics as part of that, right? Because you're not kind of concentrating that attention all in one place.
Yeah, definitely. It's a technology story. I mean, the entire story about advertising online has been about technology, not necessarily bulk audience. Right? That's why Facebook's crushing. It has the audience, but more importantly, it has that technology. Something like Snapchat with like 400 million users, it can't make money the same way because its tech doesn't work as well.
Right.
But that being said, Netflix has this huge
not
advantage.
to mention YouTube, yeah.
Right? Netflix can also go out, though, and say we're not just performance. We're not just, teens and preteens tapping away on an app.
Right.
We're people leaning back, watching quality television, so spend the same rates. And by the way, the linear audiences might be shrinking. We know what's happening with Warner Brothers Discovery. And they're going to say, come on home to Netflix, and that will work.
All right, well, we'll see what we get. Guys, appreciate the conversation. Alex, Jason, and Joe, thanks. We're getting some news on Broadcom and OpenAI. Kate Rooney has that for us. Kate?
Hey, Mike. So this is a report from The Information. They are reporting that OpenAI, the AI company started by Sam Altman, is in talks and has talked to Broadcom about developing a new AI chip. They also report here that the ChatGPT maker has been hiring former members of a Google unit that produces Google's AI chips and trying to take some employees from Google. They also say here, this is according to 3 people familiar with the matter, and that OpenAI has been talking to certain chip designers, including Broadcom. Here you can see shares kind of jumping around on this news, slightly higher. But again, this report from The Information. Mike, back over to you.
All right, well, still has some power to move the stock. OpenAI relationships. Kate, thank you. Coming up, Nuveen Sarah Malik is out with her new second-half playbook, how she's navigating the recent rotation situation, and where she says investors should be putting money to work in the months ahead. She'll explain when Closing Bell returns. Welcome back. It is red across the board today with the Nasdaq again setting up for a loss. The Dow tracking to break a 6-day win streak. The S&P off 1%. Our next guest has eyes on 3 market forces that could shift stocks in the coming months. Joining me now is Sarah Malik. She's now Nuveen's head of equities and fixed income and CIO and chair of Nuveen's Global Investment Committee. It's great to talk to you, Sarah. Boy, these 3 forces that you isolate here absolutely been blowing through the markets. So this is the attempted broadening of the rally, the timing of Fed rate cuts, and then, of course, the election dynamic. So how should investors be thinking about these things?
Well, first, let's start with the rotation, which has been significant. Small caps seeing some of the best 5-day gains they've ever seen in history. This is based on anticipation of the first rate cut, which will likely be in September, and also lower yields and below consensus inflation. I think one question investors are asking is how long can this last? History tells you on average this kind of rotation lasts about 4 weeks. I think what could derail it is tech earnings in a couple of weeks, but the bar is high. And also, as we get to that first rate cut in September, I think that'll be a sell on the news event, and that'll be around the time where small caps discontinue their outperformance, and we may move back to more of a market that we've seen in the past.
So the September you suggest would be a sell in the news event for the small caps or the small cap outperformance trade, and you also suggest tech earnings could complicate that picture. So I guess the question is, if you're an investor who's been largely, passively indexing to the S&P, you're mostly been riding those big growth stocks year to date, past couple of years, what might you do right now to make sure that you have some kind of balance and the right kinds of exposures?
Well, if you look at the market cap weighted S&P, it's trading well above its historical average by about 3 or 4 turns. So I think that's your risk there with just owning the S&P 500 benchmark. I'd be looking to expand from that. Look at the Russell 2000, look at small cap managers. Because if you look at tech stocks and their recent underperformance, that is a drop in the bucket versus the long-term charts for many of these stocks. Just a couple of weeks ago, semiconductors were outperforming software, another tech sector, by over 45% year to date. So there is more room for tech to go down at this point, especially if earnings don't meet investors' expectations.
Is it your expectation that the market is correct in assuming a pretty benign soft landing type environment for the economy? I mean, we've gotten some mixed economic signals, downside surprises, but also things like retail sales holding up better than expected.
Well, that's why I don't see long-term legs around this rotation. I am concerned about weakness around the consumer. We're seeing higher delinquencies with the consumer. Unemployment, we saw claims come in today above consensus expectations. So employment markets are coming back into balance. The consumer is weakening. I think the risk is exactly that the Fed will likely start its rate cut cycle in September, but will it be enough to stave off a recession? I think a soft landing is going to be hard to achieve. We are in the camp that we do see a recession either later this year or early in 2025.
And then in terms of, the election, I mean, I guess you first of all have the typical election year dynamics, if we can say anything will be typical here in terms of, when the market tends to back off a little bit in the late summer, and then, of course, the actual implications of whatever the probable outcome is. So what's the best way to either, tune it all out or I guess, position prudently for that?
Typical election year dynamics are twofold. Markets go up low double digits, and we see increased volatility. We've already seen the markets capture the upside. I think the volatility is what's ahead of us and occurring now. Some of these Republican sweep sectors have been outperforming recently, like financials. I think if we move to where investors think we may have more of a divided government, some of those sectors may unwind or decline. That would be financials, energy. So I think there's still a lot to come with the election and how to position for that. Healthcare tends to underperform during an election year, but as we get closer to the election, it could hit an inflection point. I'd be a little cautious right now, given the run that financials have had.
Yeah, absolutely been a very strong group in a short period of time. So you say you expect a little more volatility for this period. Does that mean substantial downside from here in the indexes? And would you be, I guess, just sort of waiting to make use of those lower prices at some point?
Well, I'm concerned specifically about the S&P 500, given its heavy weighting in mega cap and the fact that the market cap S&P is trading at a pretty significant premium versus history. So areas that we're looking at, dividend growth stocks within equities, they tend to lag in up markets, but they outperform in down markets. These are companies that consistently grow their dividends. And switching out of equities, let's go to fixed income, where I think that's where it's a really interesting segment as the Fed moves to rate cuts. You can lock in now a little bit longer duration in your portfolios. Look at areas like senior loans where the yields are some of the most attractive within fixed income, even preferred securities where the backing is banks. And even though bank stocks have performed very well, bank fundamentals also are very strong. So that leads us to say if you want that bank exposure, maybe preferred securities is a better way to get it.
Interesting. And is that based on the idea that, let's say, benchmark Treasury yields remain at these levels or below, or do they just seem like, they're attractive on an absolute basis?
I think both, but benchmark Treasury yields we expect to decline a little bit from here, and that is the risk for people keeping their cash on the sidelines. They need to look for areas where they can earn yields outside and higher than cash levels, which cash yields will likely deteriorate over time from here as the Fed cuts rates.
Sarah, it was really great to